because you're trying to sell to everyone but don't connect with anyone. Okay, now what do I mean by that, and who am I to talk on this topic? So I have spent over 2,35,000 on a single day on my ads for one of my brands, and this is, for one of the brands. So yeah, that's why you should listen to me. 2,35,000 on that day. Anyway, so the reason why you're not able to grow profitably is, as I said, you're trying to sell to everyone, like a very broad audience, and what ends up happening is you don't really build or connect with anyone. So let me illustrate by an example. So there's this brand in the international markets, and they are valued at over $1 billion. Not million, billion with a B. Okay, and can you guess what do they sell? And they're insanely profitable, by the way. Can you guess what do they sell? I'll give you a few seconds. Okay, so yeah, they sell water. Yes, by selling water, they have become $1 billion brand. If you don't know the brand I'm talking about, it's called Liquid Death. Okay, the reason why they are valued over $1 billion very profitably, they could have been the other Bisleri or other anything. But what they chose to do, you can see the packaging, you see the marketing, you see the branding. They chose to identify with people, who are not ordinary. They, built that cult following around them. Who they marketed to that kind of people who think of themselves as different, who want to stand out, who are, who don't want to be the NPC or the normal people or whatever the hell. So they attracted that kind of person. That, if you drink Liquid Death, you are someone different. You are someone this. You are someone a bit of a unorthodox person, and you're very this, you're very that. So you attract that mystery, you attract that coolness, you attract that charm, right? They attracted that, right? Whereas if they just try to sell water, which a lot of people do, they would simply fail at it because they're trying to sell water. It's a commodity product. You can get the same water anywhere, right? More or less. Yeah, obviously there are like very premium brands like Evian or thing is, they are famous for their, premiumness. They don't really sell to an identity. That is why they're not as big as Liquid Death. Get my point? So what does this mean for you, and how can you apply this? So if you're someone, who is running a clothing brand or protein brand, or I don't know, whatever other brands people run. I think clothing brand is the most common in India. That is why I just put that title of clothing brand, but there are a lot of different types of brand, obviously, right? So the thing is, you need to speak to a person. You need to understand market desire. Okay, and you need to understand desire. Now, what is a desire? A desire is basically and this is not, the definition is not given by me, it's given by one of the finest marketers of all time, using Eugene Schwartz. The definition is, it is the mass desire, public want of a private. It's the private want of a very public thing. Okay. A mass desire basically is the public spread of a private want. Okay. So you need to figure out a desire in your niche. Okay. Like let's say, for example, if you're selling clothes, see what desire can you go after that people have. Okay. And then what you do is you target someone who has the desire. You target the group of people who has the desire. Like for example, Liquid Death targeted people who wanted to stand out, who wanted to be the cool guys, right? And that is why they are valued at over $1 billion. So you need to target people who share a common desire. You can't just be selling to everyone. You can start selling moms, you can selling to like the same teenage girl or whatever. You have to figure out your audience. Okay, and this is the biggest problem I see with Indian brands, that they don't really, spend the more. They just want to go and start and launch the campaign in the Meta Ads Manager. See, you need to understand this. Meta Ads Manager is just the 10% part of your business at this point. What matters is what you do outside of your ads manager. Your branding, your advertising, your marketing, basically. Your funnels, your product pages, your fun, all those kind of things, and the marketing copy that you write, your ads. These are the 90% of the things. These are 80% of the things that will, 20% of the things, that will get you the 80% of the results. And this is the Pareto principle, by the way, you don't know about it. And the 80% that you're trying to focus on the media buying strategy or the CTR, CTR, and how much budget to increase, what structure to follow, what are the hell. These are just the 20% of the things that will get you 80% of the things that will get you 20%. This does not really matter at your stage, right? So what you got to do is figure out who the hell you are trying to sell to. And this is not just about foreign brands. I'm really sorry, I don't remember the name, but yesterday when I was doing some research, on Reddit about what problems my ideal person would have, right? That is why I'm making it. Okay, back to the video. So getting back to my point. So I don't remember that brand. I'm really sorry, but I was doing this research, and then I came across this guy, and he was basically a fitness gym bro kind of dude. Okay, and he had a personal Instagram profile around that. I'm really sorry, I forgot his name. So, and I saw the brand, and the brand was really profitable. The dude was buying like Rolexes and everything, and I was like, okay, so this dude, he subconsciously understands. Yeah, he might not be realizing it consciously, but he subconsciously understands that he's a gym bro, and he very well understands that market. And now he's launching another brand which is very catered to that audience only, which is basically a supplement drink or something, which is just targeted toward the gym bros in India, right? So this is what you need to understand. you need to figure out your audience. You need to see who you're trying to target and then sell to them, right? And yeah, I think that's all I have to say. I don't want to stretch the video uselessly because that's the main point I had to make. If you want to know more about him, you can watch the previous video on the channel. I started e-commerce 1 year back and did over 5 crores, do over 5 crores. So spend over 2,35,000 on a single day, as I said previously. But trust me, if in 2026 you're trying to magically scale your brand by pressing buttons on meta ads, it's not going to work. You have to focus on other things, 90% of the things outside of the ads. Okay, so please get this in your head. And yeah, if you are interested in working with me, check the links in the description. You'll find everything you'll need there. And yeah, thanks for watching. Bye bye.
Alchemy of $1 million product. So every product in India is already competing with 40 others on an aisle you never walked down. The question is not whether a product is good. The question is what a stranger's hand reaches for when her brain is tired. So 6 chapters, 1 thesis, a way of seeing products before you pick them, built out of 4 tests you can run this weekend without spending a rupee on ads. ठीक है, तो I'll be giving you, मैं 4 टेस्ट दूंगा, ठीक है, जो actually जाके देख सकते हो, and hopefully that makes it click for you कि यार कैसे products choose करते हैं Indian dropshipping, ठीक है. So first example is the DMart aisle. You're not picking a product at your desk. You're picking a hand movement in a fluorescent lit aisle made by common man, common women, whatever, whose brain is tired. ठीक है. Here is an exercise that costs nothing and will teach you more about product picking than any other spreadsheets. Walk into a DMart near you on a Saturday evening, any day, whatever, not Sunday, Saturday around 7. कभी भी जा सकते हो, मतलब इतना specific होना जरूरी नहीं, but yeah, preferably उस वक्त जाओ जहाँ पे there is some crowd and people are actually shopping for it, which generally weekend, right? That is why I wrote Saturdays. Stand in any aisle for 10 minutes, watch the hands, not the faces, just the hands. Okay, you will see something that changes how you think about product picking forever. Very few people are reading the packaging. Very few people are comparing ingredients. Very few people are doing the rational, slow research purchase you imagine when you sit at your laptop picking a product. What they're actually doing is researching. Their hand goes out, grabs, drops in the trolley, and moves to the next aisle. The whole thing takes 3 seconds. 3 seconds. And that is the window you are playing for. In that 3 seconds, something decided for her or him which object on that shelf was the one hand went to. It was not price, she did not check the price. It was not ingredients, she did not flip the packet. It was not the founder's story. She has never heard of the founder's name also. It doesn't matter. Was something much quieter. It was a recognition. Her hand said before her brain finished a sentence, this one looks like the one for me. Picking a product is not picking an object, it is picking a hand movement that happens before thought. You either earn that hand or you do not. Now go back to your laptop and look at the product you are about to launch next week. Ask the honest question. If the product was on the shelf at that DMart aisle, sitting next to 40 others in the same category, would a tired housewife's hand or a husband's hand, whatever, hand go to yours without her thinking about it? Not with your founder story, not with your Instagram grade or profile or whatever the fuck people do, right? Just a thing on the shelf in the fluorescent light in 3 seconds. Most Indian dropshippers never ask that question. And the product they picked is one that needed them to be there. Arms waving, spinning, justifying, discounting, running, retargeting for $1 million product does not need you to be there. It earns the brand, earns the hands on its own. Okay? Pick any product you're running on ads on right now. You should do this, right? Imagine it on the DMart aisle next to 10 others in the same category. Now describe in one sentence why the hand goes to yours and not the other 10. If your sentence starts with because we have, because of founder, because of the quality, you have failed. Those sentences are all about you. The hand does not care about you. Start over until the sentence is about her, the person who is actually taking the product. Okay. Next up is the Kirana uncle test. To get the fastest product research in India costs 20 rupees and happens at a Kirana counter at 7 in the evening. Okay, this is very, very interesting. I want you to do something. Walk into your neighborhood Kirana shop tonight. Not a supermarket, an actual Kirana ki dukaan jo hoti hai wo, theek hai. The uncle behind the counter who knows you by face but not by name. Buy a Parle G. Stand there for a second and then, casual as if you are just making conversation, describe the product you are about to launch in one sentence. Not the pitch, just a real sentence. The way you would say it to your cousin. Now watch his face. Do not listen to the words, watch the face. The Kirana uncle is the single best product researcher in India and he does not even know it. He has spent 20 years watching thousands of real customers walk in and spend real money on real things. His face does 3 things. It lights up, it stays flat, or it does a tiny thing where the mouth presses together in polite disagreement. If it lights up, you have something. If it stays flat, you have a concept that does not yet have oxygen. And if it politely presses together, you already lost and he's just being nice because you have been buying biscuits from him since you were in school. Okay, so the uncle behind the Kirana counter has more accurate product instincts than any YouTube dropshipping guru that you see. Okay, his face has been trained by 20 years of real rupees walking in and out. Yours has been trained by Shopify blog posts. Here is the trick. The Kirana uncle is not smart about his product. He is smart about his customers. His customers are your customers. The same housewives, the same college kids, the same uncles who walk past the Kirana on the way from work. He has watched in silence what objects people reach for when they have 100 rupees in their pocket and a headache. He does not have a framework for this. He has pattern recognition earned over 2 decades of standing in one place. Okay, I hope you understand this. Very, very important. If you walk into 3 kirana shops and 3 uncles' faces state that your product is dead, it does not matter what the YouTube guru said. It doesn't matter what the Facebook group said, that 3 flat faces, the cheapest market research you'll ever pay for. How to read the face, okay? So bright eye means I can always see who would buy this product. Flat face means I cannot picture a single customer of mine caring. Polite press means I can picture someone caring, but only if they already did not need this. Memorize those 3 faces, you will see them again. Bonus version of this for the braver: walk into the kirana of your friend, pretend your friend is describing the product to the uncle, not you. Okay? Watch both of your faces at the same time. If your friend gets excited describing it and the uncle does not, you have found a problem, not a product problem. You are in love with the thing that the market has already moved past. Okay? You can do this if you are actually running a brand. The camera roll. The last time you photographed a product in a shop, you told yourself it was random, it was not. That photo is the whole lecture. Okay, open your camera roll, scroll back 3 months, 6 months, a year. Do not skip. Look for every photo you took of an object in a shop, in a cafe, whatever. In a friend's house, on a shelf, whatever. The cute pack of tea you saw at Bandra Cafe, the frame of perfume look bottle at a duty free, whatever. The way the packaging of a Korean skincare brand set in a shelf life. The 380 agarbatti at a store in Goa that you wanted to remember. Whatever it could be, okay? You took those photos, you did not share them anywhere. They're just sitting in a roll. Now ask yourself the real question. Why did you take those photos? You're not planning to buy the thing. You did not tell anyone about the thing. You saw it, you stopped, and some part of your brain, without asking you, pulled out the phone and took a picture. That is the most valuable signal your brain has ever sent you, and you have been ignoring it your entire life. The reason you photographed it is the reason your customer would photograph yours. It was beautiful in a way that was unexplained. It was strange in a way that was new. It belonged in a category you thought you knew, but it looked like it came from a different planet. It told a story in its sillyhood that you could not put into words, but that your hand wanted to keep a coffee up. That is $1 million product. $1 million product is a thing that strangers photograph in shops without knowing why and go home and forget about it until 3 weeks later they see it on Instagram and buy it because the photo of their brain is still in that. Scroll your camera roll for 10 minutes and find 3 photos of objects in shops. Ask yourself why. The answer in 3 sentences. Don't edit. Those sentences are brief for your next product. Here is what most Indian dropshippers do instead. They scroll AliExpress, they scroll this or Instagram or whatever the hell, TikTok, right? They sell the trend. They scroll some dropshipping subreddit. They pick the thing with the highest order and the lowest shipping time. They will ask themselves whether they would have photographed it in a shop or not regretted buying it. They would not have. Nobody would have. That is why the product is cheap. Nobody photographs cheap things. Photographs are the currency of desire in a product. Either also photograph or it is just logistics with the price tag. You're not selling a product, you are selling a photograph a stranger takes in a shop when nobody is watching. If you have noticed, why does everyone photograph their MacBook when they get one? Why does anyone photograph their iPhone when they get one? Why is that? Okay, think about it. The story already running. Your customer has been telling herself a story for 6 months before she saw your ad. Your job is to not write the story, your job is to name it. Here is the part that most product picking courses will never tell you because it sounds too simple. Every customer in India is already in the middle of a story about herself when your ad appears on a phone. She did not start the story, she cannot stop the story. The story has been running quietly in the back of her head for 6 months. It is a story about the version of what she is becoming. It is a story about her hair, about her skin, about how she sleeps, about the way her back has started hurting, about a quiet embarrassment she carries into every Sangeet where she has to introduce herself, about the weight that keeps creeping on, and about the fact that her mother is getting older and she has not been sleeping well because of it. She is the protagonist of that story. She has been the protagonist for months. You did not start the story. Your product did not start the story. The story started on its own in the moment she was alone and has been running on loop. Your product either walks into that running story and fits inside it like a key in a lock, or it does not. That is the whole thing. That is product picking. You're not inventing a story for her. You're figuring out which story is already running and whether your product is a character lead. You're not writing a story, you are naming one that has been quietly running in a stranger's head for 6 months on its own without your permission. $1 million product is a character in a story she was already telling herself. This is why Indian dropshippers who are constantly looking for the next winning product never find one. They're looking at objects. They should be looking at stories. Walk through a crowded evening market in any Indian city and ask yourself, what is the story running in the head of every person walking past? The working woman trying to look professional for a boss who notices things. The college student who got rejected and is now quietly trying to become the version himself the girl would not have rejected. The new mother whose stomach has not felt like hers in a year. The bachelor whose mother keeps sending photos. The newly married woman whose mother-in-law is ranking her. The father who has started feeling tired in a way he's trying to hide. Each of those people is carrying a story. Each of those running stories has a shape. Each shape has a hole in that a very specific product would fit into. Your job as a product picker is to start noticing the holes, not the objects, not the suppliers, not the margins, the holes. When you see the hole, you can reverse engineer the product. When you only see the product, you will spend your life picking winners of a marketplace that everyone else is from and wondering why nothing feels right. And you will have a 100% hit rate. Pick any product you were considering, then in one paragraph, write the running story your customer has been telling herself for 6 months that makes the product a character in it. If you cannot write the paragraph in 2 minutes without overthinking it, there is no story. The product is not dead, but it is orphaned. It has no story to walk into. Most dropshipping stores are full of orphaned products. You need to understand this, okay? Then, the honest close. Okay. So, if any of these things clicked with you, which I hope you did because you watched till here, right? So, I run this, whatever you learned here was it was extract from my one-to-one coaching program. Like, this was completely different. It's not that, I just stripped off whatever the value is there in the one-to-one coaching business, because that's not fair to the one who's actually paying for it, and it's not even fair to you, right? So this was built on the same philosophies, but I have given completely unique and different examples. Okay, so if anything clicked with you and you feel like you have been tired, watching those one-to-one dropshipping videos or whatever the fuck people do, right, and you need help, then I have one offer for you, and that is a 3 months one-to-one coaching program. And it'll be just me, you, and we'll be teaching you things that you need to learn, right? You'll have some recordings and you'll get 12 calls with me, and we'll set out a goal before you even start, right? Depending on your budget and your baseline skills. And we'll work for 3 months. You'll get 12 calls 1-to-1, 1 hour with me, right? Each, or we can divide it as per your wish. We can do 30 minutes to whatever. And the best thing is, if you don't hit the goal we set out for you, we keep working for free till you do. Okay, and as I said, this is not for people who are not ready to put in the effort, and I am very selective with the one I work with, right? So if there's something that interests you and you want to actually get results and change your life, then there is a link in the description. You can apply, and if you qualify for it, then I'll reach out to you. My manager will reach out to you, and we can schedule a call to see if we can actually start working together. And since you have watched till here, I also want to give you an extra added bonus for it. One final thing before I let you go. This one is a small promise you make to yourself on the way home from this video. Here's the promise. The next time you are in any shop, DMart, a Blinkit delivery bag, a Kirana, whatever, lifestyle channel, whatever, you're going to stop for exactly 30 seconds. No phone, no agenda. You're going to look the product around you, not as a customer, as a person whose job is to see stories. And you're going to ask yourself one question. Which of these objects on the shelf right now is a character in a story a teenager in the city is already telling herself? Most of them will not be. Most of them will just be objects, logistics with a price tag. That is fine, that is normal, but 1 or 2 of them will be up a little in your head. You will not be able to say why. It will just feel like the shelf was holding something with a heartbeat while everything else around it was stopped. That is a signal, that is the lie. In plain language, without a framework, without a model, without a tool set, without a commandment list. You will not find it on the Express, you will not find it on any product research tool or meta ad library or anything like that. You will not find it on Sell the Trend or anything that you use, name, just replaces any other product research tool. You will find it at 7 in the evening in an aisle at a local DMart while a tired housewife is reaching for something with a tiny smile, and you're the only person in the shop who noticed. $1 million product is a heartbeat on a shelf. Learn to hear it and you will never run out of products again. Go up the aisle and the shelf is waiting for you. So that's it, and I hope you liked it. If you got some value, as I said, you can join the one-to-one coaching if you qualify for it. You can apply for that and you can change your life. And yeah, that's about it. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching.
Indian dropshipping, e-commerce, whatever you want to call it. I don't think I can call it dropshipping, to be honest, because I wasn't really dropshipping anything, and I had kept all the inventory. Now, for those of you who don't know what is dropshipping basically is a model of e-commerce that in which you don't really have to hold any inventory, and you just bring in orders from your customers, and your supplier fulfills them for you. You can also fulfill them, but basically the thing is you don't have to keep inventory. That is basically dropshipping. And the reason why we can't call that dropshipping is because I had held all the inventory. So I'll be talking about a lot of things in this video. It's been a while since I made any videos, and I'll also be talking about why actually am I doing it. And also the video will not really have any edits except for like maybe a few cuts when I take a bit more pauses or whatever. I also try to keep the video mostly in English, but if I feel like something I can articulate better in Hindi, then I will talk in Hindi. So yeah, please adjust. And I'll also be drinking this coffee, black coffee, so yeah, please don't mind. And for proof, I will have attached the screenshot as well of the revenue that I did. How I started, how did I do this at 18? How did I get capital? Because that's the second question really people have and ask me. Why did I quit the market after making so much of money? To be really honest, it's not really so much of money. I'll talk to you about it in detail. And then I also have something for you guys. And then you might be thinking that, why the hell if I'm making so much of money, why the hell am I making YouTube videos? Because definitely I'm making more videos than what you would make from making YouTube videos. Yeah, you have a point in that, but that uska bhi, there are two reasons actually. I'll talk about it in the later half of the video. Don't want to, use some retention tactics, but yeah, to be fair, that's the thing. And I also wanted to ask you guys, like, what are the content you want to see and blah, 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 blah. Okay, anyway, a lot of is written. Now let's get started with the main thing. So how did I start? I started in November 2024. So it's been about 1 year and December, January, February, about 4 months. I started with dropshipping model. I started with using Roposo Cloud, which is a very scammy platform. Do not use them. They are really bad. And yeah, you'll get lost. I don't know if they work for some people. For me, they didn't really never work. Yeah, just don't use them in my opinion. You can start with, using private suppliers. But anyway, so I started like that. I started with about, I think I had saved up like 20,000 something. I was in my 12th grade. Yeah, 11th, last 12th, something like that. Okay, so I had saved up some money and then I started. Obviously, I lost it all. I didn't really make any profit. But then I saved up some more money, like 10,000 more. But because of Shuru ka 20,000, so I had learned some stuff. I did make some revenue. And then what I did was I, did some inventory model business and I got like my initial 2,000-3,000 orders and I made some maybe like 50,000-60,000 in net profit. मुझे exact numbers नहीं याद है because बहुत पहले की बात है. ठीक है, एक साल हो गया, so I don't really remember exactly, but something around that lines, right? And then what I did was, this is something I learned from Alex Hormozy, is that in any business, not everyone is at level 10. A lot of people at level 0, and you don't really necessarily have to be at level 10 to teach to someone who is at level 0. So since maybe let's say for the sake of example, I was at level 5 because I had done like maybe 2,000-3,000 orders a month. I generated roughly 10-12 lakhs in revenue and I had some profit as well. So, I actually knew what the hell I was doing and, how to, get those initial few 100,000 orders, which not 100,000, few hundreds and maybe few thousand orders. I knew how to do that. So what I did, you can, watch the videos on my previous channel and previous videos on this channel. And, you can see I was offering one-to-one consulting to people who wanted to get those initial 500 to 1,000 orders, and I didn't promise to make them a crorepati or whatever. I just promised कि देखो तुम्हें अपने पहले 500,000 order नहीं आ रहे, I'll teach you how to do it. I did that for them. I gave them one-to-one calls, and yeah, that's basically how I amassed a lot of my capital. I amassed like 1,50,000 something like that. वहाँ से. The reason I'm being very honest with this is because the thing is I was in my 12th, so I didn't really have any other way to make money, and that is why if you're doing a 9-to-5 job, don't quit it unless you're actually making a lot of business, a lot of money for your business, because you need capital to invest in any business. Don't believe people who tell you that you can start a business with 0 rupees or $0, whatever the fuck. It's not really possible. Okay, that's the thing. So when I did that, then I already knew what the hell I was doing. Then wahan se there was a shoot, like exponential rise, and then I started doing like 20-25 lakhs a month. I also hit like 30 lakhs a month, and then what happened is that I got plateaued at that level for maybe a month or two, and then I joined mentorship again, and then went to 2-3 crores a month and blah blah blah. That was basically the story so far. But I would say the same thing happened again, because now what I was trying to do is I was trying to move beyond that 2-3 crore mark, and I was trying to scale to, don't think I'm crazy, but I was trying to scale to 1 crore a day. Okay, now the problem with that is that now a lot of people, they make a lot more money than 1 crore a day, to be honest. Now for someone who thinks that the number is impossible or I have gone mad or whatever, there are a lot of people in the world who make a lot more money than 1 crore a day. What I'm talking about is $100,000 a day, to be exact. Let's not call it 1 crore a day because it seems like a lot, but to be honest, it's $100,000. There's also psychological anchoring that I use. I'll explain why later on. Okay? So let me just write this down. Explain why I talk in dollars instead of INR. Okay, so we'll talk about this. Fine. So the thing is that the clause with Indian market is that it is a COD market. Now the thing is my prepaid and my margins, they are pretty good. My net margin is roughly 20-25%, and prepaid is roughly across all the brands, it's around 35-40%. Some brands have 35, some brands have 30, some have like 45 also. So I had like 3 brands currently running before this, and in the midst of this, I was not really thinking that I'll have to start this soon, but because I was thinking we can easily touch maybe 20-25 lakhs, 30 lakhs a day easily in Indian market as well. Now obviously it is possible. It's not that it's not possible. People do that, but the people who do that, unka concept hota hai ki hum we play on volume, we don't play on this. And the problem with my clause was, since I was spending a lot on acquiring quality customers, my ad spend per day had already touched like 2-3 lakhs a day. I was spending like $2,000-$3,000 a day. So if I had to acquire more customers, that means if I had to scale more, at this point, if I had to scale more, I would have to put a lot more money in capital, in ad costs, and in shipping. And in return, what would happen is, for that money to come back into my bank account, it would take at least 10 to 15 days. So what I would need to do is, I would at least, let's say if I'm trying to scale to 1 crore a day, I would need to at least have 10 crores at the bare minimum in my bank. Get this point. To scale to 1 crore a day or $100,000 a day, I need to have 10 crores in my bank, which I don't, to be frank. Okay, so that's the thing. And Indian market is not that big. It's like, you have a population like, you have a population of 140 crores or whatever, but from 140 crores, I think, 1.4 billion hota, I think, yeah. So 1.4 billion mein se maybe, I don't know, 30-40 million or just the top tier 1 cities kitne hote hain? 8 hai, to usme se 2-3 crore on average le lo population, so that's about 20-25 crores of people, which is not a small market, to be honest. It's still big, but 25 crores is just, how much is it? It's just, I think, 200 million, something like that, which is not a small market. Okay, so the market is fine. The market is big. Maybe I'm underestimating, overspending. I don't really know how much people spend, but whatever. It's not as small a market. The market is there. The only problem is that it is a COD market. And for it to become a prepaid only market, just say foreign mein hai, ya big five mein hai, whatever, it's gonna take at least 5-6 years more of, market maturation. Okay, because the thing is, just a few years back, half of India wasn't even online. It was due to the disruption of Jio and everything that this happened. Now we are seeing a disruption of e-commerce, and I'll give you a very good example of a very different industry of quick commerce, which is a complete, I wouldn't say, but in a way it's the arch nemesis of e-commerce. Quick commerce mein bahut acha example leta hu of how the big players actually think. So Zepto ke bare mein everyone knows. Blinkit, everyone knows, right? But very few people know that, Ambani has his own JioMart. I mean, everyone knows about JioMart, but they also do like deliveries like this, that people are aware. But what even less people are aware about is, the entire quick commerce industry is in loss, except for JioMart. The reason being that Jio did not focus, Ambani didn't focus on creating the market. वो तब आए जब market already बन चुका था. So he entered the market, and since he already had a distribution, and this is my second lesson that I learned, distribution is God. If you have a good product, but if you have great distribution, you're just going to destroy everyone. Okay, so that is why you have to learn how to distribute your thing, whether that be through marketing, whether that be through distribution, whatever it is. Okay, that's the second point, whatever. Okay, so Zepto still in loss. I think Blinkit is barely profitable. Instamart still in loss. और क्या है वो जो भी है सब लॉस में बेसिकली इसको छोड़ के ब्लिंकिट को थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट कर रहा है बट जियो मार्ट इज द वन डूइंग द मोस्ट अमाउंट ऑफ प्रॉफिट एंड इट इज द सेकंड इन द मार्केट विद इन जस्ट 1 year of launch. Why is that? Because they didn't focus on creating the market. So the lesson here is that अभी क्या है इंडिया में that it is a very immature बोलना थोड़ा I think that's the right word. It's a premature market. ठीक है. So what happens is that या तो आप वॉल्यूम पे जो वो होते हैं कि हाँ दिखाने के लिए हम महीने का 10 करोड़ रेवेन्यू कर रहे हैं बट प्रॉफिट मार्जिन 4% है. ठीक है. आई डोंट टेक एनी नेम्स बट आई थिंक यू विल अंडरस्टैंड हु आई एम ट्राइंग टू रेफर. सो यार तो ये ऐसे ये बकचोदी करो कि हाँ 10 करोड़ रेवेन्यू कर लिया इंस्टाग्राम पे स्टोरी डाली वी आर डूइंग दिस मच व्हाटएवर फक बुलशिट. ठीक है. सो वी डोंट वांट टू प्ले दैट गेम एंड रोएस दिखा रहे 30 का 20 का बुलशिट डिलीवरी आ रहा है 40. दैट्स नॉट व्हाट यू कॉल अ बिजनेस, राइट? यू वांट रियली a business is something that you can sell, and this is again a big problem because Indian market is not that mature of a market and it's a COD market. You can't sell Indian जो हम लोग जो D2C ब्रांड चलाते हैं इंडिया में, we can't sell them. No one is gonna buy them because पहली बात तो कोई है ही नहीं हमसे. मतलब when you're doing like 5-10 crores a month, you are like in the top 0.1% of India who are doing this thing, right? So there's no one to sell it to because they have their own stuff running and they don't want like more operation headache. ठीक है. So there's no one to until unless आप तुम एकदम मिनिमलिस्ट जैसा या कुछ बड़ा बन जाओ तो तब ही तुम बेच सकते हो, right? This is a very big problem. Whereas in big five or foreign, what happens is that let's say you're doing 100k profit a month, 200k थोड़ा कम बोल दिया maybe you're doing 100k revenue, $1 million a month revenue. That's about 20% margin, $200,000 you're making profit. That thing can easily be sold like $500,000-$600,000. अब मैं नहीं जानता क्या वैल्यूएशन बिकता है, but whatever, you can sell it is what I know. मैंने देखा था Empire Flippers or whatever the website, you can sell them and it gets sold. People sell it. Obviously as a brand it cannot be a dropshipping store, but जितना हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे घिसा है, अगर इतना वहां पे घिसेंगे तो you can sell it. And this brings to my second point, I think third point, पता नहीं कौन सा point, whatever, fuck that, is that India में तुम्हें तुके चीजों पे घिसना पड़ता है कि स्टॉक मंगाओ, इन्वेंट्री में कैश फंसा हुआ है. यू विल नॉट बिलीव दिस, बट दिस हैपेंड विथ मी रिसेंटली. सो मेरे जो भी सप्लायर है, ठीक है, सो व्हाट आई डू इज आई ब्रिंग माई स्टफ बाय अ कंपनी कॉल्ड, I'll talk about them later. I bring my stuff from China by a company called Importer. बता ही देता हूँ, छोड़ो, ठीक है. So they're very good. You can work with them. If you wanna work with them, then you can email me. It will be in the description in the about channel. I'll give you a contact of mine in that company. I don't have any affiliation or referral or whatever the hell. But generally, like, people use WeFulfill. My experience, WeFulfill is like really bad. So if you don't want to lose like money or whatever, Importer is very good. They'll also like pack and dispatch your stuff without taking hefty charges like WeFulfill. So whatever, if you don't want to use WeFulfill, you can contact me. I'll give you contact in Importer. They have been pretty good to me. Yeah, whatever. So coming back to the point, वहाँ से सामान लाओ, ठीक है. You go through all that. इतना पहले लाना पड़ा. Chinese New Year था, so I had to bring in a lot of inventory पहले ही. About 25 lakhs to 30 lakhs of my money got stuck in inventory. Now I have to sell that, right? And of course, that's fine, whatever, you're selling that. But then why instead of spending that money on ads and scaling the business, I have that money just stuck in a bloody warehouse doing nothing and depreciating in value. Like, just imagine this. Yeah. And then what happens on top of that is, this happened like I think 2-3 days back. Customer sends you email कि हमें गलत product आया है. I have got a Mammy Poco diaper pants. ठीक है. Can you believe this? A diaper pant. Our product has nothing to do with a diaper pant. It's a, I can't name the product obviously, but it's not a diaper pant. It's a fitness product. Okay, fine. It's a fitness product. ठीक है. It's quite heavy. It has nothing to do with a diaper, and it's not possible कि उस product जगह एक diaper चला जाए. ठीक है. तो जो भी हमारे supplier है, जो मैंने उसको पूछा, यार आप डाइपर बेचते हो क्या, लाइक डू यू सेल डाइपर, की मे भी गलती से, ही डजंट इवन सेल डाइपर्स, ही डजंट इवन होलसेल देम इन रिटेल, ही डजंट सेल देम इन होलसेल, ही डजंट सेल देम एट एनी प्लेस. एंड द कस्टमर इज लाइक, हमें डाइपर मिला, हमें रिफंड चाहिए, नहीं तो हम कंज्यूमर कोर्ट. व्हाट द फक इज रॉन्ग विथ यू मैन, लाइक व्हाई द हेल वुड यू डू दिस. ठीक है. अब मैं नहीं जानता ये कस्टमर करते हैं कि डिलीवरी बॉय ऐसा करते हैं, मैं नहीं जानता. वट एवर द केस इज, लाइक जस्ट इमेजिन बुलशिट. ठीक है. मैं क्या डाइपर पैंट, सीरियसली ridiculous, man, whatever. Okay, so yeah, fine. So that is basically my personal story, and I also explained you how I got capital, and I kind of also explained why did I quit the market in a nutshell. Okay, ki to scale to the numbers I wanted to scale now. Basically, I needed to wait patiently for 6 to 8 months, 12 months. Okay, do nothing and just get capital, whatever the hell. And if you ask anyone close to me, they'll tell you that patience and the word Sovansh, these two words don't go together in a sentence at all. I can be anything, but I can't be patient. It's not my thing. So I just, especially this was just irking me that I'll have to bring so much of stuff. Inventory इतना hold करना पड़ेगा. I'll have to spend like $30,000-$40,000 on ads per day. ठीक है. फिर उसका inventory रखो. I was like, fuck it. I'll just start in the international market. Yeah, that's the thing. And that is why now I have an offer for you guys, is that you heard my story, you heard, and a lot of you guys might be thinking, yaar, tum 5-6 crore kar rahe the, you hit those numbers, you scale even more, like, why do you want more money? Why are you so greedy? Some of you might be thinking this, ki bhai tu itna greedy kaise ho sakta hai? Like, so first of all, I'm not greedy. I mean, you can call me that if you want to call me that, whatever, but the thing is that, I don't know how to explain this, but there's something called the competency plateau in psychology. Yeah, so coming back to the point that there's something called competency plateau in psychology. So what this basically means is that as you grow older, okay, what happens is you attach yourselves to your career and your skills, and you attach your identity, okay, to your career and skills. And इसलिए क्या होता है कि you will see a lot of people making 30-year-old or 31-year-old or in that range, generally above 27, 28, this starts happening, is that because they start to get married and they have their families and everything, what happens is they get attached, their identities get attached to whatever they are doing, because that is safe for them. And because of our historical ancestral programming, our brain is designed to make us feel and like keep us safe. ठीक है. इसलिए क्या होता है कि people stop taking risk after that. ठीक है. Because जब भी तुम कुछ ditch, अभी जैसे अभी क्या है कि my brain is like literally panic. I don't know if I'm looking, I think I'm looking pretty cool. थोड़ा, well, I have gained a bit of weight, whatever, because of that I might be looking a bit that, but whatever, I'm working on that as well. वो time के साथ हटता है, whatever. So I'm looking pretty cool ऐसे, but internally my brain is panicking. I'm like, what the hell, why the hell would you do this, why are you quitting something that's working, like all sort of thoughts, and I was just a bit lost in the morning. Why am I even doing this? And then I told myself, no, I can't let myself go in the same that rabbit hole, because अगर अभी ही मेरे को competency plateau hit कर जाता है, ठीक है, पहली बात तो I think I would have to do this, but मैंने सोचा था मैं करूँगा, but to be honest, I had thought that I can easily do 1 crore a day in India, and then I will expand to the big 5 international market. But as nature has it, or as the universe has it, I think that's not going to be the clause, because if I would know how to do that, I would have already done it. And this has been my philosophy across everything and in anything, is that if you want to do something, just don't force your way into it. Just let a power which is supreme then you guide you through that goal. Because if you knew how to do that, how to accomplish it, you would have already done it. As simple as that. There's that. So ek to wo bhi ho gaya. Plus the thing with that is if you have ever, because I was thinking about this, ki a lot of people I know, they are doing certain numbers, and I was thinking, why the hell are they not going beyond this? Why? Because to be honest, I think this will be a bit subjective, but 5 crore rupees a month is nothing. Like, it's just $500,000. अगर profit भी निकाल दो, that is under this revenue. अगर तुम profit जोड़ोगे 20-25% margin, that's 1 to 1.25 crores. That's $100,000 in profit. Now, of course, for some people that might be a lot of money. For some people it might mean nothing, and for some people it will be like, this guy has gone mad. He's gone absolutely insane. Why the hell would you ditch that much amount of money? But the thing, it's not about money. It's about personal growth. Any day I would pick my personal growth over having shit ton. Obviously, money matters, and it is the most important thing in the materialistic world. But if you have certain amount of money and you just still go chasing those numbers, then you will stop growing on a personal level. And once you stop growing on a personal level, the money will plateau out, and eventually it will stagnate and you will die out. And I think Shah Rukh Khan said this in 2012 jab tak hai jana hi thi. I think that film hit 100 crores, and he was asked this question, that do you aim for numbers like the movie just said 100 crores? What are your thoughts on this? Do you think about these goals? Do you think about these numbers? And he said a very good thing, that it's too limiting to give a number. Why do you have to give a number? Why 100 crores? Make it 1,000 crores, right? So I have the same philosophy as to, instead of focusing on making, and this was before, by the way, Bahubali was even in the making. So tab tak ye 100 crore was like the very big thing. He said it then, right? And I kind of like, it's the same thing. Like, if you just enjoy the process, okay, and forget about the number, like. And now I don't mean to contradict myself. Some of you might think I'm contradicting myself here. No. Obviously, the thing is, what you have to see the back end of it is, if you are going behind, the number is just to measure the output. The thing is, I can't measure what my skill level is. That can only be measured through the number. If I'm making $100,000 a day, that means I have grown a lot personally. I have amassed a lot of skills. But the thing is, अगर नंबर नहीं होगा तो मैं उस चीज को मेजर नहीं कर पाऊंगा. How will I measure that? So the number is just a substitute for the measure of the personal skill. You get my point? So when I say I aim $100,000, it's not the number that I'm aiming for. It's the personal level of development that I'm aiming for. The number is just a means to measure it. ठीक है? ऐसा थोड़ी मैं उसके बाद रुक जाऊंगा. After that, I'll want to make $1 million a day. Maybe $100 million a day. Maybe $1 billion. Whatever the hell. So it's not about the numbers. If you find joy in the process of doing what you do, you have already accomplished your goal. With time, it will happen. There's no doubt and no chance it will not. You just have to love the process. If you love the process of doing it, you have already achieved your goal. But the reason we aim for numbers is that is the only tangible way to measure whatever you're aiming for. So when I say $100,000 a day, I don't literally mean the number. I mean the personal development behind it. Because the thing is, you don't go from one goal to another. You go from identity A to identity B. 6 months older me was a completely different person than what I am right now. And the person that I'll need to become, to make that money will be a completely different person. I'll be a lot more disciplined. I'll have a lot of wisdom. I'll have a lot more knowledge, and I'll, be able to provide a lot more value. So you don't achieve goals, you achieve characters. You achieve identities. You achieve selves, identities of self. Okay? And that is the aim of it all. Get the point? Okay. So I think बहुत ज़्यादा इधर-उधर हो गया. So if you don't understand what I'm trying to say, I'm just trying to provide value and share my thoughts behind it. Right? Yeah. So what is in the offer for you guys? So I was thinking, since this number, like whatever we have done is, it might not mean a lot to me, but I think there are a lot of people जिन्हें help चाहिए होगा to reach to their first crore or 2 crore or 3 crore, whatever the hell. right? And I felt like, you know, we could help them out and scale to the numbers that they want to scale. But the thing is, I don't really have time for mentorships or whatever the hell, because, and plus the thing is, as I said, I'm really impatient. And the thing is that with mentorships, you have to be a bit patient with people. You have to teach them at their pace. You have to, you know, be a bit slow. I can't be that. Okay. But what I can definitely do is I can give consulting calls. Okay. That is why I will be providing consulting calls. You will find a Calendly link in the description. Yeah, पता नहीं मैं कुछ link डाल दूँगा. I'm not 100% sure, but most likely it's going to be Calendly link or whatever. And yeah, you can schedule the call, or it can directly be some sort of a link as well to like WAP का वो भी हो सकता है. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to check because I have not really set up the backend yet. So if you need your help in scaling your business, or even on the personal side of things, ki how do you achieve that, so you can just book that call with me. And it is not going to be very expensive, but at the same time it's not going to be very cheap as well. Because the thing is, I don't want people जो बोले कि भाई मेरा 15-10 हज़ार बजट है प्लीज, तो उनके लिए it will be a bit problematic, but I have something for them as well, so don't get disappointed. And at the same time, I don't really want someone who is like doing 10 crores a month and they're like, because at that point it will be like, you know, why would you want to book? Because then, yeah, then once I hit the numbers that I just told you about, then maybe I can provide some value to them, whatever. Okay, so that is the thing. Now, when I said I have something for, let's say, someone jiska budget hai 10-15,000, 20,000 or whatever the hell. So, and you know, they don't want us to start with low budget, because the reason I'm doing this, because I also, when I started, I felt like someone at my level that I am right now, us waqt agar mere ko kiya hota, then I would, you know, it would really help me. So what you do is, in the comments or in the email, you'll have my email in the description, and in the amount section, you'll also have my Discord in the about section. I don't really have any in the social media, so there's that. Just tell me what effort you're putting in, how much you're putting in, आप कब से क्या कर रहे हो, how many hours you work daily, what has been the output, what has been the result, what is the biggest struggle, and just be yourself, be authentic. And if I feel, don't use ChatGPT or Claude or whatever the hell, be authentic. Just write, take that. And if I feel like you're genuinely putting in the effort, then you will get 1 hour of my time for absolutely free. Okay? 1 hour absolutely free, dedicated to you. The only clause is that you have to be putting in effort. And this you can do in any video, not only this video, you can do in each video. मतलब यहाँ से जो भी मैं पुराने video में comment करोगे नहीं, don't spam obviously, but starting from this video, in whichever video, if you comment, you know, every week I'll have 2 or 3 people with whom I'll do this. Okay? So you do have a chance, because the thing is, these kind of videos don't really get a million views. They will be in the, but yeah, the quality of views is very good. That's one thing. That's a separate story, whatever. Okay, so you can do that, and you know, hopefully if you are actually putting in the effort, will help you. Okay? So the next thing I want to talk about is, why am I making YT videos again? Now that's a very good question that a lot of you guys might have, and to be honest, this has 2 reasons. First reason is because I want to build a distribution platform, not for my brands or e-commerce channel. Uske liye to khair Meta hai, that's the goat, and we'll have TikTok and Google ads or whatever the hell in foreign, right? But the thing is, eventually, what I have planned is, I'm not 100% sure I'll be executing on this, but what I also want to do is launch 2 new companies very, very soon, once, you know, I am a bit stable. I can't exactly, whatever. So I have planned to launch 2 new companies. One will be a SaaS company and one will be a game or a agency. ठीक है, दोनों में से कोई एक चीज होगा. I'm not 100% sure कि maybe 3 भी हो जाए. I really don't know. Three of these things, and 2 or 3 of these things, something like that. And the thing is, to succeed with any of these things, I'll need a very, very good distribution system. Whether that be my SaaS, whether that be my game dev studio, whatever the hell. The thing with game dev studio is that उसके product बनाने में बहुत time लगता है, like अच्छा game बनाने में. ठीक है, like 5 years, 6 years, whatever the hell. And again, I'm not really patient. The thing with SaaS companies is that you can get a very good product out in like a year or maybe max 2 years. That's not really the case with games, so not 100% sure with that. But yeah, definitely agency as well. When I want to have like brands or whatever, scale to the fucking moon and, you know, make a lot of money. So, and to do all of these things, I'll need a very, very good distribution system, and I'll need some sort of a personal brand as such. That is the reason why I'm making videos again, and obviously to provide value as well, to be 100% authentic with you guys, because I don't want like, नहीं मेरे को ऐसे, मतलब मेरा ऐसे दिल बहुत ये हो गया तो मैं नहीं. That's not the, everyone has a reason, everyone has a clause, everyone who does something. So everyone who does something, they have something, you know. It's a capitalistic economy, right? So that is the reason. But yeah, obviously I'll be providing you guys value as well, as I try to do in this video, and hopefully you guys gain some value. And the thing is, चीज मुझे पूछना था that let me know what content you wanna see, because how I made this much money, how I made this, how I made, ये इसका limitation है, so I really don't know how much I can upload. So you can let me know the video ideas that you wanna see. I'll try to keep it raw and authentic like this, and also try to post 2-3 videos a week depending on how much time I get. उससे ज़्यादा तो शायद नहीं डाल पाऊँगा. We'll see. And yeah, now coming back to the thing, why I talk in dollars instead of INR. So the thing is, the most valuable currency in the world I think is Swiss franc या तो British pound है, दोनों में से कोई एक है. Not 100% sure. I think it's either of the two. So the thing is that with these two currencies, the problem is that I don't know. For example, I can't say कि 10 Swiss franc में what is gonna come. But whereas if I talk 10 US dollars, I know I can maybe get a chocolate or something in that. एक Feastables आ सकता है, whatever the hell. और पता नहीं कितने में आता है, I don't know. Whatever, I can get something. I can get like, let's say cup or whatever the hell. Like, or let's say $100 में मेरे को I can like meta ads. Okay, so I have a perception of value set in US dollars. I can't do that for Swiss franc or British sterling pound. So we don't go behind the most valuable currency. We go behind the standard currency of the world, which, you like it or not, it is US dollars as of now. Okay, so the thing is, if you talk in INR, like for example, I'll give you a very good example. A BMW in India costs, Mercedes, whatever you want to take it, it costs 2 crore, 3 crore, 5 crore, 6 crore. But if you talk in US dollars, that's just maybe 100 to 1,000. I'm not talking like direct currency. I'm talking कि US में उसका कितना cost करता है. How much does it cost in the country it's made? How much does it cost in the standard currency? So my point is the thing expensive or is your currency weak? And in most cases, you will find that the currency is weak. चीज महंगा नहीं होता. Currency, this is the same thing I tell my parents also. When you call something expensive, for the example, this cup that I'm drinking coffee, and you can call this expensive, but is this thing expensive or is your currency weak? The answer in most cases will be that the currency is weak, the thing is not really expensive. So that is why you should see everything, and that is why I don't know about you, but I see everything in the standard currency of the world, with which, whether you like it or not, it is US dollars. And what that helps you to do is see the actual cost of something. Because अगर तुम सब चीज INR में अपने लोकल करेंसी में देखने लोगे, whichever country you are from, you will find that everything gets really expensive without no reasons, and you will think कि बाप रे ये इतना महंगा है, वो इतना महंगा. Whereas the fact is nothing is really expensive. It's just that your currency is bloody weak, and a lot of people might get offended with this, but that's the fact. Whatever. Okay, so yeah, that's the video, guys. I hope you liked it, and yeah, if you need my one-to-one help, it will be a 1-hour call. Okay, you will find the details in the WAP page, or I think I'm gonna use WAP. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, most like that. So yeah, you can see that, and I'll also try to build some sort of a Discord server, something like that. Whether if you need, like, wanna connect with me or whatever. Of course, it'll be a bit paid because my time will go in that, right? So yeah, that's the thing. So sorry for that. And of course, let me know what videos you wanna see. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.
So you learn the art of selling in this video, which will basically allow you to sell anything to anyone at any price. So इस वीडियो में हम एक बहुत अच्छी analogy लेंगे, that is going to be of a biryani, a lot of our favorite dish. I don't know about you, but I definitely like it, but it does increase my weight, वो अलग बात है. ठीक है, तो एक वही प्लेट की बिरयानी होती है जो कहीं पे आपको 80 पे मिलेगी, 180 पे, कहीं पे 450 की, और कहीं पे 1200 रुपए की, राइट? एंड ऐसा नहीं कि कोई एक ज्यादा बिकती है, कोई एक कम बिकती है. All three of them generate the same amount of sales. I'm not talking about the volume. Yes, volume इधर उधर हो सकता है, ठीक है, लेकिन what I mean is the sales. Overall sales जो है वो तीनों ही बिरयानी की more or less बराबर ही रहती है, ठीक है. और the matter of fact is कि objectively अगर आप देखोगे तो टेस्ट के मामले में you might see a lot of food reviewers and all of this, and खुद खा के भी देख सकते हो कि जो 1200 वाली बिरयानी होती है वो 400 वाली बिरयानी से ज़्यादा कुछ फर्क नहीं होता. You say that, ठीक है, but still it sells for 3x the cost. Why is the reason, ठीक है. और ये वीडियो उसी बारे में है, how do you figure out that why, और उस why को आप कैसे अपने उसमें products में यूज कर सकते हो, right? So the same plate of biryani sells for 180, 450 and 1200 rupees every single day in this country. The rice is almost identical, only the table is different, and this essay is about the table. Okay, how do you change the table? Okay, so इस वीडियो में हम क्या क्या go through करेंगे, I'll just explain that. So we'll have 6 chapters, ठीक है, एक thesis होगा इसका, and a handful of tests that आप run कर सकते हो on your store, and yeah, we'll also have action steps, right? So the biryani, the chai, and the label on the feeling. The rickshaw test, 3 questions your customer is actually asking. The shadi test, ठीक है, the honest close, and the final line, ठीक है. So yeah, I hope this is you're excited for this, okay? So the biryani, the chai, and the label on the feeling. So, एक observation about Indian food stalls that happens to be the entire thesis of this video, smuggled inside a meal. Okay, I don't know why I'm mixing matching like this. Sorry for that. So, basically, we'll go through one thesis, right? So, same rice, three prices. The same plate of biryani sells for 180, 450, and 1200 in this country every single day. Same basmati, same dum, same literally the same cook, moonlighting across two kitchens in the same neighborhood, right? The rice did not change, only the table changed. That one observation is the whole essay. If you're selling something online or anything online, okay, and you're stuck somewhere between 399 and 799 and wondering why the ceiling will not break, I want you to sit with that biryani for a second. Because the story of the biryani is the story of his store. And you have probably never heard anyone say it out loud. The 180 biryani is served in a plastic tray at takeaway counter on the corner of the street. The customer eats it standing up. The 450 biryani arrives on a stainless steel plate at a mid-tier restaurant with Hyderabadi posters on the wall and the waiter who calls you sir. Okay? The 1200 biryani gets plated on white porcelain at 5-star hotel where the room is quiet, the napkin is cloth, and the waiter knows the name of the chef who pressure cooked the raita. The rice, I'm telling you again, because it matters, is basically the same rice. The customer at the 5-star is not paying for better rice, the customer is paying for the version of themselves that sits at a white tablecloth on a Saturday night and the waiter who calls that version sir. This is the thesis. यही वो thesis है जो मैं तभी से बोले जा रहा हूँ कि एक thesis है, this is the thesis. जब भी आप प्राइस बढ़ाते हो कोई भी अपने प्रोडक्ट का प्राइस नहीं बढ़ रहा है, जो पर्सन का आइडेंटिटी है वो चेंज हो रहा है, राइट? तो यू हैव टू पिक्चर इट लाइक दिस कि जो करंट प्राइस है जो भी सेल करते हो आप लोग भी प्रोडक्ट पे, तो उस पे जो एक आइडेंटिटी बनती है कस्टमर की, दैट इज वेरी डिफरेंट, राइट? एंड द आइडेंटिटी दैट्स बीइंग क्रिएटेड एट अ हायर प्राइस पॉइंट इज कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट. सो यू आर सेलिंग डिफरेंट आइडेंटिटीज एंड आपका जो प्राइस है बेसिकली दैट इज द जस्टिफाइंग पॉइंट फॉर द कस्टमर to get your expensive thing, right? So walk one lane over and watch it happen again. Walk outside any metro station in any Indian city and you will see two tea stalls within 30 feet of each other. One is a chai wala selling adrak wali chai for 10 rupees in a kullad. The other is a Starbucks or Blue Tokai or a CGD selling a cappuccino of 310 rupees. ठीक है, Starbucks is 450-500 लीटर for that matter. Same beans, basically same caffeine. In fact, वो जो street वाली filter coffee होती है मेरे को ज़्यादा अच्छी लगती है for that matter sometimes. Same caffeine, same amount liquid. The real delta in cost, of course, is maybe 12 rupees on general state. ठीक है, and yet one is 10 and the other is 300. And 10 and 300 and both have queues and both are profitable. And nobody in the Starbucks line is downgrading the chai wala to save 300 rupees. Q, why? The chai wala is selling you chai. The Starbucks is selling you 20 minutes of being the version of yourself who sits in a very sophisticated hi-fi क्या बोलते हैं उसको sophisticated hi-fi cafe who feels that okay I'm above everyone else. ठीक है, वो जो फीलिंग है कि हाँ यार मैंने कुछ किया है जिंदगी में, मैं महंगी कॉफी पी सकता हूँ, मेरे पास मैकबुक है ठीक है, तो वो जो वर्जन है वो उस वर्जन को बेच रहे हो, ठीक है? यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट. सो बेसिकली वही तो जो चाय है दैट इज बेसिकली जस्ट अ बहाना. वो जो बैठने का एनवायरनमेंट है वो जो एंटायर वो चीज है दैट इज द प्रोडक्ट. सो यू आर नॉट सेलिंग द थिंग, यू आर सेलिंग द लेबल ऑन द फीलिंग. ठीक है, मोस्ट पीपल डूइंग ड्रॉप शिपिंग इन इंडिया आर चाय वालों ट्राइंग टू रेज द प्राइसेस. ठीक है, और इसीलिए आपके लिए कभी काम नहीं किया. बिकॉज द थिंग इज इफ यू गो आफ्टर इंक्रीजिंग प्राइस बाय बीइंग अ चाय वाला, अगर कोई भी चाय की तरी, विद नो डिसरिस्पेक्ट टू देम, दे आर वेरी हार्ड वर्किंग, लेकिन अगर वो लोग 500 की चाय बेचेंगे तो कोई नहीं खरीदेगा, 300 की बेचेंगे कोई भी नहीं खरीदेगा, 100 रुपए की बेचेंगे तब भी कोई नहीं खरीदेगा. क्यों? Why? This is the reason. They change the numbers on the menu board and wonder why the queue walks away. Here is the uncomfortable truth. You cannot raise the price of chai. You can only build a table and charge for the chair. I hope that clicks. Okay? Chapter 2, the rickshaw test. A diagnostic you can run on your store in the next 5 minutes for free with nothing but a phone and a man who has seen more human beings in a week than your analytics dashboard will see in a year. ठीक है? Ask someone who has never heard of your store. ठीक है? अपना लैपटॉप बंद करो, stand up from your chair, actually do this. Like try doing this if you want to. You should actually, but you might be somewhere. If you can't, no problem. But yeah, just try doing this once ever. ठीक है? Walk out of your building and find a rickshaw driver waiting for a passenger and show him. ये बैंगलोर में मत करना, नहीं तो यहाँ पे थोड़े लोग गुस्सा हो जाता है. ठीक है? If you're बॉम्बे दिल्ली तो कर सकते हो. ठीक है, बैंगलोर में थोड़े ऑटो वाले थोड़े गुस्सा हो जाते हैं दिल्ली. ठीक है? So I'm from Bangalore, तो yeah. Stand up from your chair. Actually do this. Okay, fine. Find a rickshaw driver waiting for a passenger and show him your hero product on your phone. Before he can guess what it does, ask him this one question in Hindi या बैंगलोर में है तो कनाडा में बोलना, नहीं तो फिर उसके बाद क्या होगा मुझे नहीं पता। ओके, सो या भैया आपके हिसाब से कौन खरीदता है और क्यों? ठीक है, ये तुम तभी भी कर सकते हो जब जब भी नेक्स्ट अपनी कोई भी कैब बुक करो या व्हाटएवर, तभी कर सकते हो, राइट? भैया ये आपके हिसाब से कौन खरीदता है और क्यों? एंड नाउ shut the fuck up, ठीक है, and listen to what that person has to say, ठीक है, and that is the diagnostic, that is the whole thing. उसका आंसर तुम्हें अच्छे से बता देगा कि कौन खरीदेगा. His answer tells you everything you need to know about whether a store is a commodity or a brand, and he did not need a PhD in marketing or a Shopify login or क्या बोलते हैं, rich dad poor dad or any of the whatever the fuck people read, right? I don't know what people read, but yeah. Okay. So case one, the commodity answer. No, he looks at the phone for 2 seconds, shrugs and says something like, अरे ये तो किचन का सामान है, कोई भी खरीद लेगा, और ये तो ट्रिमर है, लड़के लोग खरीदते हैं. Notice what happened. He answered with the product category word, trimmer, kitchen saman, serum, bottle. That is the answer of a man who sees a thing, not a story. And if the rickshaw wala sees a thing, then your customer also sees a thing, because the rickshaw wala is your customer, or at least he's the psychological twin of your customer. And he's doing you the favor of being honest about it because you are not trying to sell him anything. If you got the commodity answer, I have bad news and slightly worse news. The bad news is that you are selling a thing and people do not pay premium prices for things. The slightly worse news is that 50,000 other sellers in India are selling the same thing at the same price to the same rickshawala on the same bloody platform, using the same words, using the same platform, using the same damn website copy and same fucking AI tools. And that's how you think you have got a lot of competition and you're not able to make it. And that's why you can never win the fight, because the fight is already rigged, man. ठीक है, so yeah, कहीं मैं थोड़ा passionate हो जाता हूँ because I'm really passionate about this, ठीक है, तो yeah, please don't mind it. And I'm trying to keep, मैं हिंदी में try कर रहा हूँ, but I cannot make the document in Hindi, otherwise, duh, right? तो document English में ही रहेगा, इसलिए मैंने, I hope that's okay, right? So whatever. Case 2, the story answers. He looks at the phone, pauses, and then says something about a specific kind of a person. ये वो लोग खरीदते हैं जो ऑफिस में बैठ के थक गए हैं, और ये तो जिन आंटी लोगों को अपनी स्किन से टेंशन है उनके लिए है, और ये तो जिनके बच्चे बोर्ड एग्जाम दे रहे हैं उनकी मां खरीदती है. अब कुछ समझ आया? Where am I going with this? The second answer is absolutely fucking gold. That answer means somebody, somewhere in your marketing is accidentally sold a meaning instead of an object. The rickshawala did not pass your features, he passed your story, and he reflected back to you. In one sentence, exactly which kind of human being your story is quietly pointing at. Hold on to that sentence. Tape it above your fucking desk and write your next 3 ads as you are speaking to exactly the person the rickshawala decided to describe, right? You will not believe how much your CAC drops and how much your conversion rate will improve when you stop speaking to everyone and start speaking to the one person your own rickshawala could name. ठीक है? तो basically क्या करना है, जो वो बोलता है उसे सुनो and just fucking shove it down your head, ठीक है? Because this is gold, okay? This is gold. So why this works? The rickshawala is not overthinking your product. He's not running a marketing framework in his head. He's hearing your ad copy, your title, your picture, your price, all at the same time. The way your customer hears it in 2 seconds on a phone while tired. He's the best contaminated pair of eyes you will ever have access to. Use him. You can even tip him 10 rupees or whatever you want, right? And the cheapest customer service you will ever pay for in your life. ठीक है, ये I'll suggest कि तुम actually करो, ठीक है? And you can do this क्या बोलते हैं? Next time you sit in a cab or whatever, ठीक है? So yeah, the embarrassing truth about most stores. The reason most Indian dropshippers fail the rickshaw test is not because their product is bad. It is because their product listing is a spec sheet. Name of item, size, color, material, 3 bullet points, a stock photo, blah blah blah, whatever the fuck. There's no human being in that listing. There's no story. There is no one the rickshawala can point at. So of course he defaults to the next category word. There's nothing else for him to point at. The first homework of this video is to run the rickshaw test, as I said, on a hero product before Saturday. If you do not have a rickshawala, आज सैटरडे खत्म हो गया, बिकॉज एक्चुअली मैंने ये वीडियो मैं सोचा था कि सैटरडे मॉर्निंग में डालूंगा, बट मैं आज दिन में थोड़ा बिजी हो गया था विद माई ओन थिंग्स, तो मैं सुबह को नहीं डाल पाया. सो आई एम रिकॉर्डिंग दिस एट नाइट. तो अब ये संडे को कर लेना, संडे छुट्टी होता है. सो आई होप यू गाइस डू इट. इफ यू डोंट हैव रिक्शा नियर बाय, आस्क सिक्योरिटी गार्ड, किसी को भी, आपकी हाउस हेल्प जो भी है. मम्मी से मत पूछना बिकॉज मम्मीज आर अ बिट बायस्ड एंड या, तो आई वुड रिकमेंड दैट. बट हाँ, मतलब जो न्यूट्रल लोग मिलेंगे, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड, हाउस हेल्प से पूछ सकते हो, अपने ड्राइवर की से भी, ऑटो वाले से पूछ सकते हो. They'll help you. The point is to ask a human who is not contaminated by your own brain. Then listen to the first sentence. The sentence is the raw material of every good ad you will ever write. Okay? The 3 questions they are actually asking. Your customer has never, not once in the history of Indian e-commerce, silently asked, is this product worth 1,999? They are asking 3 completely different questions, and if your store does not answer all 3, it does not matter how good the offer is. They are gone. What your customer is really thinking. Here is the hard truth. Your customer has never, not once, opened your ad and asked, is this product worth the money? This is the question on your product page because you put it there. It is the question your bullet points are trying to answer. It is the question your comparison table pretends to be about, but the customer is not even asking it. Nobody is asking it. Not one person in the history of the Indian internet has silently evaluated a 199 trimmer on its technical merits. They are running 3 completely different questions in 2 seconds between opening your ad and closing it. Nobody told them to ask these questions. Nobody taught them. The questions are evolutionary. They are based on our evolutionary history has shaped up. And there's a very good book that is called Evolutionary Psychology by David M. Buss. If you want to read that, you can read it. It's a very expensive book, but yeah, if you want to read it, you can read it. Read it. I don't believe there is any price to knowledge, so it's a very good book. So you should read. The questions are social. The questions are about identity and drive and fear of looking stupid later. And if your store does not answer all 3 of them in the first school, the customer is already gone, and you may paid Meta 170 rupees to reach them for now. So जैसे मैं पहले बता रहा था, it's about identity. ठीक है, तो वही है. Who am I becoming with this product? If I buy this, मतलब कस्टमर को ये समझ आना चाहिए कि मैं जब खरीदूंगा तो जो भी बनना चाहता हूँ, जहाँ पे मैं पहुँचना चाहता हूँ, right? I'm actually going there. And please excuse me, I'm opening a can of Coke because my mouth is, dried as fuck by just yapping for 14 minutes, right? So, by the way, it's not sugar wala Coke, it's Diet Coke. Not to say that Diet Coke is healthy, लेकिन again वही बात. मेरे को Diet Coke ने ये analogy दी है यार. Diet Coke पियो, healthy है relatively. Coke से तो मैं पी रहा हूँ. लेकिन technically none of them are healthy. ठीक है. So who am I buying? Who am I becoming if I buy this? Every purchase in India is a quite identity vote. Women looking at a 1499 face serum is not evaluating the niacinamide concentration. This is an ingredient if you don't know. She is silently checking whether this bottle matches the version of her she is trying to become in the next 6 months. The slightly older, slightly more put together, slightly less tired version. If the bottle looks like future me, she will pay 2,500 rupees without thinking. If the bottle looks like a random dropshipping SKU might get judged for, she will not pay 400 also. The landing page has to answer that identity question without the customer noticing it is the question. This is hard, this is why most people stuck at 599 and will be stuck at 599, 699, 799, whatever the fuck. And they are trying to close a sale when they could be trying to cast a roll. What will my people see when I hold this? Indians do not buy alone. Not at 9 in the morning, not at 2 in the night. There is always a phantom audience in the room. The mother-in-law, the co-worker in school who is doing better financially, the 3 friends in the college WhatsApp group, the cousin who always notices everything. When the customer imagines unboxing a product, they are simultaneously imagining themselves showing it to someone. यार मैंने ये लिया है, मैंने ना ये लिया था, ये ऐसा है, मेरे को मजा आया, इसकी वजह से मैं ऐसा हो गया हूँ, इसकी वजह से मैं ऐसी हो गई हूँ. ये हमारा actual behavior है. ठीक है, this is the behavior of typical, people who buy your product, the upper middle class या जो भी middle class होता है, उनका यही behaving pattern होता है. ठीक है कि यार मैं ना इसको दिखाऊंगी कि मैंने ये लिया है. ठीक है, so वो एक बहुत important perception होता है that you have to understand. ठीक है, and of course choosing not to show it because it looks cheap. अगर ये feeling जा रही है, then it's obviously not going to work. That choice to show or hide is the real conversion event. And it is happening entirely inside the customer's head before they ever click your buy button. और ये कैसे होता है? By the quality of your product page, by the quality of your funnel, by the quality of your product, and those kind of things. ठीक है? Cheap looking packaging loses a sale even when the product is good. Instagram friendly packaging loses a sale even when the product is average. This is not fair. This is also the game. ठीक है? A customer is going to post your product on the story is worth 5 times the customer is going to hide in your product. Design for the story, not the storage. ठीक है? Next thing, will I regret buying this in next 6 months? This is the most powerful and most rejected question in Indian e-commerce. Future regret, not present pain. The customer is not running a cost-benefit analysis in the present tense. They are running a regret avoidance analysis in the future tense. They are imagining themselves 6 months from now on, looking back and wondering whether the version of them that did not buy this will be stupid about it. Okay. Most dropshippers try to solve this with a fake countdown timer and that bouncy buy now, order now button नहीं होता वो. Okay, this is not what moves the customer. This just drives them away. What moves the customer is a quiet line that plants the seed of future regret. Something like, in 6 months you will either still be waking up tired or you will have stopped. That is the whisper that the customer waters the seed themselves on the way back to their cart. You do not have to keep watering it. Okay? A landing page that answers all the questions In the first poll is a landing page that converts at 2 to 3 times the rate of landing page that answers only one. Most Indian dropshippers answer 0 of the 3. They write product pages that answer what does this do and how much does this cost, and wonder why the add to cart rate is dying. Those are not the questions the customer is asking, they never were. Okay? Now, again, next very interesting thing, the Shadi test. Okay? So, this is the most embarrassing test in this video, by the way, so be prepared. You cannot pass it with the spec tests. You cannot pass it with the price drop, you can only pass it by knowing in one sentence who your product is actually for and what it actually does to your life. One sentence at a Sangeet. Imagine you are at your cousin's Shadi, Sangeet night, party ho rahi hai, drinks on the table, hole in the background, auntie judging everyone from a safe distance, gossip chal rahi hai, a distant relative, the kind you see once every 3 or 4 years में गायब हो जाता है, walks up to you and asks the inevitable Indian question, अच्छा बेटा आजकल क्या कर रहे हो तुम, ठीक है, and तुम बोलते हो कि यार मैं ना ऑनलाइन स्टोर चलाता हूँ, and उनका फेस लाइट अप हो जाता है, and although most cases में होगा नहीं, लेकिन चलो मान लिया कि हो गया, ठीक है, और फिर inevitably वो तुमसे पूछेंगे, ओ वाह क्या बेचते हो तुम, ठीक है, and now before you read the next paragraph, I want you to actually say out loud, when empty room or to whoever is sitting next to you right now, what you would answer. Actually do it, I'm not joking, and do not keep reading until you have said the sentence out loud. The whole test breaks if you do it in your head. Good. Now imagine the sentence you just said. Did it contain the product category word? As in, did you say I sell trimmers, or I sell skincare products, or I sell kitchen gadgets, or I sell home decor? There's something you can do yourself, okay? I say you just failed the sharp test. Sadly, the relative's eye glazed over in the first 4 words. Did not politely and started drifting toward the buffet. Khana khane chala gaya, okay? Because yeah, that's not a word. They will not remember your store tomorrow. They'll not tell their daughter about it next month. You just have 30 seconds of the best word of mouth marketing money cannot buy, and you just wasted it on a category word. What the passing sentence sounds like? A passing sentence, just like the rickshaw test, does not sound name the product category, it names a person, a moment, and a feeling. Here are 3 examples, all real and all possible different kind of stores. I said like he that 30-year-old guys buy when they move off their mother's house for the first time realize the paratha at home tasted different for a reason. ठीक है, तो जो लोग कहते हैं यार तुम वो ऑयल में पराठा बना लो, ठीक है, तो ये उनके लिए है जो घी में पराठा बनाना पसंद करते हैं, जो ये मानते हैं कि यार घी का पराठा में ना अलग ही स्वाद होता है, पता, ठीक है. I sell the kadha that mothers buy at 11 PM when the kid has a sore throat and she's tired of the stuff at the chemist not working by morning, ठीक है. रात की 11 बजे मम्मी को जब उठ के काढ़ा बनाना पड़ता है बच्चों के लिए, ठीक है, मैं उनके लिए एक पर्टिकुलर चीज देता हूँ. I don't know why I'm translating it, but yeah, whatever. I hope you understand, right? I sell the trimmer that college boys buy the night before their first campus placement interview because they finally looked at themselves in the mirror and got scared. You get where I'm going with this, okay? Notice what is missing. No product category word, no ingredient list, no price, no bullet points, just a person and a moment in that person's life, okay? That is the whole game. If you can tell your rishtedar at a shadi what do you sell without ever saying the product category word, you have a real store. If you cannot, you are sadly, my friend, in 499 hell, and the hell is not the market's fault. It is the sentence's fault. This week, sit down and write the shadi sentence for your hero product. One sentence, no category word, no person, a moment, a quiet feeling. Okay? Then write your entire product page around the sentence, not around the feature. Not around the price, not around the sentence. This may be the highest return hour of work you will put into your store this year and cost you nothing except the willingness to stop sounding like a fucking specification sheet. A product is what is inside the box. A brand is the sentence anyone can say about it at a wedding without sounding like they work at a warehouse. ठीक है, ये चीज याद रखना. The honest close. Okay, so this is the end of almost the end. Not really, and यहाँ पे भी और है, but. Yeah, if you liked the video, यहाँ तक, where a long video would try to close you hard with a countdown and a screaming banner. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you exactly who is it for and who should ignore it. Okay. So अगर तुमने यहाँ तक video देखा है, then that means you definitely have very good attention span, and I congratulate you for that because video में कोई editing नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था. It was just pure sauce. So yeah, इसीलिए मैं इसमें editing नहीं डालता because this level of sauce is only deserved by people who have the attention span to actually watch it. ठीक है. तो coming back to the point, मेरे अगर तुम्हें ये वीडियो अच्छी लगी, if you think you learned something new, which I hope you did because I have shared some incredible sauce here, ठीक है, तो you can even imagine मैं अपने प्रोग्राम में क्या क्या सिखाता हूँ, ठीक है, and it's not a cohort, it is a one-to-one coaching with me, ठीक है, ऐसे ही हम लोग कॉल्स पे आएंगे and we'll be teaching you live, ठीक है, of course रिकॉर्डिंग चीज़ें भी रहेगी, ठीक है, because एक ही चीज़ बार बार रिगर्गेट करने का मतलब नहीं है, but every call पे you learn something new, you learn something interesting depending on तुम किस चीज़ पे stuck हो, obviously, ठीक है, and the thing is that you'll have 12 calls with me, and before even starting हम लोग एक goal set करेंगे तुम्हारे लिए, डिपेंडिंग ऑन योर बजट और जो भी बेस स्किल है, एंड 3 months तक we'll go after it, we'll hit it, एंड अगर हम नहीं हिट करते हैं then we'll keep working till you do for absolutely free. ठीक है, and yeah, as I said, it's 1-to-1 with me, no group, ये वो, ठीक है. Of course, like एक मैं सोच रहा हूँ Discord server बनाऊँ जहाँ पे ये, because it's very high filter. You fill in the form, then I come on the call, I call, I see if you qualify, only then you get in the program. So it's very filtered, as I said, because I've got limited time to work, ठीक है, on this whilst I'm transitioning, ठीक है. तो इसलिए I don't want any यार मेरे को 10,000 में dropshipping करनी, वो वाले लोग मुझे नहीं चाहिए, ठीक है. So एकदम top quality people, right? So that is why it's very limited, and it's just the best program, I would say, that has come in the market, and it will be right. So yeah, let's just go through exactly और क्या है. And yeah, so I run a private coaching for people doing dropshipping, not a school community, ठीक है, not a Discord group, not some random bullshit. 1-to-1 with me. We take your actual story, actual whatever you have problem in your account, your product, and you run them through the full playbook that I share in the program. And you bring the store, I bring the sentences that fix it. Okay? What we actually do on the calls is the uncomfortable surgeon nobody else will do with you. We build your report, we build your product page around the Shadi sentence जो मैंने अभी भी समझा. We write your ad angles around the 3 questions your customer is actually asking. We audit your pricing against what your table actually communicates. We redesign it because भैया चाय की ठेली पे 500 की चाय बेचोगे तो कोई नहीं खरीदेगा, right? So how do you go from being a चाय की ठेली to being a Starbucks? Until the rickshaw wala outside your building would describe it without using the category word. Okay, that is the whole job. So who is this exactly for? You already have a store, you already have spent at least, like 50,000, 1 lakh rupees on ads. You have thought that does this even work? And maybe you have done some revenue as well, लेकिन loss हो गया है, ठीक है. Why is nothing scaling this? You are tired of watching random Indian dropshipping YouTube. भाई यार, I tried 5,500 में dropshipping challenge, I tried 1,000 रुपए में dropshipping challenge, I tried Indian drop. If you're tired of watching this bullshit, you're welcome. You're welcome to this channel, right? And you're willing to be told the truth about your story in a way nobody on your Instagram feed is ever going to tell you. Complete beginner, and this is not for people. I said exactly this. Complete beginners who have never launched a store. As a matter of fact, I just rejected one person on call today on Facebook. I cannot work with you because we're just so underconfident, right? So people looking for it, done for you service. People who want a 7-day crore course. People who think the answer is the new ad hack or the new strategy or any of that crap. People who are not willing to do the homework between the calls. I will be direct with you, and you need to actually want that. Okay? 1-on-1, no cohort, no fluff, no bullshit. Okay? So description में एक link है. Type form key, you can apply there, and if you qualify, then we'll get on an onboarding call with you to see if you qualified. And अगर you do, उसके बाद भी ठीक है, then हम लोग जो है we'll start with the program. As I said, we'll set out a goal for you, and if you don't hit it, then we'll keep working till you do. And since यहाँ तक वीडियो देखी है, तो I have one final chapter. इसलिए मैंने तभी बोला कि last chapter because I know a lot of people would click off after that. So this is for the ones who have actually stayed till here. Let's go. This is very juicy. One last thought before I let you go. A thought I wanted to carry into the next store you open, the next product you test, and the next ad you write or launch, whatever you do, whether you ever talk to me again or not. ठीक है? मतलब कभी फिर मेरा वीडियो, I mean, I hope you watch it because, well, yeah, but whatever. ठीक है? I'm telling you the stuff I've shared in this video, you will not find in like courses worth 20, 30, 40, 50,000, you pay. This like single video is worth more than that, to be really honest. Because if you understand मैंने इस वीडियो में जो भी बताया अच्छे से, and you actually implement it, your like direction is going to change. Stop selling things, start selling tables. Okay? Every morning, somewhere in India, a person picks up their phone, opens a shopping app, and decides to spend 2,100 rupees on something they could not have named yesterday. That purchase is not a mastery. It is not luck. It is not the algorithm being in a good mood that morning. It is a label on a feeling. It is a story somebody told well. It is the rickshaw wala answering the right question. It is the rishtedar at the sangeet leaning forward instead of walking to the buffet. It is the rishtedar getting jealous of you कि यार ये बंदा कुछ तो कर रहा है, ठीक है? It is a woman quickly imagining the version of herself that does not wake up tired anymore. It is a college boy looking at his reflection the night before an interview and getting scared. It is a mother at 11 p.m. who has been reading the back of a chemist bottle for 3 minutes and has quietly decided that she does not trust it. This is what you are selling. You are not selling the product. You are never selling the product. You are selling the table and the chair, the quiet decision a human being makes in the 2 seconds between opening your ad and closing it. Okay? The chai wala sells the chai, the 5-star sells the tablecloth. Pick which one you are tonight. Okay? So go back to your store right now, open your hero product page, read the first sentence, ask yourself, it is a sentence about the product or a sentence about the person holding the phone. If it is about the product, change it before you go to sleep tonight. That change alone, no new ads, no new offers, nothing, is a single highest return per hour you will spend on your store this month. Okay? Go run the rickshaw test, go run the shadi test. Okay? go answer the 3 questions that I said, put in the work, this is the real work, and does not cost you everything. It will matter more than anything else. I could have told you on a Tuesday afternoon, but it's actually Saturday, but whatever. जब मैं लिख रहा था तुम पता नहीं मैं क्या ही कर रहा था. But yeah, you're not in the dropshipping business. You're in the business of telling someone what their own life could feel like and pricing the distance between here and there. ठीक है? So that's it for this video. And I'm going to be uploading next 6 days continuously SIC snippets from my program. ठीक है? And yeah. ठीक है? So I hope you guys like the video and you can stay subscribed to the channel because next 6 videos जो है, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. ठीक है? I don't get filmy है, लेकिन ये बस ट्रेलर था. You have no idea the amount of sauce that's coming at you guys in the next 6 days. ठीक है? So I'll see you there. Thanks for watching and bye bye.
If you're thinking about who am I to talk on this topic, I've spent over 2,35,000 a day for one of my Shopify brands, and with a ROAS of 3.097, I have to go and watch them. In this video, I'll tell you all will still be a bit expensive, so I'll be launching a Discord community with a monthly access kind of thing soon, so that a lot more people can join and access and get to do calls with me. You will be getting 1 call per week with me. It will not be one-to-one, like a group call, but obviously we'll limit the thing and I'll let you know when I launch it. You can just comment. You can comment something and to let me know that you are waiting for it. Anyway, so getting back to the topic. Why I have written the bullet points down that I want to talk about. So that's the thing. Why 99% of Indian dropshipping stores fail. Obviously that's the topic. So businesses don't fail, people do. Keep this in your mind at all times. Now, what do I mean by this? So the thing is, you might have heard at many places or seen somewhere that it's 99% or 95% of business fail, blah blah blah. But it's not the businesses that fail; it's the people who. Okay, the reason I say that is I'll give you a very good example. Okay, so the thing is, people have perspectives. Okay, perspective is basically, I would say, smaller brother of the word paradigm. Paradigm is basically the lens through which you view something. Okay, so you're viewing video with a certain paradigm about me, like, okay, I trust this guy because he has established authority by showing that he has spent 2,35,000 a day on Meta ads for Indian e-commerce, so that is why you're listening to. So you have a paradigm about me that I can trust this guy because I built authority by showing you I've done this and this, and that is why you should listen to me. Just like that in any form of business. The thing is, there are paradigms about many things. There are paradigms about paradigms. Like how do you view a paradigm? There are paradigms about this cup of coffee. Some people might not like coffee at all. Some people might hate me because they don't like coffee and they think people who drink coffee are crazy. Now these all are things, are what you call paradigms. And I also just like David Off. I mean, I like Nescafe as well, but I think David Off is pretty good. So that's a certain paradigm I have about coffee, that I think David Off coffee is the best, right? And you can have paradigms about anything and anything. And the thing is, what generally ends up happening is people put their personal paradigm, into the business when they start doing the business. Like, for example, people have paradigms that India has a very high COD RTO rate, or India mein prepaid kam aata hai, or whatever. These are certain paradigms people have about Indian e-commerce or Indian dropshipping. Now, not all of them are objectively wrong, okay? Because the thing is, some parts of it is true. But this entire paradigm, what ends up happening, shapes the entire decision. Because I think that Indian market has a lot of RTO. They try to avoid it, but in the accordance of trying to avoid it, what they end up doing is that they are the ones who suffer most RTO. Whereas, for example, when I started, I never really thought about RTO. I just had it once, and then I was like, fuck it, this is the first thing I'm gonna solve. And then I solved it by just doing some shipping and trying some things out. So if you just have the correct paradigm and you don't accept it, okay, then you can change it. But the thing is, most people don't realize that they have a paradigm. This is where a meta paradigm comes in. I realize that people have a paradigm in Indian e-commerce that that the dropshipping, the RTO is very high, prepaid is less. I didn't get this, let this become my paradigm, because I knew that this is just a misconception that people have. They can be prepaid. There are 50% people who are doing prepaid. This is like 1 year back, and there are people who get 80-85%, 90%. So I know I can make it happen, and that is the paradigm I had, and that is why it ended up happening with me. And because I was aware of this entire thing, didn't really I didn't let that creep into my thought process. But what generally ends up happening is people are not aware of this fact, and they don't realize that they have a paradigm. And the problem is they have a lot of wrong paradigms, okay? And then that entire paradigm shapes the entire decision making, because the paradigm shapes your thoughts shapes your the way you act and behave, and the way you act and behave shapes your results, okay? And that is the reason why 99%, in a nutshell, not in a nutshell, but basically why a lot of people fail, like in the mindset part of things, because they just have a lot of wrong things fed up in their head, and that's basically a thing, okay? Now, if you come into the practicality of things, that is delivery, RTO, cash flow, and supplier issues, then yeah, that there are some genuine issues, because the thing is, dropshipping platforms like Roposo and all that. There was one dropshipping platform called Source-in-Fi back in the days, which was pretty good, but then that suddenly got closed for some reason. So yeah, but Roposo Cloud, I don't know, it works for some people. For me, it never really works. I don't really have it with them. Then you have other 3PLs like Fulfill or whatever the hell, and they have a lot of fees and they don't really do things properly. There's a lot of bureaucracy and stuff. So this is a genuine problem that I totally understand. I have dealt with, and I have come up with some solutions for this, and I'll give them. This is what I have been doing. This is what I did personally, and I think it worked pretty well for me. So yeah, I'll just let you know as well. So yeah, the thing is, the way you get, let's start with the first issue, that is the delivery part. So the thing is, delivery doesn't start when the delivery boy is out for delivery. Now you might think, what the hell is this guy saying? I'm a bit crazy, but no, I'm not crazy. What I mean to say is that the delivery of the product, the delivery percentage of the product is decided right from the product itself. It's not when the delivery boy starts, takes your product out for delivery. No, delivery percentage is not decided that day. Delivery percentage is decided the day you choose the product and you start advertising. The reason I say that is because the product you pick, the ads that you create, the websites that you make, the copy that you make, everything decides the delivery of your product. Do you know why? Because all these things combined decides the quality of your audience. Okay, if you go and sell something for $4.99, will attract audience that can only buy the stuff for $4.99. And if you're selling something for $4.99, you're obviously going to make very crappy ads, very crappy copywriting. You won't give proper care to that. You'll just rip off stuff from here and there, and you'll do that. And you're like, fuck, I'm getting RTO. And that's because you're just attracting crappy audience, tier 2, 3 audience, and that is not to make a lot of tier 3 audience, and that is why you're getting a lot of RTO. As simple as that. So now obviously you can't just increase the price to 5,000 and you expect to get South Bombay audience. That doesn't happen. if your price is 5,000, everything in accordance has to be of 5,000, worth of 5,000, the website, the graders. So first thing what I'll suggest to do is don't make Hindi ads, okay, or any regional language ads. Make the ads in English. Now please don't get offended by this, but English ads generally attract higher quality of audience. This is what at least personally I have seen. If you go into local, unless your product is something that solves problem for tier 2 audience, just don't make ads in regional languages, whether that be any language. Make them in English. That will attract relatively higher quality audience. Okay, now just doing this won't really solve your RTO issue. It's a lot of things combined. I'm talking. Make the ads in English. And by the way, that 2,35,000 that I spent in a single day on a single Shopify brand of mine, that was all from English ads. None of the ads were in Hindi or Marathi or Gujarati or Kannada or any of those. None of those ads. All of them were in English. Okay, and not surprisingly, even then, most of my purchases were from Mumbai, were from Bangalore, were from Hyderabad, were from depths of Karnataka like Mysore, and Mysore is not really that depth, but basically it still attracted the quality people there. But what ends up happening is if you go and start talking region, it will automatically just target people who can just understand that. So they don't understand the website, they don't understand the funnel properly, they don't understand anything. And because Meta is designed in such a way that it wants you to spend the most amount of money on its platform, that is why it will optimize for most amount of purchases. Okay, and that is why it's not just the Hindi or the regional language ad. The entire thing is set up like that. So just imagine showing that ad and giving that to someone in South Bombay. They will straight up understand that it's a scam and they won't buy it. So it has to show it to a very, very premature audience who will not realize that, okay, this might not be good, and and they'll still buy. And when it comes, they're like, bro, I don't have the money to buy it, so they'll just RTO it. Okay, so you have to understand how Meta thinks, and because it optimizes for purchases, you are still going to get purchase. That is why in this case what you'll see is if you find a product that is not working, you will see 20 ROAS, 30 ROAS, 15 ROAS, 10 ROAS. But when you talk about delivery, it's not even 15, 20, 30%. This is the reason why. Okay, so that's the ads part of things. Now the thing is, once you fix your ad, which is the most important part, okay, what you got to do next is, so once that is ordered, I think, yeah, it starts with the product, obviously. So see, the thing is, you can technically make any product work, but when you have not made, I would say, your initial 30-40 lakhs a revenue, don't try to do that. The reason I say that is because you don't understand anything, and what you should do is, I'll be talking about later on in the video, when to make your initial few lakhs, I'll talk about it. Trying to provide value here. It starts with the product. So find a good product. Okay, find a good product is something that is not a random kitchen gadget or a random. Just think. If you were, I don't know what example to give, but let's say if you're a South Bombay or South Delhi audience, would you buy a scamming kitchen gadget? No, you would not. Okay, so what you need to realize is there are two ways to succeed in business. Okay, either you sell something to millions of people at a very low price, or you sell something at a very high price to a few amount of people. And this is kind of the second row that I'm doing is through my consulting thing, because many people, they charge a bit less. But what I don't want like 100 people or 10 people or 20 people, even 50 people for that matter. I just want maybe 10 people a month, because that's the capacity I have, and because of that the supply is less, so the demand will go high, right? That's a separate concept. I'm just going a bit over all of what I mean to say is that this is, I think, something that you might have heard from a lot of big players, that you can either sell something to a lot of people at a very low price, or you can sell to few people and at a very high price. The problem with the former one, selling something for very cheap to millions of people, is that you need to have a lot of capital to begin. Now, this is not something that people will tell you, but I'm telling you. The reason being is that if you're selling something like a cup to, for example, 100,000 people, and you're selling it for, like, for example, $5, that's $500,000 in revenue. Even if you're making, $1 in profit, that's still, how much is it? $1 is a bit too much. I think maybe you're making, like, let's say 5 cents in profit. Okay, $25,000 in profit. Okay, the reason I talk in dollars is something I've explained in this video. You can watch it. It's $25,000. Okay, but the thing is, to make this $25,000 in net profit, you need to have the inventory and the money to buy 5,000 units of this. Then you have to advertise it. Then you need to, sell it, and shipping and blah, 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 everything. Okay. And the thing is, we are not selling in the United States, we are selling in India. So everything, is mostly COD. So the cash flow cycle is pretty long, right? And this is where people go wrong, as to they go after volume. Okay. They think that, if I sell something for cheap and if I sell 10,000 of it, a lot of people are going to buy. But what you don't realize is you're going to need a shit ton of selling capital to do that, and you don't have that, right? This is the reason why any big player like Ambani or anyone can just come into a business and just destroy all the competition, because they can sell something for a very cheaper price, especially in India, because it's a very price sensitive economy. They can just come off at a very lower price and just destroy everyone, because they have the sitting capital to do that, and eventually you're going to be profitable, obviously. But the thing is, as I said, you need to have a lot of sitting capital, and that is why I don't recommend doing this, because we are building completely bootstrap business, and I feel that is the best way to build a business. I really don't like the concept of having investors and investing on board, because the thing is, at that point I'm building my company, that I want to have the freedom, and I want to be the boss, not have like random people telling me what the hell to do. And plus, I feel like when you have investors in the company, it just creates a perceptory delusion that you have the money, but you don't really have any money. You're in loss, apparently valued at millions, so it doesn't make sense. So I just don't like this concept. I like to be completely bootstrapped. If that means growing a bit slow, I'm okay with that. I don't want to grow to $500 billion. $5 billion in like 5 years, and then like in the next 10 years the company doesn't even exist, which is basically 99% of Indian startups, right? I would rather grow to $5 billion over the span of 20 years and actually exist, for the next 100 years. I would rather do that, basically. That's the thing. So that is basically explaining to you why this concept doesn't work. And the problem is 90% of people start in Indian dropshipping or e-commerce with this mindset, and that is why they get wrong. So when I said that 99% of dropshipping stores fail, it was actually a lot of reasons, not just one reason. That is why I said the video is going to be long, and as you can see, we're just on the now what happens is, when you do the opposite thing, that is selling to a small quantity of people, everything comes and boils down to your skills. And the beauty of skills is that it can be learned with time. You don't need money to learn skills. Okay, now obviously you need some sort of a capital, but I'm not going to give you any directions as to what you should do. But you can always find everything on the internet for free. Everything is there on the internet for free. You just need to know how to find them. Don't use Google, use DuckDuckGo, use Yahoo, use other search engines, okay? Because Google has a tendency to hide something. But there are websites for purposes, I can't name any of those things. I can't name what I'm trying to tell you here, but I want you to succeed. And I'm telling you, if you want to succeed, you will have to do some of the gray shade things. The reason I don't really call them bad things, they are in a gray area, because the thing is, see, you don't have the money to buy them. Whereas if you learn something, and let's say you don't pay for it, whatever, and you end up making money, then obviously you're going to go and buy that course, or buy that whatever the hell you just got for free, which you're not supposed to get for free. And you'll always be grateful, and you are, like, as a second order consequence of you doing that, you are indirectly contributing to the economy a lot more than you were before, by just being a good moral person. Right. Now, obviously, there's a limit to this. Like, don't obviously go and ruin people's businesses. That's not what I'm trying to tell here. I'm just trying to give you a perspective here as to that people make that thing seem as if you're the biggest enemy, but it doesn't really have to be like that. You're just doing your thing. It's not really bad. Okay. So there's that. So learn the skills. Learn how do you market to actual people, because the thing is, if I can sell to people in South Bombay or South Delhi or whatever, I can tell you can sell to in the US also, because obviously the US market is a bit more mature still, but the thing is, the amount of selling that you have to do is more or less the same. The skills you need to have is obviously a bit less in India. In foreign it gets even more. You need to have a lot more. But the thing is, you can at least make your first few lakhs doing that. Okay? And the beauty of this is you don't need a lot of money, and the chances of you going in loss is very, very less because you have very good margins. Like let's say you're getting something for 200, 300 and selling it for like 2500. Okay? So obviously you are very profitable on the first order itself. Okay, whereas let's say you're selling for getting for something for 200 and you're selling it for like 700-800. Bro, you'll be barely making any margins. Obviously you'll apparently show a lot of revenue and you'll be, you're doing thousands of orders per month, but you're not really making any profit. Whereas if you just sell even 20 units of something, like let's say selling for 2499, getting it for like let's say all the costs included costs like 450. Okay, so firstly let's say even if you're getting 60% delivery, which is the bare minimum, like you can get if you're selling for something that's expensive, you will get 60-70% delivery. Okay, so it's 1499 in delivered revenue, okay, minus 450 in the cogs. Let's say you spend 700 getting this person on board, you're making 350 rupees net profit. Okay, 350 rupees, and it won't really cost you 700 to be really honest. It'll cost you like 500 to get that customer. That is what it costs me. My cost back. Okay, obviously at very high scale it goes up to like 6, 7, 800, but then that's where you make money with volume. But we're not trying to do that, right? So the thing is, you have to buy a lot less inventory. You have to spend a lot less on ads, and in return you're making a lot more profit, which is what matters in the beginning, because you have to make a lot more profit, and the profit to revenue ratio has to be very, very high in the beginning, because you can't do much of revenue because you don't have the budget to do that. Once you have the budget to do that, you can increase your revenue and bring your profit. Your profit can deviate a bit from the revenue, because by the sheer volume of the revenue you are making up for the profit, right? So that's the thing. Okay, I hope I'm clear. So I would say this is the thing. And so product, ads, then the website. People make random Chinese photo websites, whatever the fuck, and then end up buying. Who the hell is gonna buy it? I think I gave you a very good example, perspective, that just think, would someone from South Bombay or South Delhi would buy this? If they would, you're good with it. If they won't, your website is probably trash, whatever. It's really bad. Okay, so just don't do it. Yeah, as simple as that. Okay, so and then you have supplier issues. Yeah, so that is a very genuine issue that when you're starting, or even if you're doing decent numbers, like maybe let's say like 50,000-60,000 a day, and you're like you don't have a proper supplier and everything in place, you don't have a trusted someone. In that case, I can help you, because I have my supplier that I have worked with over 1.5 years now. We have done a lot of revenue together, we've done a lot of stuff together, and that spend that I did 2 lakhs around a day, that was also via his everything. So I can give you his contact, but obviously, and for free, by the way, I won't charge anything for that, because I feel like this is something that a lot of people struggle with. People who are at zero, people who are at even lakhs struggle with. So I feel like if you have a proper supplier who can pack and store the stuff for you, it would really, really help you with the business. So what you can do is you can fill the Google form in the description, and you can just fill in the details, and the supplier will reach out to you. His name is Umang. So, and if you are thinking water is going to be very expensive and blah blah blah, so no, it won't. It will just be 50 rupees for packing plus warehousing. Okay, you will obviously have to ship the orders and delivery and everything, whatever you end up using. You will have to use that and generate levels and then, but the packing and warehousing charge for any product, most of the products, unless the product is very heavy or big, it will be 50 rupees. I have locked the deal with him. For all of you guys, he is not going to charge you more. By the way, he charges 70, 80, 90 rupees, so I just told him, no, you have to fix that 50, and we have got the deal for you, all of you. And if you're thinking, why am I giving it to you for free? Now, I won't lie to you, mera bahut dil kar raha tha to do something. No. The thing is, we are all here to make money, but obviously I won't charge anything from it, because I said I feel this is a problem that everyone has, and it would really be helpful to everyone if they get a proper supplier who can pack and store the stuff for them. Very trustable, right? And he's Gujarati, by the way. So I think that will help a lot. So I won't take anything from you for this thing, nor will he charge anything extra from you. We have locked the price at 50 for most products, until the product is very heavy or very big, like where he has to get more materials and stuff. In that case, it will increase by a bit, like 10-20 rupees. He'll let you know that. But for 90% of the products, it will be 50 rupees, and you don't have to pay anything extra. I won't take anything extra from this. I have my own charger set with him, for all the referrals I do. That's a separate thing that I will be charging from him. You don't have to pay anything extra. Okay. So yeah, I just told you honestly, because I don't think there's any point in lying ki bhai mera I don't have any commission. Obviously I have been working with him. He makes money, I make money, you guys make money. We're all here to make money, right? So why lie about it? Anyway, so that's the supply part sorted. I think he's a very good guy. You can work with him. Done. Okay. So now let's talk about website funnels, and how do you make a good website, how do you make a good ads, and how do you find a good product, and all of that. How to make good websites, good converting websites. So firstly, don't overstress on home pages or blah blah blah. Just overstress on the product pages, because you can easily go to 0 to 50, 60 lakhs a month with just the product page, right? So just focus on making a good product page. What you got to do is that it has to look in a proper color scheme. Okay, you can use I don't know, I feel because I think if you're starting out, you don't really have the budget for AI website builders or whatever, so I won't really recommend one. What you can potentially do is you can use a extension called Gem Pages. Okay, it's a very good extension and it gives you one website for free, so you can use that. And what you can do is you can use Claude Code, okay, and you can tell it to, you can give it some inspiration from foreign websites, from foreign brand. Don't tell it to like rip it off, don't do that. You can tell it to take some inspiration and then craft a very good website for you, custom code it. Okay, and then you take all that code and then you put it into Gem Pages. Bam, you have got a product page ready, which is better than 99% of your competition. I should not be revealing this sauce for free, but just trying to provide some value here, okay? And you get one like product page for free in Gem Pages. So yeah, you can just use that until you're making some money to buy it. Yeah, you can publish it and ready to scale, okay? And now we have got crappy ads. Yeah, so the thing is, the way you make good ads is, well, a lot of things, to be honest, not just one thing. So I can't simplify it as the website part. But what I'll suggest in the beginning is don't try and go about being 100% original with your ads, because you don't really know what a good ad looks like. You don't know how to write marketing, how to do marketing, how to write copy, how to do any of that. So what I would suggest instead is, see what ads are working in international and just see what hooks are common, what holds are common, what CTA, CTRs are common, and what you do is that you rip them off, but like don't just take the same ad and start running it. Put some effort. What that will also do is help you learn why the hell is this ad converting. Try to get two hooks together, put it in the same video, try to mix and match the whole and CTO and the hook of some other video. Try to mix and match and play unless you get a winning ad. And the way you test that, a lot of people might have this question, is not through, it depends on the budget. Now obviously if you're watching this video till here, I don't think you are someone who has like 10,000 rupees budget, you have got decent budget. The way we test ads is, please stop using ABO. Don't use ABO. ABO is bullshit. It's going to ruin your, I would say, money. It's going to waste your money. We use only CBO campaigns. The reason is simple, is that I was also a hardcore ABO advocate a few months back, like 4-5 months back. But what I realized in the past 2-3 months is that ABO doesn't really help you do anything. It's just good for people who have got like 10,000 rupees budget and they want to go do something, but it's not really good. If you have like 1 lakh budget, if you've got a decent budget, just don't use ABO because it is not going to help you. The thing is, I'll give you a very good perspective here, is that Meta has an algorithm which has millions and millions and billions of data entry points every day where it analyzes a lot of ads. So it already knows if an ad is good or bad before it even starts spending on it, and it most likely knows that if the ad is going to perform or not. Okay, so when you upload an ad in your ads manager, like let's say you uploaded 10 ads in the CBO campaign in one ad set or whatever, and you see that only one of the ad or 2 of the ad or 3 of the ad is getting spent, that means all your other ads are bad, are horribly bad, they're really bad. Just that is why they're not getting spent. Now a lot of people, they think that I made my ad very good and blah blah blah. And I think this is where a lot of psychology comes into place, which is where my next video is coming, that 5 books that made me gross at 18, which is where I talk about a book called Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday. It's a very good book, you should all read it. People let their egos come into play, ki bhai, I made this ad with so much effort, why is it Meta is really bad? Bro, Meta is smarter than you, yaar. It spends billions and billions and trillions of dollars making that algorithm, spending on ads and making people billions and billions of dollars. Why the fuck would you think you're smarter than a fucking algorithm that spends so much of money, right? So it is, see, as I said, Meta as a platform, why the hell would it not want you to make money? Because it wants you to spend money on that platform so that they can make money. Okay, it's a capitalist economy we live in. You have to realize that. They want you to make money. They want themselves to make money. That is why they are spending your money, right? And if the thing is they spend on random ads which doesn't really convert and you don't get sales, then they obviously understand, the algorithm understands that you're not going to spend on the platform. That is why they're not going to spend on that. They're going to spend on the ads that think they are going to convert the most. And that is why when you launch 10 ads in a CBO campaign and they don't convert, and like let's say only 3 of them get all the spend, that means the rest of the ads are really, really bad. Don't try to spend on them. Okay, I hope I'm clear. I went on a rant, but whatever. If you still want to go ahead and spend, it's your choice. Your money, you do whatever the hell. Yeah, that's basically why I use ABO to test ads, and it really also helps you test a lot of ads at once. Like let's say you make 20 ads, and this is what you are to do in the beginning. You have to kind of do this thing in volume, so that you improve your skills by very much. Make 20 ads, make 30 ads, launch all of them and see which one perform. Okay, you can do this at a $100 budget. Try to keep 10-15 ads in one ad set and just let Meta do its thing, let it optimize. Okay, and you can also start with $50, but you can start with $50 also, depending on what the price of it. My product is generally a bit on the expensive side, so that is why I start with $100. But if you have a kind of low ticket product, like maybe like $1,500 something, you can start with $50 as well. That okay, yeah, that's basically the point. So don't use ABO for testing. If anyone had questions on that, and I also told you how to make good ads. Product, as I said already, that find a good quality product. And let's say if you're not someone, let's say you find a product and it's not available in India, you want to import it, then my contact Umang, he can help you import that as well for a very, very nominal, very, very, like, he'll give you the best rates in the market. And yeah, basically there's that. And let's say if you want to sell a product that's already being sold, then what you can do is you can just find a marketing angle that no one is really utilizing in the market, and you can just use that marketing angle and sell it. But obviously this will require a lot more skill set, so I wouldn't really recommend doing this unless you're already doing 50 to 60 or 70 lakhs a month. So that's that. Anyway, so now a lot of people might think, bro, I need some advice. I'm making like 10-15 lakhs a month. What should I do? And how do you scale the thing? Let's say you're not even at that level. I'm not even doing that much. What should I do? Well, in that case, what I'll recommend, if you're an absolute beginner, focus on learning skills like copywriting, direct response, marketing, and editing that. Okay. Now, I think a lot of people give this advice that you should focus on learning skills, but how you do that is something that nobody talks about. So I'm going to tell you that as well, because I'm the best. The way you do that is go and work for someone who is making 10-15 lakhs a month and needs a helping hand, but doesn't have the budget to do so. Okay. They get the person, you get the skills and opportunity. What I mean by that is, if you come to me and you're an absolute beginner, I will most likely not hire you. The thing is, I have the budget to pay someone 50,000-60,000 rupees a month, maybe 1 lakh a month also. If I want to get ad edited, if I want to get a good copywriter, if I want to get something, I can pay them that salary. It doesn't affect. I won't really, hire someone who doesn't have any skills and gives, because I can just afford someone who has a lot of better skills. So you have to go after someone who is in the range of doing maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 lakhs a month, where they're just starting to grow, and if they get a helping hand, okay, it would really, really help them scale a lot sooner and a lot quicker. This is what I realized as well. Okay. And this is what I had done as well. I had one of my friends working for me when I was doing that revenue, and I paid him like 20,000 a month. He didn't work for free because I was like making him work a lot more than he was supposed to. I didn't feel good. I initially had hired it for 10,000 a month, so I paid him 20,000 a month. I was making him do all the calls, everything. And yeah, then I fired him. That's a separate story. But so what you can do is you can just work for free for people at that stage, because what will happen? Obviously, this will not be a permanent employment or whatever the hell. But the thing is, what this will help you do is you will understand how you make 15-20 lakhs a month in this business. Okay, it will help you understand that. You will understand a bit of ads, you'll understand a bit of marketing, you'll understand a bit of product, you'll understand a lot of things. And the thing is, they will be getting a helping hand at a point where they can really afford people. Or maybe you can ask for like 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, something like that. But I would say just don't quote for a price if you're just starting out, because at that stage, if you just work for free instead of charging 15,000-20,000, the thing is, as I said, I had very strong margins, and plus I didn't feel good just getting someone for free, because I'm as I said, I'm the best. I paid, but the thing is, not necessarily everyone will pay. You're going there to learn skills, right? So just work for free, and if you say that, they will get convinced, because that 15,000-20,000 will matter to them, because if someone is making like, let's say 15, 20, 10, 15 lakhs every month, they're probably making somewhere around 2-3 lakhs a month, net profit 4 lakhs maybe. So the thing is, if they get someone extra with no extra cost to them by comparison to someone who's charging 20,000, they'll obviously go for someone who's going to work for free, because the thing is, they're not at a stage where they can hire a lot of employees. That's okay. Now the next question you might have is, where do I find these people? Well, surprise, surprise, I have an answer to that as well. Well, you can find them by joining e-com service like mine, which I'm launching very soon, and you can DM them by following other Indian e-commerce creators. You can see, DM people, bro, what is the revenue? Do you need any help? And this is this, blah blah blah. And just be honest, be authentic. Don't lie that, bro, I know this, I know that. Just tell them, yeah, they go, you need a guy. I am someone who's free. I need to learn the skills. I want to do the thing. I want to work for you. Just be honest. Just be yourself. Don't lie up to you. Don't put a fake Instagram filter, bro. Bullshit. Fuck that. Okay. Just be authentic. Build a personal brand. That's something that you can also do. But again, that is to do that, you really have to be very good communicator. So I think don't do that unless you really want to make this a full-time thing, but you can maybe do that a bit. Or basically you have to become a garden that can attract the butterflies. to put it into a very poetic and metaphor because I really like it. So I think that is the video, and I hope you liked it because I tried to compact everything that I could think of in the last, because what I do is basically I think of an idea, I just get the idea and just write everything down there, instantly, and then just record it, because I think that serendipity is what creates the beauty in these videos, and comes the value. So yeah, I hope you liked the video, and I hope you found something useful. And if you're someone who has an e-commerce stores and who needs help in struggling, then I have one-to-one sessions. You can find the options and the link down below. I have got 3 options: 1 call, 3 call, 5 calls. Obviously, the higher you get, the cheaper it costs for you. And yeah, I'm also launching a Discord community soon, as I said. And so if you want to be updated with that, you can let me know in the comments, email me. I don't really have any other social media, although I might launch Instagram soon. I'm not 100% sure, because I think short form content is also really booming. But I think getting 10,000 views on YouTube is a lot better, especially with the type of videos I make. Getting 10,000 views on YouTube would help me a lot more than getting 1 million views on Instagram. Instagram attracts a lot of people in the age of 15 to 20 and 21, 22. And those are the exact people in consulting business you want to stay away from, because they don't really have a lot of money to do that. This is some extra sauce I'm giving you because you watched 36 me, a random 18-year-old yap about Indian dropshipping stores. So yeah, whatever the hell. So anyway, and yeah, if you want to get the supplier contact, just fill the Google form below. The reason I'm making you fill a Google form is because if I just directly give you the number, it's going to be very less of friction. So everybody would just message him and annoy him. That is why I have a Google form and setup, which also helps us in 2-3 ways. As in, it also helps him track and me track as to how many people are actually going through me. And secondly, it also filters out extremely unserious people who are just want to do time waste of his. Pretty busy guy, right? So we don't want that. And especially because I'm giving it for free, we need to have some sort of filter in place so that people who actually need and not gonna waste buying Sovansh ka winning product kya ye bata de. We don't want such people, right? That is the reason I have that in place, right? Hopefully you understand that. So you can just feel that as well. And yeah, let me know what other videos you want to see. As I said, I think next video I'm gonna make, although I was thinking to batch record it, but I don't think I have my the energy to speak on that next, because I think that will also be a pretty long video. I think that might even go up to 1 hour, maybe similar length, because it's gonna be on books that made me crores at 18. I'm gonna talk in depth about all the books, maybe for 10-15 minutes for each book, and then 5 books, and then 4-5 notable more mentions. And yeah, hopefully if you wanna watch those videos, and just stay subscribed. And I'm trying to provide as much value as I can. If you want to know more about me, how I started, you can watch the previous videos on the channel. The entire journey is documented and everything, and you can see that, and you can see the entire growth and everything. And yeah, that's the thing. And I think I had one more thing to say that I'm forgetting. Yeah, and if you want to know more about why I'm creating these videos, then you can watch, I think, how I made 7 lakh in a day wala video, and that I have explained very clearly. And with all my action, I think you can see that we are slowly heading in that direction. So that's the thing. And yeah, that's the thing. And if you have any questions, everything, you can email me. I also have my Discord, although I want to stay away from Discord because it gets a bit distracting, to be honest. Everyone keep DMing and stuff, so you can just email me. And this Discord is also fine, but yeah, whatever, right? And yeah, we're launching that community soon. It's going to be a paid community. Obviously I can't do it for free, because as I said, you're getting 1 call with me per week. And the beauty of this is that we will cap the community at certain number of members, which obviously means that it will be a very high quality community. Maybe at 100 members, maybe at 200. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not thought about it, but I think somewhere at 200 or 300 is the number we'll cap it at. And that is why, as the members will increase, the price will also increase in that. So if you're someone let's say first 20 or 30 people, you might get it for 3,000-4,000 or 5,000, whereas the next 30 or 40 people might have to pay 10,000 for the same thing. So if you want to be a part of that, just let me know, and in the comments, let me know in the email or whatever. And I think in the next video we'll launch it. I think it should be done. So yeah, I think that's the video. And yeah, I hope you guys found something valuable. And yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next.
So how to build high converting landing pages using what I call the family dinner example. Let's begin. Your landing page is not a website. It is a stranger who knocked on someone's door at 11 PM and has 9 seconds to prove he's not there to sell a water purifier. Okay, so let's go through the entire thing. So the guests at the dinner. Picture a family eating dinner on a Tuesday night. Rice, dal, onions on the side, news on the TV, the doorbell rings. Okay, a stranger is standing there. He has 9 seconds before the door closes, obviously. The stranger is your landing page. Most Indian dropshippers think they are building a website. They pick a template, they load a hero image, they add 5 product photos, they write a big headline or small random ass paragraph, premium quality at an affordable price, and they press publish. Then they sell traffic and they wonder why the bounce rate is 90%. The reason is simple. The page is not a website, it is a man at the door. And the family on the other side of the door did not ask for a guest. A landing page is an interruption pretending to be a destination. She did not come looking for you, you walked into her evening. So think about any guest who has ever shown up uninvited at your parents' house and still got invited to sit down. What did it do in the first 9 seconds? They did 4 things in order without realizing. They said they were, in one sentence, not hi, I represent Elite Premium Solutions Private Limited, more like Auntie, I'm Raj, Sharma Uncle's Sara. A sentence the family can immediately place. 2, they named the one thing they had come for. Not 3, 1. I came out to drop off the sweets from Diwali. Clear, single, unambiguous. And then they gave a reason to trust them in one glance. Maybe they held a box you recognize from a shop your family buys from. Maybe they had your cousin's number open on their phone. Something that made the door stay open a little longer. And they made it easy to say yes. Plus 2 minutes I'll stand on the door only, not a commitment, not a sell, just a low risk next step. So the hero section is the door. Next 9 seconds decide the next 9 minutes, not the other way around. Most dropshippers spend 3 weeks on the product description and 6 minutes on the hero. The reason this matters is nobody scrolls a page they have not decided to trust yet. And the decision to trust is not rational, it is visceral. She's on her phone, half watching a serial, feeling tired, and a landing page lands like a guest at the door. If the first 9 seconds feels like a salesman, she shuts it. If they feel like a friend of a friend, she lets you in. Everything you will ever build into a page, every headline, every photo, every button, every bullet, every testimonial, every guarantee is a version of one sentence. Auntie G, I'm not here to sell. I am here because you need this and I am here to help you. If the page cannot say that sentence in 9 seconds, the door closes. Show your hero section to anyone who has never heard of your brand or your product, whatever. Ask them one question: who is this for and why is it there? If they cannot answer in one sentence, your guest is still on the doormat. The 2 a.m. scroll. Stop imagining a customer in a conference room. She is not in a conference room. She is in bed. It is 11:15. Her phone is tilted on her face and her husband is sleeping next to her. The fan is on too. Okay, it's a funny picture, whatever. Most dropshippers write the pages for a person who does not exist. Person sitting upright at a desk, reading every word, evaluating photos, comparing features. The person lives in case studies and nowhere else. The real reader is different. She opened Instagram to relax. She saw an ad and she tapped. Now your page has her at 11:15 in the quietest room in her house at the end of a long day. You're not competing with Amazon, you're competing with sleep. This is what you need to understand. And in this exact moment, a few things are true that changes everything you write. Her attention is soft. She is not reading, she is scanning. Her eyes move like they do on a real screen. 3 words at a time, keywords, not sentences. If your page is a wall of text, she will not fight it, she will scroll. Okay? Husband is asleep, which means she cannot turn and ask anyone. No second opinion, no, should I buy this? She has only her own judgment and she knows it. Which makes her more cautious, not less. Her emotions is raw. At 11 p.m. the day's small hurts are louder. The thing she is embarrassed about is closer to the surface. The thing she has been meaning to fix is suddenly urgent. A page that speaks to the daytime version of her misses her entirely. Whatever page says, it lands in silence. There is no crowd around her. There is no noise, which means every word feels louder. Small overpromises sound big, like big lies. Small truths, feel like real friends. Write the page for this exact scene, not a meeting room, not a desktop, not an idle customer profile in a side deck. A woman at 11:15 on the side of the bed, one hand holding the phone, another one under her cheek. If your page cannot be read by her in that exact posture, in that exact lighting, with that exact tiredness, it will not be read at all. Before you publish any page, pull out your own phone at 11 at night, dim the brightness and read your page out loud in a whisper. Anything that makes you cringe in that moment gets cut. Anything that makes you feel like you are being sold to gets cut. What survives is what will she actually read. The serial break. The attention landing page is not the attention your brochure deck gets. It is the exact attention a woman gives to an ad during her favorite serial's commercial break. She is half there, your whole page has to earn the chai break. So here is the test. Think about the last time you watched a TV serial with anyone in your family. You know what happens the second the break starts. The phone comes out, someone gets up for chai, someone opens the fridge, the volume drops, the attention is gone. By this, you can replace this with, I'm considering tier 2 audience here. That's why I have a TV serial example, but you can consider this anything like IPL match or a movie or whatever. In that moment, an ad has to do something specific to bring her back. Not impress her, not entertain her, just be loud enough in the right way that she looks up. Every section of a page is its own ad during its own serial break. If it cannot survive a chai walk, it does not belong. Take a page and do this on a laptop. Open it, scroll to any action, and imagine a woman getting up for a chai midsection of whatever. She comes back 90 seconds later and looks at her phone. 3 questions, answer them honestly. Test 1. Does the section tell her where she is? If she scrolled back and saw a random card, a random stat, a random testimonial, or would she know what the page was even about? Most Indian dropshippers have one good hero and then the rest of the page is an alphabet soup of features. When she comes back from chai, she's lost. The other section gave her one feeling, not three. Good sections carry one emotion at a time: relief, curiosity, recognition, or desire. But bad sections try to do everything and leave a neutral, which is the same as gone. Test 3: does the section make the next action feel worth scrolling to? Every section is a promise that the next section is going to be better. The moment she stops believing that, she scrolls up, she scrolls past, or she closes the tab. The page is not a document, it is a series of commercial breaks, and each one has to earn the one after it. Most Indian dropshippers' pages fail this test halfway down. The top of the page is good because the dropshipper spent a week on it, the middle is a copy paste of 3 templates stitched together, and the woman gets up a chai, whatever, that comes back and realizes she cannot even remember why she was on the page in the first place. She scrolls up, she doesn't find the hook that made her tap, she leaves. Do not build a page, build a relay of breaks where each one carries her into the next. Okay? The 3 doubts. While she reads her page, 3 voices are speaking inside her head. At the same time, all 3 of them louder than your copy. Your only job is to answer them without her leaving to ask. The first voice is older than her phone. The second is older than her marriage, and the third one is everyone who has ever cheated out of 60 rupees by a sabzi wala. Not is this proven or is this scientific? This is the first doubt. Is this real? She is not a lab. She is asking something simpler. Does this feel like a brand made by a real person, or is it a page someone threw up on a weekend to make money from people like me? Doubt 2. Is this for people like me? She is watching to see if anyone on the page looks, sounds, or lives even a little bit like her. A woman from Nagpur does not need to see Shah Rukh Khan. Okay, she needs to see someone from Nagpur, or someone from a place that feels like Nagpur, who also had this problem. Doubt 3. Will I regret this tomorrow? She is not asking if it works. She is asking if her mother, her husband, her friend group, her own quiet sense of whether she wasted money will make her feel stupid in 24 hours. This is the doubt you cannot solve with a guarantee patch. The voice they share. All 3 doubts sound like one question when she reads her page. Am I being had? Okay? Every line you write either makes that question quieter or louder. There is no neutral line, every word does. Okay? Do not answer the 3 doubts one and do not write a section called Why Trust Us. Do not put a frequently asked questions panel at the bottom and write these like a corporate press release. All of that is the sound of a page trying to argue her out of her doubts. And the moment she senses an argument, she tightens. Instead, braid the 3 doubts into every section from the hero to the footer, a real photo of a real person she recognizes and relates to, a sentence that sounds like something her cousin would say, not something a brand would say, okay? A detail to specific that so specific that only a real business would think of it. A small honest confession about what the product is not for someone she does not expect. The page she trusts is not the one that argues with her doubts, it is the one that has already heard them, answered them before she finished thinking them. Okay? If you can make a nod once internally at a line that was not trying to sell her something, you have bought yourself the whole rest of the page. One silent nod is worth more than 10 testimonials. Everything in a landing page comes down to this. There is a woman in a quiet room at night holding 3 doubts in her chest, and you have 9 seconds to make her feel like something. Finally is speaking about her and not at her. Okay? That is the whole craft, and that the rest is just layout. Okay? So if you have been thinking, okay, how do I actually implement all of this theory that I have just explained, then I have an offer for you, and that is a one-to-one coaching program where we'll evaluate where you currently are and set out a goal for you before you even start, depending on your baseline skills and the budget that you have, right? And if you don't hit that goal by the end of 3 months, we'll work together for free till you do. So it'll be one-to-one, okay? You'll get calls with me, and obviously you'll also have the recorded modules where you're gonna learn all these things. And this excerpt, by the way, was from my program itself, if you wanted to know. It's not a trimmed down version or anything like that. It builds on the same philosophies, but if I just give you an excerpt, that's not fair to the people who actually bought the program, and it's not fair to you as well, because it's just a trimmed down version. So it's a completely unique ideas and everything, but the philosophies are still the same. So if that is something that interests you, the coaching program, there's a link in the description. You can fill that out, and if you qualify for it, then my manager will get in touch with you and then book a call with me to see if we can actually work together. And then we'll start working if everything goes well and we set out a goal. And as I said, it will be a 3 months program. If you don't hit that goal, we'll keep working for free till you do. You'll get 12 1-hour calls with me and unlimited support, and all these modules, obviously. And there are going to be 7 modules, and you're going to learn everything that you need to learn to absolutely destroy everyone in the Indian dropshipping or e-commerce game. Okay, so let's begin till the last module, because since you watched till here, I'm going to give you secret sauce. Okay, so the last now. One more thought before the video ends. Something to leave in your chest. A landing page is not a conversion funnel. That phrase is the reason most pages are bad. The day you stop calling it a funnel and start calling it a knock on a door at 11 at night, the page changes shape in your head. The woman on the other side of the door has had a long day, okay? She has chopped vegetables, she has answered her mother's phone call, she has put the children to bed, she has ignored 16 notifications, she has told her husband something about the electricity bill. Now she's in bed and you're not lands. You're the not be the kind of guest she would remember if she told something about her evening tomorrow morning. Right? Most of what is written about landing pages is about hooks and headlines and above the fold. The useful thing to carry with you is smaller than that. It is the memory of how a good guest walks into a house. Slow, respectful, clear about why they came, quick to make everybody feel at ease, ready to leave if asked, generous with the little things, never in a rush, not selling being. Okay? Write your pages that way, and one day a woman now will lead your section at 11 at night, whisper something to herself, not once, and buy from you without ever clicking a review. That is the whole game, that is the norm, okay? She did not ask for you, she walked into your Tuesday night. The least you can do is be a guest worth inviting in. Okay, so I hope this clicks with you, and I'm trying to, with these videos, like bring in like metaphorical examples so that you actually understand the fundamentals, because the strategies, if I teach you, like this is a very good saying that give a man a fish and he'll be dependent for your entire life, but teach a man how to fish and he'll be independent for the rest of their lives. That is what I'm trying to do with this module, that is teach you the basics of it, the fundamentals of it, so that, as in like teach you the fishing, so that you can fish and craft your own strategies and techniques and way of doing things based on these principles that I'm teaching you. Because if I just teach you the strategies, a year or two later, everybody will start doing the strategies. But if I teach you the fundamentals, people have unique brains, so they'll come up with unique strategies from the same principles. Okay, that's how things work. So yeah, I hope you found it valuable, and if you need more help from me, and you just absolutely wanna go through a transformation where you actually make money and have someone who's actually doing it and gets you results, then you can check the link in the description down below, and yeah, we'll see if we can work together. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. The easiest way to make your first crore in India is to think of this Alexander the Great metaphor. So, do you really think Alexander the Great conquered the world because he wanted to conquer the world, or because he just enjoys the process of conquering and he loved fighting for whatever reasons? Okay, I don't say this myself. You can just go to Google and driven by a desire for personal glory to suffer blah blah blah, right? So basically he had a very good reason, and because of that, what I'm trying to say here is that the end result, that is conquering the world, was not the primary motivator here. He just loved the process of doing it. Okay, and this is the most I could have said anything fancy here, but the reason I decided to put this thing first is because a lot of people are going to get mad and a lot of people are going to leave this video here only, and that's completely okay, because yeah, if you watch this video full, you will not have to watch any other video on this topic. So there's that. Anyway, so this is the mindset part of thing, right? That you need to be enjoying the process. You cannot be like, yeah, we got to do this, we got to do that. Just, yes, you have to make that is there. You have to make your first crore, but you have to enjoy the process. That's the most important thing. If you don't enjoy the process, you will not be able to do it. And this video particularly, it is for e-commerce, right? But whether that be for any business model, right? So, okay, how do you do that with e-commerce itself? The easiest way to do it with e-commerce is solve rich people's problems. Okay? Now, I'm not saying this myself, like this Hormozy also says all the time, although he says more for this for like agency and those kind of things. Hormozy loves this, right? Okay, so, and then charge more because, well, they are rich. Okay, and then you charge more. Okay, now let me explain you what all of this means. Okay, so the thing is, a lot of people in India, like the first mistake they make is they start competing on price, because they think India is a price sensitive economy, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it is, that is true, but the thing is that you are not at a position where you can play on price. Okay, now why do I say that? Because you're not Ambani, right? The thing is, Ambani has the capital, has a sitting capital. That is very important. Okay, the word here is sitting capital. Ambani has the sitting capital to pour down hundreds of crores in a particular business, in anything he wants, for as long as he wants, right? And whether that takes 5 days, 10 days, 15 days to come back to him, it does not matter to him. As long as it comes back, as long as it is profitable, he will put the money no matter the money, right? So, and this is something that you cannot do, and this is where people get wrong, because the thing is, they start copying this very popular connotation that you can sell, expensive thing. You can sell expensive thing
expensive things to few people or cheap thing, affordable, let's not call it cheap, affordable things to a lot of people. And what happens is, since people think India is a price sensitive market, they go with the latter option. Okay, and this is where the biggest problem lies, because if you're going to go with this option, right, you don't have the sitting capital of hundreds of crores to do this, because the thing is, you're making only about a few like 20-30 rupees profit per order. How are you going to sustain it if you have just got like 1 lakh or 2 lakh in budget, right? And especially with payment cycles in India, with any shipping partner, anything like that, it takes at least 10 days for the money to flow, 5 to 7 days for the delivery, and then 2 to 3 days for the remittance to actually credit, right? So even the cycles are very long. So this is where people go wrong. You have to not be doing this. Okay, this is what you want to do, and this is how you can make your first crore very simply, very easily. And I have said this in my previous videos as well, so you can obviously watch them after this video. And but this, I wanted to make a deep dive, so there's that. So now, how do you do this? How do you solve rich people's problems? How do you do that? And how do you charge more? How do you position yourself? Because I said you're going to be playing on price, so the next thing that you play on is value. Okay, now again, we have another problem, that we are not really making our own products now. And you should not be doing that when you're just starting out, because you want a product to be valid, otherwise your overall budget is just gonna burn, right? So what are we actually playing? We are actually playing on something called perceived value. Okay, now this is a very important word that I want you to remember. Perceived value. What is perceived value? Okay, I would like to bring up a screenshot here, so let me just pause the video. Yeah, so I think you might recognize this image from Alex Hormoz's book. Okay, if you don't, that's not really a problem. But I just want to use this because I think it's like a really good example. So the thing is that rich people, just like everyone else, they are human beings, right? They have desires. Now, obviously, I'll tell you one thing. There is a caveat to this, that it is really easy to make your first crore, 2 crores, 3 crores, maybe even 4 crores with this, right? But there is a level to this in India. Okay, you cannot go beyond, as per my calculation, as per what I scaled to about 3, 4, 5 crores, right? After, as much as I was increasing the scaling, right, the margins were going down. Okay, so I'll be very transparent here. This is not something, India is not a market where you can make tens of crores per month. I'm not saying to hurt your feelings here, but that is a fact. Yes, it has a population of, on paper, population of 1.4 billion, but the matter of fact is, out of that, only maybe 150, 200 people buy online, and that data also includes like Amazon, Myntra, and all these kind of things, right? So the people who actually have the disposable income to just randomly see your ad on Instagram or Facebook and then be like, oh yeah, let's buy that is actually very less. That's just about maybe under 100 million. So that's a very small audience. Okay, so I'm not trying to restrict your ambitions here, but the thing is that I don't want to say that, okay, you can go and use this method and abuse it and make like 100. No, that's not possible. India is not a market where you can do that. And this is the reason why you'll see that most of the so-called like big D2C brands in India are in loss, because they don't realize this one thing that I'm going to tell you right now. Okay, because of this certain problem. So let's first understand this equation, right? So okay, so perceived value basically means for example, is this, okay, let's take this as an example. Let's say you buy an iPhone and you buy an Android. Which one has a bigger perceived value for whatever reason? iPhone. Whether you like Android or whether you like iPhone, you will realize the fact. Now, objectively, Android might be a better phone. Okay, there's no doubt there we can like argue on that. But I'm talking about perceived value here. Okay, because the thing is, perceived value is not something that's played on logic. This is played on emotion. Okay, human beings are emotional beings. They are not rational beings. You have to remember this. Human beings are emotional beings, not rational. Someone, I don't know who said that. Anyway, so you have to remember that this perceived value equation works on this very fundamental thing, that human beings are emotional beings. They are not at all rational. right? So whenever you are, selling a product to anyone, in this case, you're selling it to a rich person, right? So you have to understand that whatever, and this is another reason, by the way, why people are not able to do this is they don't understand this, and they're not able to do this, because to be able to increase the perceived value of the product, you either have two things. First, you make something like iPhone, like, all those kind of things, right? Whatever iPhone does. Or secondly, that you have to play on the level of marketing. Now, a lot of people might throw around fancy words in India that I know this, that, but the fact is that people simply here they just like to, like, I don't know how to put it, but it's like they would rather make money the easy way than go on and do stuff. But the thing is that this method, to be frankly, it didn't work for me, and I think whoever I have talked to, this doesn't work for them as well. It takes a lot of time. Like, again, as I said, we want to be doing it quick, right? I'm not saying this doesn't work on a longer time horizon. Okay, if you stick with this for maybe 5-6 years, this will work. Okay, this will work on a longer time horizon. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not a fan of saying that, yeah, I have been doing this thing since 10 years and I have 10 years experience, blah, blah. No, I just started e-commerce in, I think it was November, December 2024. So it's just been a little over a year. Okay. And, it would, going by this method, it would take me years and then a lot of frustration and very less setting capital. The thing is that using this method, like people, I feel like this is why they do it, is that, you can show a very high number on Shopify, like you can show like 6, 7, 10 crores, whatever. And then when you're asked about the margins, you're like, yeah, I'm not saying comfortable sharing the margin, because the margins are like 3-4% net. Because this is how this thing works, right? So yeah, that's why, whatever. Okay, I went around. Anyway, so coming back to the point, you have to imagine the product that you're selling to the person. What problem does it solve for them? Okay, so I'll give you another example. So let's say I'm drinking this coffee right now. I'm drinking this black coffee whilst recording this video. So what problem does this cup solve for me? It allows me to drink coffee, which would otherwise spill over on my table, and a lot of things could go wrong. Let's say if I were to drink in a plate, that might sound a bit ridiculous, but like the person who invented the cup, like imagine his thought process, right? And the dream outcome of this, me being able to drink coffee in a cup, of the cup, is me being able to drink coffee without actually spilling it anywhere. Right now, a lot of people still spill it, but whatever. So this is the likelihood of achievement. What does this mean? Is that how likely am I to successfully drink this coffee that is in this cup without actually spilling it over? Okay. How long is it? Now, this is not a bit relevant here, because this kind of depends on how fast I drink it. And then you have the effort and sacrifice, as in how much effort I have to put in drinking the coffee with the cup, as in how comfortable the cup is, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now the way you apply this to finding products, okay, is you have to find a product. Okay. Now I'll tell you a very secret hack here. Okay. Your product doesn't really have to be very expensive. Now, expensive and cheap quality, like very high quality, are like different things. Okay. Not every high quality product is expensive product is high quality, right? So your product might just cost 200 rupees, but it might still be very high quality, and you can sell that for 2,500 rupees. Okay. Now, a lot of people will tell you that you should not be selling that expensive, and if something they get for 200, they'll maybe just sell it for under 1,000, which is where they go wrong, right? So coming back to my point, you have to find a product, right, that firstly, okay, is something that helps people visualize. Okay, let me just do this. Helps people visualize instantly. Instantly is a very important word here. Okay. Instantly the outcome. Okay, this thing here, the dream outcome. You have to find a product, okay, that helps people visualize intent, sorry, I can't spell, instantly, okay, the dream outcome. Okay, then what you gotta do is you gotta make sure that the likelihood of achievement with that product, you have to make them believe, okay, with a unique mechanism. Now, what is a unique mechanism? I'll talk about it in just a moment. You have to make them believe in your product that it will, increase their likelihood of achievement. You know what? I'll just write all these points, then I'll explain it. Okay. So the next thing was time delay in the least amount of time possible. And then what you got to do is with the least amount of effort and sacrifice. Okay. This is what you got to do. So you have to find a product, right, that does all these things, and that will be basically a winner product, right? Now, yeah, okay, let me explain this now. So, as I said, you have to find a product that instantly clicks to them, what instantly like makes them realize what their dream outcome will be. Like, for example, you're selling, I don't know what example, let's say your hair color. Again, I don't know why I keep taking hair color examples, but yeah, whatever, hair color, right? So what is the dream outcome of this? The person who is buying this, as in the lady who will buy this, will be able to have like curled hair. So if you're making sure that, you know, your ads are good and it lands with the right people, you know, the product does help them visualize the dream outcome, right? So that was why it checks the first box. Okay. Now the second box is makes them, now let's take, I'll just write it here so you don't get confused. Hair curler example. Make them believe in your product that it will increase their likelihood of achievement. Okay. Perceived likelihood. Let's get that correct here. Perceived likelihood of achievement. Now, you might think, how do we do this? Now, I mentioned something called unique mechanism. What is a unique mechanism? Unique. God, I can't speak. Unique mechanism. Now, what the hell is this? Mechanism. Okay, yeah. So this has been taken from this book called Breakthrough Advertising. Okay, you can read it if you want. It's a very good book. Breakthrough Advertising by Eugene Schwartz. I'm sorry if I don't know how to spell his name, but yeah, this is the book. If you want, you can buy it. Right, so I'll just put this here. So what is this unique mechanism, right? So there are a lot of other hair colors in the market. Why will someone buy your hair color? That's the thing. There are a lot of ways to curl hair in the market. Why should someone buy a hair color, and that to yours, out of all the hair colors in the market? That is where this thing comes into play. The unique mechanism. Okay, so the thing is, since, as I said, you're not really making a product, and we don't do that really. So the thing is, you can't really do this on a product level. You have to do this on a marketing level. Now that doesn't mean you go ahead and lie about it, right? But the thing is, you have to figure out what is unique about your product. Okay, as in, for example, let's say your hair color has some sort of that, you know, makes the hair curling, I don't know, quicker, or has some sort of a unique. I'll just illustrate with an example so you guys understand better. Just give me a minute. Okay, so for a moment I want to move away from the hair color example here, because I was not able to find a, and that is why this is not really a good product, because, well, you know, if you cannot find a unique mechanism for your product, it's not really a good product, right? So you have to like make sure that, you know, you're doing all of these things, and that's how you can find a winner, right? So this is a brand, okay, it's called Liquid Death. I don't know if you guys know about it. I'm not affiliated with them in any way, by the way. I wish I was. Anyway, so this is a brand that basically sells water, and they are a $1 billion brand. Okay, now you might think, how the hell are they a $1 billion brand by selling water? Okay, and that kind of just reflects in the branding that you see. Now the thing is, generally waters are like bottled in plastic waters, and like, you know, boring bottles and all these kind of things, right? So that is what they do differently here. You can see it's like canned, and it's marketed like almost like a beer, okay, almost like a alcoholic beverage. So this is their entire USP. They're against water, they're the cool guys, and this is what they do, right? Now obviously, now this is where like they're actually changing the product, they're actually customizing it. So how can you find out a unique mechanism? Like, I know you might be thinking, how do I find out a unique mechanism for a product that I'm not actually customized developing, right? So you just have to research about it. Now I couldn't really come up with example like right now, because I don't make the video very, very long. I want to like have it detailed, but at the same time I don't want to like make it so long that you don't want to watch it, right? The thing is that this is a good example, right? And you can just remember that it has to be something unique. I'll just put it in simple words here. Something unique about your product. Something unique about your product that is genuinely genuinely true that convinces people to get it. Okay, this basically, in a nutshell, is what unique mechanism is. Okay, and you can, as I said, you can do your research with whatever product you have. You can just search dash your product dash unique mechanism. Okay, and you can do this on ChatGPT. You can do this on Claude. In fact, let me just do it and show it to you. Yeah, so I just came here to Claude, and yeah, as you can see, so doing it with AI is actually better. You can see it get done in a way a lot quickly, right? So the unique mechanism control thermal shaping. At its core, a hair curler works by exploiting a property called temporary hydrogen bond disruption in hair proteins. Here's the raw hair is made of keratin, blah 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 blah. Hydrogen bonds are heat sensitive. When you apply heat and bonds break, they become malleable like form hold. Now, I can bet you no one in India has used something like this to sell a hair curler. Okay, so what you can do is you can take this research, right? Oh wow, I know Claude can do this, right? Anyway, whatever. So you can take this, right? And yeah, this is a very good unique mechanism. In fact, if you really want to sell a hair curler, right? So this is what I actually meant by it. You have to find something unique that the product does to solve the problem, which makes the customer believe that okay, it will actually work for them. Okay, and this is something that the product by default has. You're just discovering it and then marketing it to the customer. Now, how do you do this? How do you convince the customer that this is like, how do you I'm not able to put it in words. How do you convince the customer about this? Okay, and you do that in the landing page. Okay, now how to make a converting landing page? If I start showing that in this video is going to be a really long one, so I cannot really do that here. So yeah, but if you need my one-to-one help with like all these things, then you will find the 3 months coaching program link in the description down below. It will be a complete one-to-one program with me, 3 months long, where we'll set a target for you, and we'll work together for 3 months. You'll get direct one-to-one access to me, one-to-one calls, right? And there will be like minimal amount of recorded things, and mostly will be like learning live, obviously. And the fact is that if you don't get the result, like let's say we set out a goal, like for example hitting 10 your first 5 lakh, 10 lakh, whatever, and we don't hit it, then we'll keep working for free till you do. So yeah, you can fill out the form link in the description, and if you qualify, then yeah, we'll get it. And then I can actually teach you how to build a like good landing page and all that kind of things, right? So yeah, so in the least amount of possible is another very important word. Okay, can you tell me how does a hair curler do this in the least amount of time possible? So the thing is that generally to curl hair, initially people would have to go to like salons and those kind of things, right? I don't know what other method people use to curl their hairs, but yeah. So the reasons hair curler worked, okay, initially, like obviously it's gotten a bit saturated right now on the basic level. If you sell it properly, then we can make any product, right? The thing is that able to help people achieve this goal of their dream outcome, that is having a curled hair, right, in the least amount of time possible. They didn't have to go to salons, they didn't have to drive, and those kind of things. Now you can also find some sort of a unique mechanism here, does it very quickly. Okay, so you can also use this mechanism thing in the time delay part, and you can actually convince why is it going to take less time. Convince why. Take it. Because if you just mention fastest or this or that, people will not really believe. But if you say this hair curler will curl your hair in the least amount of time possible, because it uses a special whatever to break hydrogen bonds, which makes your hair go soft, wrap it around a barrel, blah blah blah, that is why it can do this. Which one is more convincing, right? And the reason we are actually doing this is for this. We are increasing the perceived value of the product. Okay, now imagine okay, let's just also talk about this. So with the least amount of effort and sacrifice, you can ask Claude, how does this hair curler help the customer do it with the least amount of effort and sacrifice, right? So it'll also give you a good unique mechanism for that as well.
You just clamp and fold, fastenments, waiting, good tip, and blah blah blah. So you don't have to redo sections. Certain items of metal load, wide barrel equals fewer passes needed. Okay, so need to know what you do. You just need to hold it there for 10 seconds. That's about it. So again, if you just say that you don't have to put in, this is what like most people do. They'll just say that this is the fastest. You don't have to put effort. It's very easy. It doesn't require sacrifice. Blah blah blah. But you also add this. Who do you think is gonna win, right? And the reason we are doing all this is to increase the perceived value, as I said. And now, do you really think that if you have done all of this, you have to sell your product for 999 rupees? No, you can charge as much as you want. Obviously, there's a caveat to this. You can go and charge 15,000 rupees for a hair color in India, right? But you can in international market, right? If you do additional levels of marketing here, right? So this is the thing. If you just take the product, increase the perceived value of the product, and I know a lot of people talk about using, but no one really shows how to do it. So that's why I showed it, right? And you do that, then you can charge a premium, right? And here's the beauty of charging premium. Let's say you're getting this hair curler for 250 rupees. Okay, rupees 250. You're selling it for 2,500 rupees. Rupees 2,500. 2,499. Okay, you are selling it at this price. It takes you plus 90 rupees to ship. Okay, plus 90 to ship. It takes you plus 30 to pack, right? And plus 500 on ads. Okay, now you might think, why are we paying 500 rupees on ads? Because again, I'd like to illustrate with an example here. You are paying more for a quality customer. Okay, the thing is, the people who show you 10, 20x ROAS on meta ads, they are the ones who have got like 30%, 40% delivery, and they make like, 10, 20 rupees, 30 rupees profit per order, right? So you don't want to be doing that. You want to be extracting the most amount of profit per customer, because you don't have the budget of Ambani to spend hundreds of crores of rupees on this business. You have maybe a lakh, 2 lakh or 3 lakh, right? So you have to be very, very profitable. Your profit to revenue ratio has to be very, very high, right? So once you do this, your total cost comes up to about, how much is it? 250 plus 90, that's 340, 370 and 500. That's 870 rupees. So total cost is equals to rupees 870. Okay, this is the total cost, right? And if you talk about your okay, just a minute. Yep. So if you talk about your gross profit here, equals to 2499 minus 870. That's 1,619. Was it? Or no, 29 actually. So in this case, you are actually making 1,629 rupees profit per order, right? Which one do you think? Who do you think? Like, the reason I was able to go from like 0 to crores of revenue in a matter of a year is simply because of this method. If I'm making this much of profit per order, now obviously there are a bit of art here, I'll come to that in a moment, right? If you're making this much of profit per order, how do you think you're not going to scale? Right now, obviously, there's caveat here that you can't keep doing this in India as much as you want, because the thing is that India market has not that many of people who can pay 2,499 for a hair color, right? That is where this connotation actually holds true, that you have to sell expensive to a few people, but you can still make your first crore, 2-3 crores, which is what you're trying to do here. If you want to make hundreds of crores, India, I'm not saying it's not the market, but you have to have a lot of selling capital. You have to have a lot of capital to do that, right? Because the thing is, beyond a certain point in India, you can't really do. And see, the thing is that, yes, you can go ahead, and sorry for this, there's a honeybee in my roof for some reason. It came out or nowhere. So the thing is, you can go ahead and build out, so-called D2C brand in India, right? Like many brands, let's not name them, right? There are many so-called D2C brands in India who will show like thousands of crores of revenue, but they're actually in thousands of crores of loss, right? I don't want to be that person, right? Like all these people who you see on certain like shows, mainstream shows, right? Whatever, they are actually like, you really don't know how much money they have in the bank. Yeah, their company might be worth thousands of crores, right? Few thousand crores. But the thing is, it's in loss. And all these people giving advice, they don't really make any profit. There's this weird metric called EBITDA. Okay, like
I have never seen this metric being thrown around in any international market. I'm genuinely saying this. I have never seen anyone in the international market use this word EBITDA. It is only used in this mainstream circles where it's there to convince people that you need to play on valuation. And this is the biggest problem in India. Okay, I'm telling you, this is the biggest problem, that people here like to show off. Okay, they would rather show off hundreds of crores of revenue and be broke than actually be rich and not want to show off. Because the problem is India is a very validation cultured, I don't know how it has become that, but it's very validation culture, external validation culture. Okay, and this is the biggest problem here. People go after seeking external validation. They might be broke in the bank, but they would rather show people that, okay, yeah, I'm making crores, my company is worth crores, but actually have no money. And this is where the biggest problem lies, because and this is like where the middle class trap in India is also there, because you're actually broke, you don't have the money, but you want to show people that you're rich, so you buy everything on EMI, and then the cycle just loops and you're stuck in your job, right? Okay, I went on a different topic here, but you can just understand that this thing that happens, that you're building brand, but that's actually in loss, and you're actually valued at maybe few hundred crores, but you actually broke. This same connotation is a derivative of this same middle class trap. Okay, that you buy everything on EMI, because the thing is, yeah, you might be showing hundreds of crores of revenue, but man, you're in loss, yeah. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, and that is the difference of what it takes from going a 4 trillion economy to a 40 trillion economy. I'm talking about the United States. I have never seen any good company in US talk about EBITDA or any of that nonsense metric. If you are not profitable before taxes, how the fuck are you going to be profitable after taxes? It's simply not possible. That is just an excuse made by incompetent people. Okay. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of incompetent people in India. Like, some of them are genuinely good, but most of the guys, they're incompetent, right? And it really it doesn't take that much of thinking. You just have to be a bit smart. You have to not be cocky. The problem here is that people are cocky. They do a few things and they're like, wow, man, I have conquered the world. Like, the man who actually conquered the world, like, do you know this guy who actually conquered the world? Like, hello? Okay. So you have to, and this is like the problem that, and this is an entire thing that people like to compare themselves with someone inferior and feel good about it, then compare themselves with someone better and feel bad about it. Okay. This is the biggest problem. You have to be able to change this. Okay. How did I do this? How did I come up with this unique thing? Okay. This is my one strategy for one particular field that I do, that is e-commerce. Okay. But I have similar mental models for everything. That is why everything that I do, I just destroy all my competition in that. Because I have certain mental models and paradigms and thinking and principles that I use to come up with these kind of things, right? And one of them is comparing myself with people like Alexander the Great. Now, you might think that is a really narcissistic thing to do. Yeah, to some extent it is. But I don't do this so that, with a matter of arrogance that I am comparing myself. I think, no, I'm not really bad. I can't, in that sense, I'm not even a pinch of him, right? But the reason I do that is because if I start comparing myself with everyone around my age around me is either going to college, doing some bullshit degree, and worrying about some bullshit assignment. And even people twice or thrice my age in India, they're I don't want to name the person, but recently I saw like one of the mainstream people in India in the business world giving advice that you should not be trying to make money in it. Was like, what the fuck? Like, why? Okay, so the reason I don't compare is because, firstly and frankly, I'm better than all of them. Okay, I'm better than 99% of them. Okay, not in matter of arrogance and pompousness, but as a matter of confidence that you have to know you're better than them. Okay, and that cannot happen and it's like a cycle, because if you're not confident, you're not going to be competent, and if you're not competent, you're not going to be confident. So you have to break the cycle somewhere, and this is how you do it. If you're getting results, you are going to be confident, and you're then going to be competent. Okay, and yeah, that is what I want to say. Don't compare yourself with someone inferior and feel good about it. Compare yourself with someone superior and feel bad about it. Okay, because the matter of fact is, like, whatever revenue I did in India, 2-3 crores, whatever, monthly, right? That is, very frankly saying, chavanni in international. Okay, it's just $200,000-$300,000, not even that much if you like do the rates. Okay, that is nothing but chavanni. Okay, and especially at 18. So just picture it from my point of view. When I said I like to compare myself with Alexander the Great or people like them, it's not because I actually think that I'm like them. It's actually because if I start comparing myself with people my age, bro, they're broke as fuck. Okay, even people twice thrice my age, they have never made the money that I made. So if I start comparing myself, and I'll start to feel good, I'll start being comfortable, and I'll become complacent and I'll die. Remember one thing, that there's no up or there's no down. Sorry, there's no middle. There's always up. You're either going up or you're either going down. There's nothing as staying like hold. Okay, so if you're going up, you're going up. If you're going down, you're going down. There's nothing as middle. And if you become complacent, you're going down, and it won't go down, right? So this is the thing here. Okay, now let's say you did 100 orders, right? Or let's just take this margin, by the way. So let's just say you did 100 orders here, 100 orders, all right? So your total cost would be 800 and 870 into 100 is equals to into 100. That is 87,000. Okay. For gross profit here, your cost, that is the cost. Sorry, this is the cost, right? And now your gross profit is 2499 into 100 minus 87,000. No, actually, let's divide this, multiply this by 0.8 as the delivered revenue. 112,920. All right, net profit. Okay, so as you can see, 112,920 divide by the total margin that you had. It was this. It's 45% net margin. Okay, why are we able to do that? This is the difference here. Right now, the reason I took 0.8 is that we're actually multiplying it by the delivery rate, that is 80%. Now, do you really think the person who is, if you're paying 500 rupees to acquire a customer, you're going to get a 30 or 40% delivery rate? No. Just like the iPhone, if you're paying premium, you're going to get a premium customer, right? And they actually take it, right? And since you're making this much of money, like this much of profit, you can very soon invest it into actually getting a branded box. If you really want to, it's not really that important. If you want to, you can get it, right? You can maybe get some ads, good ads, more ads. You can reinvest, or you can just take the money out, learn skills, like do that kind of shit, right? So this is what you need to understand. You have to be thinking on the right mental models, and not become complacent, not compare yourself with people inferior than you and feel good about it. No, you have to feel yourself, compare, as I keep saying, with someone who is way better than you, and feel pathetic about it. Because the matter of fact is that Alexander the Great conquered the world in his 20s. Here I am, 18 years old. I have not even made certain numbers that I don't want to declare it, but I have not made the numbers that I have just. I'm not even. I'm not even making 9 figures a month. 9 figures a year. I'm talking in US dollars, right? So that is, if you have this kind of connotation, this is how you're going to be successful at whatever you want to do. Not only just e-commerce, right? Because if you I don't know, it just baffles me. Like, I'll just tell you one thing, that, and the thing is, how do you have this kind of mental models? Because this was particular with e-commerce, right? Since you've watched till here, I think you have a very good attention span, so I want to give you some sauce, right? So the thing is that the reason people don't have this kind of thought process is not because that I had something that they didn't have, okay? Especially this, the problem, as I said, in India, the external validation problem, this comes from this weird middle class, trap of external validation, right? Where everything is about, yaar, maine na itna struggle kiya hai, I did this, I did that, and now I'm here. Okay? This is the problem here. Okay? Because the thing is that if you are lucky enough to have food on the table, if you're lucky enough to have a shelter, if you're lucky enough to have clothes, then you can't call it a struggle, man. You call that hard work. Hard work mein and struggle mein, for a food to eat, the person who doesn't have hand, the person who doesn't have eyes, the person who doesn't have ears, or any of the 5 basic organs, or the person who has to keep worrying about the next food, next meal, or whatever like that, that person, whatever he has done, that person, usko struggle bolte hain. Not struggle, this is hard work. And the problem is, people like to glorify it. People like to glorify their hard work for struggle to gain external validation. Okay, and this is prevalent everywhere. I don't want to take any names, but this is, if you just see this a bit closely, you will see this everywhere in every field in India, and this is the biggest problem. They like to glorify their hard work for struggle to gain external validation. And why they do that? I don't know. I really don't understand. Because the thing is, your validation has to come internally. If you go seeking external validation, you'll always chasing some kind of different external validation. So it's not really going to work out for you. Okay, and you always be trapped. And this comes from this derivative of the middle class trap. It's just a different form of that. Anyway, getting back to the actual e-commerce part. So you do this, you make a lot of good money, and yeah, then you're pretty good to go basically, right? The thing is that it's actually pretty damn simple. Nothing in this world, and I would tell you this very honestly, nothing in this world is really complicated. And this is what I was saying when I wanted to talk about the secret sauce, is that people don't realize that. You have the words of the conqueror of the world, Alexander the Great. You have the words of Benjamin Franklin. You have the words of Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man when he was alive. You have the words of Krishna himself in the Gita, the God himself. Lekin, whenever someone goes out to read a book, okay, 99.9% of the cases, whenever someone goes to read a book or buy a book or whatever the fuck, I'm not talking about people who keep doom scrolling on. I'm talking about people who at least start something. They just search it up on YouTube. Yeah, thoda sa just use common sense. You have the words of God, of Marcus Aurelius. You have the words of... Do you know how lucky you are? But they will not pick that up, and they'll instead go and read some bullshit like Rich Dad Poor Dad. Like, why the fuck would you read something written by a con man jisne paisa kamaya, logo made his money by teaching people how to make money? Like, that's the biggest scam, right? Now you might think that I'm also... No, I told you, I have explained in my previous videos why I'm I started the one-to-one coaching is simply because I'm learning international right now. I'm being very transparent. I don't know how to do the international market. I'm still learning that, right? And my Indian operations is basically handled by my team. I have got a CMO and all these people who handle everything. I just have to maybe look at it like 1 hour a day. The rest of the time is spent international. So I might thought, okay, I have this time. Let's not, I'll also make some money. People also get some actually real value in this place full of noise, whatever, right? So the thing is, getting back to my point, is that you have the words of these people, but people start some bullshit book like Rich Dad Poor Dad, or I don't know, Think and Grow Rich is maybe a bit fine, but there's a lot of this bullshit jargon that is being pushed in the mainstream media. And just remember one thing: if something is pushed in the mainstream, just don't follow it, right? You have to just don't follow it. It's going to ruin your life, okay? And yeah, like why would you not read the Gita and read some Rich Dad Poor Dad? What the fuck? Okay, it just baffles me. Like, why the hell would you do that? Okay, and people just, and the surprising thing is people actually read Rich Dad Poor Dad. They don't even think of reading the Gita 99.9% of that. They think it's some philosophical ritual. No, man, it's the words of Krishna himself, God himself. And then ironically, these people will be the one who will be like, yeah, let's do, we are not this, we are not that, and they'll do some puja. And the biggest form of puja that you can do to God is your work, is your dharma. And I'm not saying this was said by Krishna himself, but you'll only know it if you read the Gita. The biggest form of devotion to God is fulfilling your dharma, doing your work with utmost sincerity and integrity. That is what God wants. He doesn't want you to sit and worship him the entire day. No, that's not what he wants. Okay, so but the thing is, you have to read books like Gita to understand these kind of things, right? So that's the thing. So yeah, I think that's basically what I had to say on this entire topic. And as I said, if you guys found the video valuable and if you need my one-to-one help, then there will be a link in the description. It's not for everyone. As I said, I have very limited time. I'm learning international, and in the midst of all this, I just want to take up a few people, help them scale, and yeah, maybe change their lives, right? So if you're going to fill the type form, and if you qualify for it, then my manager will reach out to you, and then we'll book a call and we'll see where we can take you, set out a goal, and then get started as soon as possible. If you qualify, that is. And as I said, if you don't hit the goal by the end of 3 months, then we'll keep working for free till you do. Of course, given that you put in the effort. If I see that you're not putting in the effort, that's not really my fault, right? So yeah, that's it for the video. I hope you found it extremely valuable, and if you did, then yeah, share it with your friends and people. And yeah, man, let's get to, I think we're like 607 right now. Let's try to get to 1,000 subscribers, because let me tell you, the sauce I've said in this video, if you actually got whatever I said, you're not going to make 1 crore, you're going to make tens of crores. Okay, so yeah, obviously, given you can make your first 2-3 crores in India, and then you'll obviously have to start doing it international as well. And the thing is, the reason why I make these videos, by the way, another reason, except apart from just teaching people as well, is because when you get to certain figures, right, when you get to certain numbers, a lot of people who don't know you, they think you're a con man, they think you're scamming people, blah blah blah. And this is why I have this channel as well, that later on, like 10 years down the line, whatever I become, you know, whenever people put some random accusation on me, because, you know, when you get rich and when you get famous, you have a lot of enemies, right? I will always have this channel to show that this is my thought process, this is who I was even 10 years back, and it is because of that is what I became, right? Simply put. So one of the reasons is that as well. That's a long-term reason, but yeah, that's about it. Okay, so yeah, I hope you like the video, and yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Let me know what videos you want to see. And I did see a video that you want to learn about copywriting and that kind of thing. So I'll see if I can make a video on that. Copywriting is really simple, to be honest. I'll talk about it in the next video. Okay, so yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
How do you make winning ads? Okay, so I'll be explaining this with a chai wala example, okay? And you can actually understand this with all practicality, because you can visit any tea stall in your nearby place and anything like that, or a pani puri wala, okay, whatever, and you'll get a very good understanding. So let's begin. Every tea stall in India is a creative masterclass with no students. One product, 100 variations, 500 customers a day. Watch carefully and you will never buy a creative template again. Okay, so I'll give you the entire map here. And if you actually understand this, then you don't need to follow any other strategy or any media buying, this, that, whatever fuck, okay? And something that actually clicks and is applicable. So the tea stall menu. The best school for Indian ad creative has no fees, no certificate, and a zero enrollment fee of 0 rupees. So it is a tea stall near your house. Go sit there for an hour before you design another ad. Pick a tea stall near a house, the real kind. Not a cafe coffee day, not a Starbucks, not a Blue Tokai or whatever the hell, ठीक है? Actual जो चाय की ठेली होती है, sorry, चाय की टपरी होती है, उसे pick करो, ठीक है? A footpath chai wala who has been there for 15 years, not 15 years, whatever, take the time frame, and has 4 small benches and 1 kettle. Go sit there at 8 in the evening, order 1 chai, do not scroll your phone, just watch. Watch the chai wala for 1 full hour. I promise you will learn more about ad creative than any Facebook ads course has taught you in 3 years. Here is what you will see. 1 product, tea. That is the whole menu. There is no third variant with oatmeal. There is no signature blend. Just tea. That's it. Okay? And yet, over the course of 1 entire day, there's a typing mistake on my end. The chai wala will serve 500 cups, and every single cup is in some way different from the next to it. One customer gets a glass, one gets a cutting chai, one gets a strong masala chai, one wants thoda halka, okay, and one asks for extra adrak, one wants it in a cardboard cup to walk with, okay, one wants and sits and wants the benchmark version, the same tea, 500 variations. Every one of them designed, delivered, and forgotten inside 40 seconds. The chai wala at the footpath has more creative velocity than the entire Indian ads team. 1 product, 500 variations a day. No templates, no briefs, just hands that never stop moving. Okay? I hope you got where I'm going with this here. So वो एक ही चाय बेचते हैं, लेकिन किसी को वो कटिंग चाय है, किसी के लिए अदरक वाली चाय है, किसी के लिए चीनी ज़्यादा है, किसी का ग्लास अलग है. चाय तो वही है ना, ठीक है, बेचने का तरीका खाली अलग है. ओके, बिकॉज मोस्ट केसेस में जब भी आप बोलोगे कि यार मेरे को कटिंग चाय दो, मेरे को, तो थोड़ा सा इधर उधर होता है, बट इट्स एसेंशियली द सेम चाय. ठीक है, so I hope you're understanding where I'm going with this. This is what nobody tells Indian dropshippers about creative. Creative is not a style. Creative is not a hook library. Creative is not a pattern library you download off a Twitter thread. Creative is the discipline of making the same thing 500 different ways a day for every kind of customer that shows up, because the customer who shows up at 6 p.m. is not the same person as the one who shows up at 9 p.m. and you cannot serve them the same glass. Your competitor who is beating you in ads is not beating you because they have better hooks. They are beating you because they are running the chai wala's factory. They are shipping 12 to 20 variations a week every week at the cost of their pride. You are shipping 3 variations a month and calling it a test. The chai wala served more customers before launch than your account has sales this quarter. The factory is the difference, not the hooks. Okay? Write down the number of actual real listing ad variations you shipped in the last 30 days. Not creatives, not copies, not minor edits, real variations with a different hook, a different angle, a different first 3 seconds. Most Indian stores come up with a number between 2 and 5. The chai will beat that number by 10 in the first 30 minutes of his shift. That is the problem. You have to test variations, and the only way you get good at making ads is by being first bad at them. Only by making bad ads will you be able to make good ads. This is very, very important. The thumb stop test. Every Indian ad is competing with a cousin's reel, a Dhoni highlight, and an influencer doing a dance on the rooftop or some random things that influencers do, right? Your ad has to beat all three in half a second. Here is what I want you to run on your own ad tonight. Take your phone, open your personal Instagram, not a clean ads manager preview, your actual feed, and with your actual life on it, between a cousin's engagement reel and a Virat Kohli highlight. Okay, now insert your ad into the feed in your head and scroll past it. Watch what your thumb does, not your face, your thumb. Your thumb is an honest critic. Your face will be polite because the ad is yours and you have an ego investment in it. The thumb has no ego. The thumb will do exactly what a stranger's thumb would do. If the thumb kept moving, the ad lost. If the thumb paused, even for a second, the ad earned a second of attention, which is the whole thing you are paying for. Okay? So most Indian ads I see in my that I have reviewed till now and that I have seen people make fail the thumb test the same way. They open with a beautiful product shot, they open with a tidy headline, they open with a founder talking in a clean background, all of it is well lit, all of it is respectable, none of it makes the thumb hesitate. The thumb has been trained by a billion reels to scroll past respectable. The thumb wakes up for strange, the thumb wakes up for intimate, the thumb wakes up for, wait, what is that? Wait, that is me. Yaar, yahan pe mere liye kuch hai. That is me. The thumb wakes up for a face that is looking directly at the phone and saying something it should not say out loud. A tea stall chai wala gets your attention the same way. He does not whisper, he does not run an advertisement. He does a loud, musical, theatrical ring with the kettle that you cannot help but turn your head at. The theatrical move is the first half second. Once you turn your head, the rest of the experience is allowed to become. But the turn of the head is what started it. Your ad needs a little kettle move, not a polished opening, a kettle move. If something that makes the thumb hesitate because the pattern of the feed just got broken. After the thumb hesitates, you have 2 seconds to earn the rest of the attention. Before the thumb hesitates, you have nothing. Not 2 seconds, nothing. The ad is dead before it started. How to design a kettle move? Open any Indian reel, okay, that is going viral. Pause it at 1 second. Look at the exact frame at 1 second, like the first frame, okay? Ask what is happening here that is not happening in the frame. Next to it in the feed. Almost always the answer is one of 3 things. Directness, strangeness, intimacy. Authenticity of some form. Okay? Someone looking with camera like they know you. An object in the wrong place, a face that is too close, a sentence too honest for the internet. Pick one of the 3 and you add with it. Everything out of the kettle now move can be polished. The kettle move cannot. Okay? You need to understand that. The unfunny uncle rule. Your ad is competing with a customer's unfunny uncle's WhatsApp forward. Your ad is losing that fight most days, and I'm going to tell you why. Picture your customer, okay? A tired 31-year-old woman in Pune. She finishes dinner. She puts her kids to sleep. She sits on the sofa. She picks up her phone. Her thumb opens WhatsApp first, not Instagram, okay? But because that is the real pattern. Instagram is later. WhatsApp is first. Like first people check messages, you know. And now some people use Instagram for texting. That's the story. But I think India is like the second largest user base of WhatsApp as far as I know. So the major pattern is WhatsApp first. Her first message is not from you. Her first message is from her unfunny uncle in a family group. He forwarded something. It is a joke that would have been funny in 2011, or a patriotic video, or a did you know fact that is not true, or a picture of his hibiscus plant. Okay. So your customer does not delete him. She smiles politely in her head and scrolls on that. The uncle, despite being unfunny, has a relationship with her that I did not have. He has been in her life for 31 years. You have been in her life for 0 seconds. So your ad is not competing with a competitor's ad. Your ad is competing with her unfunny uncle's WhatsApp forward, and her unfunny uncle, despite being unfunny, is winning on relationship. You're losing before you started. Now she opens Instagram. She sees a cousin's baby. She sees a school's friend trip to Bali. She sees Goa, whatever. She sees a reel of a golden retriever being reunited with its owner, which will make her cry for a second. She sees a beautiful frame from a Karan Johar or a Sanjay Leela Bhansali film. She sees an influencer doing a glow up in reverse, and then in the middle of all this, she sees your ad. A product shot. A price, a banner that says flat 50% off for today only. What do you think is gonna happen? Okay, so your ad is competing with a golden retriever new reunion. Your ad is competing with a cousin's baby. Your ad is losing the fight every damn time because the golden retriever already has an emotional grip on her that your product does not. The cousin's baby has 31 years of family history, and yours is a stranger on the footpath. The only way your ad wins that fight is if you stop pretending you are an ad and start trying to be the emotional weight of a forwarded video from a cousin. That is completely different creative brief than make a good ad. That is a brief that says, in one sentence, make me feel something my uncle could not. Make me feel my cousin's baby could not. Make me feel something that the Golden Triangle Union did not. If your ad cannot clear that bar, it is logistics with a banner and will not move a thumb. What a creative brief where the only requirement is the ad has to feel more emotionally alive than a WhatsApp forward. She's just scrolled past from an uncle she loves. That is the whole brief. That is the whole bar. Brief basically like, how do you plan your ad, right? So I hope you understood this thing, because this is pretty important. Because in the midst of everything, you forget the fact that a person who is actually watching your ad and who's going to actually buy the product after watching the ad is a real person, and he could be doing anything, but he's looking at your ad. So why the fuck does the person has to look at your ad and then actually go ahead and buy it from you and give you their hard-earned money, right? So you have to think of them as humans, because a lot of time, you forget the fact that it's not just an order number or a name or whatever. It's an actual real human being, right? And the person has their own things to do, own struggles, own life, and everything. So next up is the rewrite rule. Every winning Indian ad has been written 11 times, not tweaked, rewritten. The first version is a practice round nobody told you about. Here is an uncomfortable fact about ads that are doing 7 figures in India right now. The version of that ad is running today is not the first version. It is not the second version, it is the 11th version. And the first 10 versions were not tested and optimized. They were written, short, looked at, felt wrong, and completely rewritten from scratch. Not edited, not cut. Not we move the CTA or any of this, we change the 1 second or whatever. Rewritten, different hook, different voice, different frame of mind. Indian dropshippers, in my experience from what I've seen, do not rewrite, they just tweak. They shoot version of one of an ad, see it perform okay, and then they spend the next 6 weeks moving the subtitle, changing the color, maybe changing the 3 seconds, adjusting the background music or whatever the fuck, changing the call to action from shop now to order now, get yours. None of that is rewriting, all of that is fidgeting. And the creative is stuck at the same performance level the first version was at. Because the first version was a rough draft and the dropshipper has been polishing a rough draft instead of throwing it away. Tweaking a first draft is how a store stay up, flat. Rewriting a first draft is how stores break out. The Indian dropshippers who look like they have a magical creative edge are just the ones who are willing to throw the first version in the bin. Okay? So here is the rule. Your first version of any ad for any product is garbage, not because you're bad, but because it is the first version. Nobody's first version is the one. The first version is how you learn what the second version should be. The second version is where you start to see shape. The fifth version is where the real ad begins to show up. The 11th version is what goes live and makes money. Obviously it is a bit exaggerated. You don't have to do 11 times, but at least make 2-3 variations and then come back to it after a day, and you'll see automatically that the later when you go, the better it gets. Okay, and then you actually test that out. Most Indian dropshippers never see the 11th version because they fell in love with the first one. They could not bear to throw it away. Throwing it away felt like sunk cost. It is not a sunk cost. The first version bought you information. The information is the real asset. Use the information. Throw that out. Okay. So next product you launch, commit in advance to writing at least 3 to 4 versions before you declare any of them. The ad rewrite, not tweak. Each version gets to be complete garbage. Each version gets to disappoint you. You're not judging the individual version. You're building up the final one, okay, which is the one that will actually go live. Most of the competitors quit at version 1, okay. The ones who will eat your lunch are already on version 9. Your competitors are not hooking you, they are out rewriting you. They are out remaking the ads. So that winning ad is just the first draft that survived 10 deaths. Okay, so if you like this video and if you are wondering how do I actually take all this and implement it into my ads, I do have a one-to-one coaching program for this, and this was a lesson from my one-to-one coaching. That is something I actually teach with, along with all the theory. I also teach the practicality of it, how to actually implement it. So obviously this is not an excerpt or something from it, because that's not fair to the people who are actually paying for the program, right? But if this clicked with you, it was not because I tried to illustrate with actual examples you could have aha moments with, right? So I have a one-to-one coaching program where we set out a goal for you before you even start. And it is a 3-month program and it's completely one-to-one with me, right? You get 1 hour call, 12 calls with me. And if it doesn't work out for you, as in you don't really get the results that we decided before we actually started, then we'll keep working for free till you do. You'll also have tech support with me. You'll get access to all the recorded videos, and whatever problems you face, we can come on a call and fix it. As I said, you'll get 12 1-hour calls with me and unlimited support. And if you don't hit the goal we had set, then we keep working till you do for absolutely free. And that is I think one of the best offers you can have. and it's not really that expensive also for the value that you're getting, because you're going to make lakhs from it. So there is a link in the description down below. You can check that out, and if you qualify for it, then my manager will contact you. Then we'll hop on a call and see if I can actually help you out, and if we can, then we start working together. Okay. Now, because you actually watched till here, I also have some extra sauce to give you. The last cup. One final image before I let you go. Hold it in your hand the next time you sit down to write an ad. It is 8 in the evening. The chai wala you saw earlier is still at his stall. Yes, sir. Let's say 500, 600 or 1000 cups a day. His hands are tired, his face is not. He has one kettle and one burn and one little tray of glasses that never stops filling and emptying. And as you walk past him on the way home, he looks up, meets your eye, and pours the next cup as if it is the first cup of the day. Because for the person he is pouring it for, it is the first one. This is the posture, not a hustle, not a grind. A man who has done the same thing 900 times today and still pouring the 900 and first with full intention, because he understands in his hands the customer on the other side has not had any of the first 900. The customer is meeting his work for the first time. Your next ad, and the one after that, and the one after that, and the 11th one, whatever ad you're launching, the person seeing your ad on Instagram tonight does not know about whatever you scrapped till now. That person is meeting the first version he's seeing. And that version has to be the best one. That is why you have to pour it like that. Okay, so you're not running an ad business, you're running a tea stall that happens to charge for distribution on Meta. Pour the next cup like it is the first. I hope that clicked with you. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. I'll be using a zookeeper's example in this, so I hope that clicks with you. And so let's begin. So stop trying to outsmart Meta. You cannot make it. Meta is a hungry animal that has eaten 8 billion humans' data and is waiting for you to feed it. The sooner you accept that, the sooner your ad account stops feeling like a casino. So let's begin. The zookeeper's lesson. You are not a hunter in Ads Manager, you are a zookeeper. The animal decides when it eats. You cannot force it to eat. Your job is to put the right meat in the right bowl every day for a very long time. Here is the single biggest mental mistake most Indian dropshippers make the second they open Ads Manager. They walk in like they are hunting. They think the ad accounts is a jungle and the audience is the prey and they are the one with the gun. So they fire a lot of shots and they try a lot of angles. They kill the ones that miss and they chase the ones that hit, and they get exhausted and frustrated and angry at Meta. Wrong animal, wrong job, wrong century. You are not a hunter, you are a zookeeper. Meta is a very, very large tiger in a cage, hungry tiger in a cage. It decides when it eats, it decides how much it eats, decides it what order. You do not. Your job every single day is simple. You walk into the cage at the same time, you put a clean, fresh, well-butchered piece of meat in the bowl. You step back, you watch, you write down what the tiger did, and you come back tomorrow with slightly better meat, cut slightly differently, put in the bowl slightly earlier. That is the entire job. You are not fighting the algorithm, you are feeding it. Every Indian dropshipper is losing money, the Ads Manager is losing money because they walked in with a gun instead of a bowl. The reason this matters is because the hunter mindset makes you do destructive things. The hunter kills things too quickly, the hunter panics when a shot misses, the hunter keeps switching guns. The hunter tries to outsmart the jungle. Meanwhile, the zookeeper has been quietly feeding the same tiger for 9 months, and at month 9, the tiger has stopped testing him and just waits for the bowl. This is what a dialed-in ad account actually is. That is what most people, when they say my account is seasoned, it is not magic, it is not luck, it is 9 months of a zookeeper showing up at the same cage at the same time with good meat. If you rewind your entire ad journey in India so far, I will bet you can find the exact moment you decided you were going to be a hunter. It was probably the moment a YouTube guru said test aggressively, kill what does not work, scale what does. That is hunter language. That language is right if you're trading. It is wrong if you're running a brand. Brands are zoos, you do not hunt in a zoo. You just keep showing up with the bowl. So the bowl ritual. Tomorrow when you open the Ads Manager, don't ask the question, is this working? Ask this question, did I bring a clean bowl today? Did I write a new hook? Did I cut a new variation? Did I think about what the tiger was bored of yesterday? If you brought the bowl, you did your job. The tiger will eat when the tiger wants to eat. You worry about whether it is eating is not part of your job description. Because what you need to understand is, if you didn't understand with this example, what I'm trying to say is that what you do outside of the Ads Manager is what decides what happens in your ad manager, and you cannot control that. You can only control what you do outside of it. Okay? Pattern match. Meta is not selling you ads, Meta is selling you pattern recognition. If a campaign does not have enough shape for the pattern to hook, the animal goes to sleep. Here is the thing no dropshipping course in India really explains, because it sounds too simple to be valuable. Meta at its core is a pattern recognition animal. It is not giving you an audience, it is looking at what your campaign is doing and trying to match it against the shape of every winning campaign it has ever seen across millions of advertisers, across billions of users. If your campaign's shape matches a winning shape, Meta becomes confident, and Meta becomes confident because it starts feeding you cheap attention. If your campaign's shape is weird or too small or too inconsistent, Meta has nothing to match and it goes to sleep on you. So here's the practical question you should be asking every morning. Does my campaign look like a winner Meta has seen before? That is it. That is the only question. Not is the creative good, not is the audience right, not is the bid working, or is this creative strategy working, what the hell. Not from a distance. If Meta tilts its head and squints at my campaign, does this shape look like the shape of something it has made money from here? You're not running ads, you're trying to make your campaign look familiar to a machine that has seen a million winning campaigns. Your job is to look like one of them until the machine nods. A pattern matching animal needs two things to recognize a pattern: enough inputs and enough consistency. Enough input means enough creative variations, enough days, enough budget to actually produce signal. Enough consistency means you're not changing the shape every 48 hours. Most Indian dropshippers fail at both. They test 3 creatives, they panic on day 2, they swap everything, and they wonder why Meta never figured out the winner. Meta did not figure out anything because you never gave it a pattern to match. You gave it noise, you gave it a campaign that looked from above like someone shaking a box. Here is the flip side. The dropshippers in India who look like they have some magic touch with Meta don't have magic, they have shape. They launch campaigns that look from a distance like shapes Meta has seen before. Enough creatives, enough days, enough consistency, enough of like launching more ads and proper good ads, right? The shape is the whole game. The creatives are just the colors you just paste inside the shape. Paint inside the shape. Pull up your campaign, last campaign, squint at it, not any individual ad, and the entire campaign as an object. Does it look like a shape a machine has seen before? Enough creatives, enough days running, enough consistent signal to make a pattern? Or does it look like a fidgeting experience that swapped guns every second day? One of those shapes wins, the other stays in the scene. Okay? The 3 ad problem. You cannot test a product with 3 ads. This is not testing, that is hoping, and Meta was never built to reward hope. Most Indian dropshippers launch the product with 3 ads, maybe 5 ads, and then decide within 48 hours whether the product is a winner. 3 ads, 5 ads, what the hell, 48 hours. That is not a test, that is a coin toss with a delay. And when they have been doing it for 3 years and they're confused about why nothing works. Here is why it does not work. Imagine you walked into a kitchen and handed the chef 3 ingredients and told him to make your dish. You gave him salt, onions, and potato. You said, make me something that will make me cry. The chef will do the best he can. He will make you aloo. Okay, it might be good, it might not. But you cannot be angry at the chef when it is not the best meal of your life. You don't give him the ingredients, you give him a constant and golden opportunity. Meta is the chef, your 3 ads are the onion, salt, and potato. Your Meta is a machine that needs variety to find the winner inside the variety. Right? It does not know which ad is going to be the winner before you launch. You do not know. The customer does not know. The only thing that knows is the pattern matching done by the machine once it has seen enough variations. 3 ads is not enough variation to find anything. You launch a product with 3 ads and called it a test. The chef had onion, salt, and potato, and you called it a restaurant. Both of you failed for the same reasons, not enough ingredients. When I work with a new store or in my one-to-one coaching, the first thing I fix is not the ads, not the language, not the hook. It is the one thing: how many real distinct variations are we feeding into Meta in the first week of a launch? The answer is usually under 5. That is not the problem, not the creative, not the copy, not the audience, the input volume. Until the input volume clears, the threshold, Meta has nothing to match and the machine goes quiet and the store looks dead. Okay, the fix is boring, the fix is uncomfortable, as with all things, right? And the fix is you make more ads, not 300. Okay, just 12 to 20 real variations of the first week of a launch, and different enough that Meta can tell them apart. Different hooks, different visual structures, different first 3 seconds, different angles on the same story. You're not trying to guess the winner, you're trying to give the machine enough ingredients that the winner finds itself. Okay. Next we have the patience test. There is an invisible, the patience tax. There is an invisible tax most Indian dropshippers pay for killing their ads too fast. Most of them have been paying it their whole career and never noticed. Here is a sequence that happens in almost every new Indian ad account I have audited till now. Launch day, excited, ads go live in the morning. By evening there is 1 sale. By midnight there are 2. The next one there's nothing. The dropshipper panics. They get the creator that had 0 sales. They boost the ads at work. By day 3 the ad account has been reshuffled. By day 4 the 2 that worked have stopped working. By day 5 dropshipper is demoralized and blaming Meta. By day 6 the launch is dead. Here is what actually happened. Meta never got to see a pattern. The zookeeper bought a bowl for 2 days and then took it away because the tiger did not eat fast enough. The tiger was still processing. The machine was still matching. The first 72 hours of any new ad that you launch is a deposit. It's not a verdict. You're telling the machine who you are. The machine is cataloging you. It has not decided anything yet. It is reading your shape. The first 72 hours of your ad account of any campaign that you launch are not a verdict. The dropshipper who kills at 48 is refunding his own deposit and wondering why the vault is empty. This is the patience tax, right? Every time you kill an ad too fast, and every time you reshuffle the campaign in the first 3 days, every time you panic cut because the morning numbers were low, you're paying a tax. The tax is invisible because the tax does not show up in the dashboard. The tax shows up in the fact that none of your campaigns ever seem to get a real chance to become familiar to the machine. The machine keeps meeting a new version of you every third day. It never gets to know you, and the machine that do not know you do not give you cheap attention. The Indian dropshippers who seem to have some magic with Meta are not magicians. They are patient. They hold the brand on day 2. They hold their hand on day 3, and they hold their hand on the morning of day 4 when someone else would have just panicked. They let the shape form, and by day 6, when everyone else has killed their launch, these people have a perfect acquisition that looks like a prayer got answered. It is not a prayer, it's just them refusing to pay the patience tax. Okay? So yeah, it's really that simple. You have to launch, and you have to see what the machine is telling you. You have to see what the pattern recognition, pattern matching is telling you, because you have to realize the fact that Meta has or analyzes millions and millions of ads every day. More than what all of us combined will ever make in our lifetimes. So you have to understand the fact that whatever the machine is telling you is in most cases it's right. Yeah, there's some false positives, but in most cases it is right. So you just have to follow that and keep bringing the bowl, as I said. Okay. So if you like this video till now, and you actually want practical help as to how do you go and implement all of this theory that I just explained, then I do have a good news for you, and that is I do have a one-to-one coaching program where before even starting we decide a final goal for you that we are going to hit in the 3 months. It's a 3-month program, right? And if we don't hit that goal, we work for free till you do hit that goal that we had decided. Okay, so you'll be getting 12 one-to-one calls with me, 1 hour each. Obviously we can increase or decrease the duration of the calls as per the need, right? And you'll get 20% support with me, and obviously a lot of things will be recorded, some will be taught to you live depending on your needs, right? Depending on where we are starting from. So if this interests you, there's a link in the description down below, you can check that out. And since you've watched till here, I would also like to give you a secret sauce. The last goal, one final image before I let you go. Hold it in head the next time you open your ads manager. Picture a zoo at 6 in the morning. The sun is just starting to come up, the animals are still. There's one person walking down the path with the bucket. He walks to the same cage he has walked to every morning for the last 3 years. He opens the slot, he puts the bowl down, he takes 3 steps back, he watches, he writes something down, and then he walks to the next cage. That's the life of a ₹1,000,000 Indian ad account. Not a Vegas store, not a jungle, not a casino. A zoo at dawn, one quiet person with a bucket showing up the same cage at the same time with a slightly cheaper bowl than yesterday. For as many mornings as it takes, the tiger is hungry, the tiger will always be hungry. The question is whether you have the temperament to keep showing with a bowl for the 1,000 mornings it takes the tiger to start waiting for you. Pick up the bowl, not the gun. The ones who make real money in Indian ads never own a gun in the first place. Feed the animal every day, and the rest is just nice. So I hope these metaphors and examples click with you, because what I'm trying to do with these videos is that actually explain you the mental part of things, because if you understand the fundamentals, the strategy is born out of that. You won't need to go and keep searching for a new strategy whenever there's something new happens, because if you understand the fundamentals clearly, which I have been trying to explain, right, that basically does the thing for you. Okay, so yeah, and if you're interested in the one-to-one, then you can fill the form in the description down below. If you qualify, then my manager will contact you, and we can see if we can actually help you out with that after hopping on a call. And yeah, that's about it for this video, and see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. So I'll be explaining to you why you are not able to make money despite you might be doing a lot of things wrong, but if your mindset part is not good, then you can never really do it. And that's why we'll be going through 6 examples so that you can actually understand how do you actually get rid of the mindset problem, so that you don't self-sabotage. So let's begin. The thermostat in the kitchen. Your ceiling is not your skills, it is a number set in your body before you were 12, and your body will fight your bank account to return to it. I want you to think about the AC in a Mumbai apartment in May. Not the brand, the dial. Whoever set that dial is going to decide the temperature of the room for the next 6 hours. Okay? It does not matter what the weather is doing outside. It does not matter how many people walk into the room. Whenever the air in the room drifts too far above or below 22, the machine kicks on and pulls it back. The room has a set point, and the set point wins. Okay? Just picture a hotel that you go into this, right? Your body has one too, not for temperature but for money. Somewhere between when you were 8 and when you were 12, you watch your family live at a certain income, spend a certain way, talk about money a certain way, and a nervous system wrote a quick number into you. That number is your set point. Every future decision you make about earning, spending, risking is being silently measured against it. If your business earns 3 times that number next month, your body will feel weird, a little unsettled, vaguely guilty, slightly dizzy. and it will quietly go looking for ways to bring you back to the set point. It will make you cancel meetings, it will make you spend recklessly, it will make you lose interest in the winning ad, it will make you pick a fight with your brother. It does not feel like sabotage because it does not look like sabotage. It looks like I need a break. It looks like paisa se kya hota hai yaar. It looks like, let me take this weekend off and think clearly. Every household has a thermostat in the kitchen. The ones on the wall keeps the room at 22. The ones in your chest keeps your bank balance at 50,000. The reason most people doing dropshipping in India get stuck and then same monthly number for 6 months or years also on end in a row, it's not a creative problem, it's not a product problem, it is not an ad account problem, it is not a strategy problem. Those are downstream. The upstream is a set point on so quiet you have never actually heard it. Humming inside you, returning you to the temperature the house you grew up in was comfortable at. You cannot out-hustle a set point, you can only change it. And the first step to changing it is admitting it exists. Most people refuse it, they say, I just need better creative, they say, bas ek hero product aa jaye, sab theek ho jayega. They have been saying that the same sentence for 18 months. The ads are fine, the product is fine, the thermostat is what is capping them. Plot your store's revenue for the last 12 months on a piece of paper or like whatever you wish to use, Excel sheet or whatever. Look at the graph. You're a ceiling that keeps bruising against and falling back from. That is not a coincidence and that is not the market. That is your endpoint, set point showing itself. The number it keeps pulling it back to is not a random number. It is a number that was written into you a long time ago. And you are going to have to learn the shape of it before you can change it. Okay? Your bank balance never exceeds a set point. Fix the thermostat before you fix the store. You have to fix what is internal because what is external comes from internal. As above, so below. It's the law of the universe. Yeah. The guilt day. There is a day in every Indian's founder life that is more dangerous than any launch. Most people lose their business on that day and never find out why they did. Imagine this: you run your store for 2 years, you cross 3 lakhs a month in profit. Then one morning you open a bank app and realize quietly that you just made more in a single month than your father made in his best year of working. And that number is sitting in your account. It happened to you, nobody's stopping you. There is no manager to congratulate you, there is no promotional email from HR. Watch what happens in your body on that day. Okay, most Indian founders I have seen and why people get complacent is, first a short burst of joy, maybe 90 seconds of it, then a wave of vertigo, like the room got slightly tilted. And this is why, whenever you have a best day, the very next day you have a very bad day. This is the reason. And this one that matters, a heavy, unspecific, undeniable wave of guilt. Not guilt for anything you actually did, guilt for the fact of the number itself. Guilt for having it while your dad worked 40 years and you never saw it. Guilt for the cousins who are still studying. Guilt for the uncle who is still, taking the local to work every morning. Guilt that is not about morality, guilt that is about belonging. That is the guilt day. The guilt day is more dangerous than any ad account disaster because most people within 7 days of the guilt day will quietly, unconsciously start shrinking their business to make the guilt go away. They'll stop spending on the ads that were working. They will disappear from the desk for a week. They will overtip the waiters. They will send a big chunk of money out of pure discomfort instead of reinvesting into the actual business. They will do 100 small things that all point in the same direction, which is back to the set point. The day your business finally works is the day your thermostat starts screaming. Most people think the screaming means something is wrong. The screaming is just the old set point trying to pull you home. If you can sit with the guilt without obeying it, you can literally do nothing for 3 days. No big spending, no big reinvesting, no guilt donations, no dramatic phone calls home. You will notice something. The guilt passes. It does not kill you. Your body will have tried to return you to the set point. There will be resistance and you will have politely refused. And what you will have discovered is that the set point was never a rule. It was a habit, and habits given enough refusal can be rewritten. Most Indian dropshippers never find this out because they obey the guilt every single time it comes. So every quarter, the same cycle. Grow, hit the number, feel the guilt, shrink. Grow, hit the number, feel the guilt, and again shrink. Watch a store graph long enough and you can see the thermostat doing its work in the shape of a chart. You can see the exact month the founder made. And the way you fix that is, I'll give you a mental hack, is whatever your dream number is. For example, right now your goal is to make, let's say 10 lakh revenue a month, okay? You're making 10 lakh revenue. The day you hit 10 lakh revenue, that day you have to absolutely be disgusted at yourself that you're just making 10 lakh. If you go up oh wow yaar, maine 10 lakh kama liye, I'm finally making 10 lakhs. That is the day this all starts happening. So the day you hit 10 lakhs, you have to be fuck man, I'm just hitting 10 lakhs. I'm fucking disgrace to society. This is the thought process you need to have to not be complacent. And if you're how do I actually do the emotion, then you have to realize the fact, whatever age you are, Alexander conquered the world when he was 28. Okay? Mark Zuckerberg became the world's youngest self-made billionaire at 23. Okay, so whatever the fuck you have done, and I don't mean this to demean anyone's accomplishment, I do this myself all the time. Okay, And sometimes it does get unhealthy, but whatever. If you want to conquer the world, if you want to become the best, then you have to do this. It's not going to be like, oh, wo aankhon pe cucumber laga ke, yaar, mental health and all this bullshit, right? I mean, mental health is good. What I mean to say is, yaar, healthy living, yaar, bura mat feel karo, don't be depressed. This is all this bullshit. If you want to be successful, there's no such thing as, oh, yaar, मेरे को अच्छा feel नहीं हो रहा, मैं आज काम नहीं करूँगा. Bullshit. Okay, you have to be absolutely disgusted at the fact that you're just making 10 lakh rupees. When people have conquered the world when, they were half your age. Okay, but whatever your age is, whatever. Okay. So yeah, that's one mental reframing you can use. Okay. So next up is the bank app mirror. Before any affirmations, before any book, before any course, there is a 30-second test your face already knows the answer to. Stop the video for a second and do this. Do not think about it. Do not prepare your face. Take your phone out, open a bank app and look at the home screen. The one with the balance. I want you to notice what your face does in the half second before you consciously start controlling it. Yeah. So, did your jaw tighten? Did your stomach go a little hollow? Did your shoulders draw in slightly? Did your eyes flick without you deciding to check whether anyone was looking over your shoulder? Did your whole body quietly say this is not enough or this might not last? Did you, without thinking, already start running the math on what bill is due next month? Whatever your face did in that half second is your real relationship with money. The bank app is not a screen, it is a mirror. It does not show you your balance, it shows you the person you become while you're trying to make it. Okay? Here is what most Indian founders miss. Okay? You think the goal is to change the number on the screen, the goal is to change the face that looks at the screen. Because the face is the set point wearing the skin. If the face tightens at every number that crosses the old set point, it will not matter how many hero products you launch. The face will keep pulling the number back down until the face can relax again. The face is older than your strategy. The face was trained at a dinner table when you were 9 and your mother told you to not ask for the expensive toy. It could be any particular instance, okay? There is a whole industry in India right now selling money from affirmations and manifestation journals and vision boards. Most of them do not work. Not because affirmations are fake, because they try to install a new belief on top of the face that has been rehearsing the old one for 20 years. The face always wins, so you have to retrain the face before any belief can stick to it, okay? And I would like to explain this with a short quote is that you don't achieve goals, you achieve characters. And with the manifestation of the character, you achieve the goal. If you try to bring your dream goal to your current character, you will not be able to sustain it because for that it's a dream outcome. So whatever your dream goal is has to be a baseline for a character. And so you have to become that character for whom that goal is the baseline. Because you do not sustain the dream version of yourself that you imagine. You only sustain the bare minimum of yourself that you're ready to tolerate. Okay? So the point after the win. Every Indian success has a second of silence at the end of the sentence. That silence is a thermostat and most people pay it without noticing. Picture this. You walk into your family living room one Saturday and you finally tell your father the number, the real number. Not the downscale version you actually say at dinner, the real one. He's sitting in his chair, he takes a sip of his tea, he does not look up and then he says after what he gives like a very long 3 seconds, Acha. Just that Acha. Okay? And he goes back to his newspaper watching TV or whatever. Okay? You walked in expecting something but you did not get it. The silence is not pain, it is not jealousy, it is not disappointed, it's something much simpler and much more dangerous. It is the sound of a person whose own thermostat is much lower than your number, trying to process a number his body is not built to process, and defaulting to the only response his system knows how to give, which is to go it until the number stops existing. You walk out of that living room feeling strange, you cannot name the feeling has a name, you just pay the quiet tax. The most expensive tax in India is not GST, the silence at the dinner table when you finally tell your family the real number, and you don't get the validation you're looking for. The quiet tax is the price you pay in every Indian household for growing bigger than the room you came from. Nobody asked you to pay it, nobody even knew they collected it, but your body knew. Your body goes home that night and quietly decides to stop measuring the number at dinner, to stop reinvesting quite so aggressively, to stop posting wins on Instagram and to stop making the kind of moves that would create another living room moment like that one. And within 3 weeks, your business has not consciously pulled itself back down to a size that does not require another quiet tax payment. This is not a suggestion to stop loving your family, by the way. It is a suggestion to stop letting that thermostat control yours. They are not trying to hurt you, they are not trying to pull you back down. The silence is an old inheritance from a house where growth was not safe. Okay, you can honor them by taking care of them, you cannot honor them by shrinking for them. Shrinking for them does not make them warm, it just makes you small. The work is this: you can learn to hear the quiet, notice the quiet and not shrink. You let the quiet sit there in the room and go back to your desk and you ship the next thing anyway. Every time you do, the quiet tax rate drops a little. Over months, it stops collecting, and that is the moment the thermostat actually changes. Not in some meditation session, not in some manifestation journal, in a living room over a cup of tea with your father quietly going back to the newspaper. Okay. So if you like what you have heard till now, and if you found it interesting, and if you're like, okay, how the hell do I actually implement all of this in practicality? Well, to help you out, I have got a one-to-one coaching program where we set out a goal for you before you even start, and then we work for 3 months where you get 12 one-to-one calls with me, 1 hour each, every week, right? And if you don't hit the goal that we set out before starting, you keep working with me for free till you do. Okay, so it's a one-to-one program, and you basically become the best and change your life. So if that's something that interests you, can check the link in the description down below. And if you qualify for it, then my manager will contact you, and then we'll hop on a call to see if we can work together. And yeah, that's about it. So since you watched till here, let me give you a little bit of a bonus. Okay, so the last room, one final thing before the screen goes dark. Look around you right now, and I'll let you go. Look around the room. You're watching this in the walls, the ceiling, the doors, this chair you're sitting in. That is the current room, and here's the thing about every current room. It is the exact size of the current thermostat, not a centimeter bigger. So when people ask me to scale a dropshipping business in India, what I actually want to tell them, but almost never can in 1 minute reply is this. It is not a strategy question, it is not a software question, it is not a hero product question. It is a room question. The size of your next room will be exactly the size of your next room you let yourself walk into, physically and mentally. And the room you're sitting in tonight is the room your father could afford to give you, emotionally and financially. 20 years ago, it is not your room. It never was. You inherited it. You are welcome to stay in it forever. Most Indians do. You have to understand this paragraph. If you do, it's going to change your life. But if any of this felt uncomfortable while you were watching it, if any of this made your stomach tighten the same way your bank app does, that discomfort is a door. The room has a door. It always had a door. You just never walked it because nobody in your life told you the doors existed. Okay? Check the thermostat tonight. If the number on the wall is the number your family was comfortable with, and you're not your family, then the number is not yours. Okay, so I hope this clicks it for you as to why you're not able to grow beyond certain numbers and why you stay broke, right? Because you have to understand these big things in the psychology. Because when I started playing the very deep psychology, it's not very easy to explain all the Carl Jung and Nietzsche and all these people's thinking in a YouTube video here, right? So that's why I have kind of put our own metaphors here. So I have that clicks with you, and if it did, then yeah, you can like the video and subscribe. And if the one thing interests you, if you want to change your life, it's the best program out there. And yeah, so that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. If you're thinking about who am I to talk on this topic, I've spent over 2,35,000 a day for one of my Shopify brands, and with a ROAS of 3.097, I have to go and watch them. In this video, I'll tell you all will still be a bit expensive, so I'll be launching a Discord community with a monthly access card, I think, soon, so that a lot more people can join and access and get to do calls with me. You will be getting 1 call per week with me. It will not be one-to-one, like a group call, but obviously we'll limit the thing, and I'll let you know when I launch it. You can just comment. You can comment something and to let me know that you are waiting for it. Anyway, so getting back to the topic. Why I have written the bullet points down that I want to talk about. So that's the thing. Why 99% of Indian dropshipping stores fail. Obviously that's the topic. So businesses don't fail, people do. Keep this in your mind at all times. Now, what do I mean by this? So the thing is, you might have heard at many places or seen somewhere that it's 99% or 95% of business fail, blah blah blah. But it's not the businesses that fail; it's the people who. Okay. The reason I say that is, I'll give you a very good example. Okay. So the thing is, people have perspectives. Okay. Perspective is basically, I would say, smaller brother of the word paradigm. Paradigm is basically the lens through which you view something. Okay, so you're viewing video with a certain paradigm about me, like, okay, I trust this guy because he has established authority by showing that he has spent 2,35,000 a day on Meta ads for Indian e-commerce, so that is why you're listening to. So you have a paradigm about me that I can trust this guy because I built authority by showing you I've done this and this, and that is why you should listen to me. Just like that in any form of business. The thing is, there are paradigms about many things. There are paradigms about paradigms. Like, how do you view a paradigm? There are paradigms about this cup of coffee. Some people might not like coffee at all. Some people might hate me because they don't like coffee and they think people who drink coffee are crazy. Now, these all are things, are what you call paradigms. And I also just like Davidoff. I mean, I like Nescafe as well, but I think Davidoff is pretty good. So that's a certain paradigm I have about coffee, that I think Davidoff coffee is the best, right? And you can have paradigms about anything and anything. And the thing is, what generally ends up happening is people put their personal paradigm, into the business when they start doing the business. Like, for example, people have paradigms that India has a very high COD RTO rate, or India mein prepaid kam aata hai, or whatever. These are certain paradigms people have about Indian e-commerce or Indian dropshipping. Now, not all of them are objectively wrong, okay? Because the thing is, some parts of it is true,
But this entire paradigm, what ends up happening, shapes the entire decision. Because I think that Indian market is like has a lot of RTO. They try to avoid it, but in the accordance of trying to avoid it, what they end up doing is that they are the ones who suffer most RTO. Whereas, for example, when I started, I never really thought about RTO. I just had it once, and then I was like, fuck it, this is the first thing I'm gonna solve. And then I solved it by just doing some shipping and trying some things out. So if you just have the correct paradigm and you don't like accept it, okay, then you can change it. But the thing is, most people don't realize that they have a paradigm. This is where a meta paradigm comes in. I realize that people have a paradigm in Indian e-commerce that that the dropshipping, the RTO is very high, prepaid is less. I didn't get this, let this become my paradigm, because I knew that this is just a misconception that people have. They can be prepaid. There are 50% people who are doing prepaid. This is like 1 year back, and there are people who get 80, 85%, 90% delivery. So I know I can make it happen, and that is the paradigm I had, and that is why it ended up happening with me. And because I was aware of this entire thing, didn't really I didn't let that creep into my thought process. But what generally ends up happening is people are not aware of this fact, and they don't realize that they have a paradigm. And the problem is they have a lot of wrong paradigms, okay? And then that entire paradigm shapes the entire decision making, because your paradigm shapes your thoughts shapes your the way you act and behave, and the way you act and behave shapes your results, okay? And that is the reason why 99% in a nutshell, not in a nutshell, but basically why a lot of people fail, like in the mindset part of things, because they just have a lot of wrong things fed up in their head, and that's basically a thing, okay? Now, if you come into the practicality of things, that is delivery, RDO, cash flow, and supplier issues, then yeah, that there are some genuine issues, because the thing is, dropshipping platforms like Proposo and all that. There was one dropshipping platform called Sourcify back in the days, which was pretty good, but then that suddenly got closed for some reason. So yeah, but Proposo Cloud, I don't know, it works for some people. For me, it never really works. I don't really have it with them. Then you have other 3PLs like WeFulfill or whatever the hell, and they have a lot of fees, and they don't really do things properly. There's a lot of bureaucracy and stuff. So this is a genuine problem that I totally understand and have dealt with, and I have come up with some solutions for this, and I'll give them. This is what I have been doing. This is what I did personally, and I think it worked pretty well for me. So yeah, I'll just let you know as well. So yeah, the thing is, the way you get, let's start with the first issue, that is the delivery part. So the thing is, delivery doesn't start when the delivery boy is out for delivery. Now you might think, what the hell is this guy? I'm a bit crazy, but no, I'm not crazy. What I mean to say is that the delivery of the product, the delivery percentage of the product is decided right from the product itself. It's not when the delivery boy starts, takes your product out for delivery. No, delivery percentage is not decided that day. Delivery percentage is decided the day you choose the product and you start advertising. The reason I say that is because the product you pick, the ads that you create, the websites that you make, the copy that you make, everything decides the delivery of your product. Do you know why? Because all these things combined decides the quality of your audience, okay? If you go and sell something for $4.99, you will attract audience that can only buy stuff for $4.99. And if you're selling something for $4.99, you're obviously going to make very crappy ads, very crappy copywriting. You won't give proper care to that. You'll just rip off stuff from here and there, and you'll do that. And you're like, fuck, I'm getting RTO. And that's because you're just attracting crappy audience, tier 2, 3 audience, and that is not a tier 3 audience, and that is why you're getting a lot of RTO. As simple as that. So now obviously you can't just increase the price to 5,000 and you expect to get South Bombay audience. That doesn't happen. If your price is 5,000, everything in accordance has to be of 5,000, worth of 5,000, the website, the graders. So first thing what I'll suggest to do is don't make Hindi ads, okay, or any regional language ads. Make the ads in English. Now please don't get offended by this, but English ads generally attract higher quality of audience. This is what at least personally I have seen. If you go into local, unless your product is something that solves problem for tier 2 audience, just don't make ads in regional languages, whether that be any language. Make them in English. That will attract relatively higher quality audience. Okay, now just doing this won't really solve your RTO issue. It's a lot of things combined. I'm talking. Make the ads in English. And by the way, that 2,35,000 that I spent in a single day on a single Shopify brand of mine, that was all from English ads. Now the ads were in Hindi or Marathi or Gujarati or Kannada or any of those. None of those ads. All of them were in English. Okay, and not surprisingly, even then, most of my purchases were from Mumbai, were from Bangalore, were from Hyderabad, were from depths of Karnataka like Mysore, and Mysore is not really that. But basically, it still attracted the quality people there. But what ends up happening is, if you go and start talking region, it will automatically just target people who can just understand that. So they don't understand the website, they don't understand the funnel properly, they don't understand anything. And because Meta is designed in such a way that it wants you to spend the most amount of money on its platform, that is why it will optimize for most amount of purchases. Okay, and that is why it's not just the Hindi or the regional language ad. The entire thing is set up like that. So just imagine showing that ad and giving that to someone in South Bombay. They will straight up understand that it's a scam and they won't buy it. So it has to show it to a very, very premature audience who will not realize that, okay, this might not be good, and and they'll still buy. And when it comes, they're like, bro, I don't have the money to buy it, so they'll just RTO it. Okay, so you have to understand how meta things, and because it optimizes for purchases, you are still going to get purchase. That is why in this case what you'll see is, if you find a product that is not working, you will see 20 ROAS, 30 ROAS, 15 ROAS, 10 ROAS. But when you talk about delivery, it's not even 15, 20, 30%. This is the reason why. Okay, so that's the ads part of things. Now the thing is, once you fix your ad, which is the most important part, okay, what you got to do next is, so once that is sorted, I think, yeah, it starts with the product, obviously. So see, the thing is, you can technically make any product work, but when you have not made, I would say, your initial 30-40 lakhs a revenue, don't try to do that. The reason I say that is because you don't understand anything, and what you should do is, I'll be talking about later on in the video, and to make your initial few lakhs, I'll talk about it. Trying to provide value here. It starts with the product. So find a good product. Okay, find a good product is something that is not a random kitchen gadget or a random. Just think. If you were, I don't know what example to give, but let's say if you're a South Bombay or South Delhi audience, would you buy a scamming kitchen gadget? No, you would not. Okay, so what you need to realize is there are two ways to succeed in business. Okay, either you sell something to millions of people at a very low price, or you sell something at a very high price to a few amount of people. And this is kind of the second route that I'm doing is through my consulting thing, because many people they charge a bit less. But what I don't want like 100 people or 10 people or 20 even 50 people for that one. I just want maybe 10 people a month, because that's the capacity I have, and because of that the supply is less, so the demand will go high, right? That's a separate concept. I'm just going a bit over all of what I mean to say is that this is, I think, something that you might have heard from a lot of big players, that you can either sell something to a lot of people at a very low price, or you can sell to few people and at a very high price. The problem with the former one, selling something for very cheap to millions of people, is that you need to have a lot of capital to begin. Now this is not something that people will tell you, but I'm telling you. The reason being is that if you're selling something like a cup to, for example, 100,000 people, and you're selling it for, like, for example, $5, that's $500,000 in revenue. Even if you're making $1 in profit, that's still, how much is it? $1 is a bit too much. I think maybe you're making, like, let's say 5 cents in profit. Okay, $25,000 in profit. Okay, the reason I talk in dollars is something I've explained in this video. You can watch it. It's $25,000. Okay, but the thing is, to make this $25,000 in net profit, you need to have the inventory and the money to buy 5,000 units of this. Then you have to advertise it. Then you need to sell it, and shipping and blah blah blah, everything. Okay, and the thing is, we are not selling in the United States, we are selling in India. So everything is mostly COD. So the cash flow cycle is pretty long, right? And this is where people go wrong, as to they go after volume. Okay, they think that if I sell something for cheap, and if I sell 10,000 of it, a lot of people are going to buy. But what you don't realize is you're going to need a shit ton of trading capital to do that, and you don't have that, right? This is the reason why any big player like Ambani or anyone can just come into a business and just destroy all the competition, because they can sell something for a very cheaper price, especially in India, because it's a very price sensitive economy. They can just come off at a very lower price and just destroy everyone, because they have the sitting capital to do that, and eventually you're going to be profitable, obviously. But the thing is, as I said, you need to have a lot of sitting capital. That is why I don't recommend doing this, because we are building completely bootstrapped business, and I feel that is the best way to build a business. I really don't like the concept of having investors and investing on board, because the thing is, at that point, I'm building my company that I want to have the freedom, and I want to be boss, not have like random people telling me what the hell to do. And plus, I feel like when you have investors in the company, it just creates a perceptory delusion that you have the money, but you don't really have any money. You're in loss, apparently valued at millions, so it doesn't make sense. So I just don't like this concept. I like to be completely bootstrapped. If that means growing a bit slow, I'm okay with that. I don't want to grow to $500 billion. $5 billion in like 5 years, and then like in the next 10 years the company doesn't even exist, which is basically 99% of Indian startups, right? I would rather grow to $5 billion over the span of 20 years and actually exist for the next 100 years. I would rather do that, basically. That's the thing. So that is basically explaining to you why this concept doesn't work. And the problem is 90% of people start in Indian dropshipping or e-commerce with this mindset, and that is why they get wrong. So when I said that 99% of dropshipping stores fail, it was actually a lot of reasons, not just one reason. That is why I said the video is going to be long, and as you can see, we're just on the now what happens is when you do the opposite thing, that is selling to a small quantity of people, everything comes and boils down to your skills. And the beauty of skills is that it can be learned with time. You don't need money to learn skills. Okay, now obviously you need some sort of a capital, but I'm not going to give you any directions as to what you should do. But you can always find everything on the internet for free. Everything is there on the internet for free. You just need to know how to find them. Don't use Google, use DuckDuckGo, use Yahoo, use other search engines, okay? Because Google has a tendency to hide something. But there are websites for purposes, I can't name any of those things. I can't name what I'm trying to tell you here, but I want you to succeed. And I'm telling you, if you want to succeed, you will have to do some of the gray shade things. The reason I don't really call them bad things, they are in a gray area, because the thing is, see, you don't have the money to buy them. Whereas if you learn something and let's say you don't pay for it, whatever, and you end up making money, then obviously you're going to go and buy that course or buy that whatever the hell you just got for free, which you're not supposed to get for free. And you'll always be grateful. And you are, like, as a second order consequence of you doing that, you are indirectly contributing to the economy a lot more than you were before by just being a good moral person. Right. Now, obviously, there's a limit to this. Like, don't obviously go and ruin people's businesses. That's not what I'm trying to tell here. I'm just trying to give you a perspective here as to that people make that thing seem as if you're the biggest enemy, but it doesn't really have to be like that. You're just doing your thing. It's not really bad. Okay. So there's that. So learn the skills. Learn how do you market to actual people, because the thing is, if I can sell to people in South Bombay or South Delhi or whatever, I can tell you can sell in the US also, because obviously the US market is a bit more mature still, but the thing is, the amount of selling that you have to do is more or less the same. The skills you need to have is obviously a bit less in India. In foreign gets even more. You need to have a lot more. But the thing is, you can at least make your first few lakhs doing that. Okay, and the beauty of this is you don't need a lot of money, and the chances of you going in loss is very, very less, because you have very good margins. Like, let's say you're getting something for 200, 300 and selling it for like 2,500. Okay, so obviously you are very profitable on the first order itself. Okay, whereas let's say you're selling for getting for something for 200 and you're selling it for like 700-800. Bro, you're barely making any margins. Obviously you'll apparently show a lot of revenue and you'll be you're doing thousands of orders per month, but you're not really making any profit. Whereas if you just sell even 20 units of something, like let's say selling for 2,499, getting it for like let's say all the costs included costs like 450. Okay, so firstly let's say even if you're getting 60% delivery, which is the bare minimum, like you can get if you're selling for something that's expensive, you will get 60-70% delivery. Okay, so it's $1,499 in delivered revenue, okay, minus 450 in the COGS. Let's say you spend 700 getting this person on board, you're making 350 rupees net profit. Okay, 350 rupees, and it won't really cost you 700, to be really honest. It'll cost you like 500 to get that customer. That is what it cost me, my cost back. Okay, obviously at very high scale it goes up to like 600, 700, 800, but then that's where you make money with volume, but we're not trying to do that, right? So the thing is, you have to buy a lot less inventory, you have to spend a lot less on ads, and in return you're making a lot more profit, which is what matters in the beginning, because you have to make a lot more profit, and the profit to revenue ratio has to be very, very high in the beginning, because you can't do much of revenue because you don't have the budget to do that. Once you have the budget to do that, you can increase your revenue and bring your profit. Your profit can deviate a bit from the revenue, because by the sheer volume of the revenue you are making up for the profit, right? So that's the thing. Okay, I hope I'm clear. So I would say this is the thing. And so product, ads, then the website. People make random Chinese photo websites, whatever the fuck, and then end up buying it. Who the hell is going to buy it? I think I gave you a very good example, perspective, that just think, would someone from South Bombay or South Delhi would buy this? If they would, you're good with it. If they won't, your website is probably trash, whatever. It's really bad. Okay, so just don't do it. Yeah, as simple as that. Okay, so and then you have supplier issues. Yeah, so that is a very genuine issue that when you're starting, or even if you're doing decent numbers, like maybe let's say like 50,000-60,000 a day, and you're like you don't have a proper supplier and everything in place, you don't have a trusted someone. In that case, I can help you, because I have my supplier that I have worked with over 1.5 years now. We have done a lot of revenue together, we have done a lot of stuff together, and that spend that I did to like around a day, that was also via his everything. So I can give you his contact, but obviously, and for free, by the way, I won't charge anything for that, because I feel like this is something that a lot of people struggle with. People who are at zero, people who are at even lakhs struggle with. So I feel like if you have a proper supplier who can pack and store the stuff for you, it would really, really help you with the business. So what you can do is you can fill the Google form in the description, and you can just fill in the details, and the supplier will reach out to you. His name is Umang. So, and if you are thinking water is going to be very expensive and blah blah blah, so no, it won't. It will just be 50 rupees for packing plus warehousing Okay, you will obviously have to ship the orders and delivery and everything, whatever you end up using. You will have to use that and generate levels and then, but the packing and warehousing charge for any product, most of the products, unless the product is very heavy or big, it will be 50 rupees. I have locked the deal with him. For all of you guys, he is not going to charge you more. By the way, he charges 70, 80, 90 rupees, like, so I just told him, no, you have to fix that 50, and we have got the deal for you, all of you. And if you're thinking, why am I giving it to you for free? Now, I won't lie to you, mera bahut dil kar raha tha to do something. No. The thing is, we are all here to make money, but obviously I won't charge anything from it, because I said I feel this is a problem that everyone has, and it would really be helpful to everyone if they get a proper supplier who can pack and store the stuff for them. Very trustable, right? And he's Gujarati, by the way. So I think that will help a lot. So I won't take anything from you for this thing, nor will he charge anything extra from you. We have locked the price at 50 for most products, unless the product is very heavy or very big, like, where he has to get more materials and stuff. In that case, it will increase by a bit, like 10-20 rupees. He'll let you know that. But for 90% of the products, it will be 50 rupees, and you don't have to pay anything extra. I won't take anything extra from this. I have my own charger set with him, for all the referrals I do. That's a separate thing that I will be charging from him. You don't have to pay anything extra. Okay. So yeah, I just told you honestly, because I don't think there's any point in lying ki bhai mera, I don't have any commission. Obviously I have been working with him. He makes money, I make money, you guys make money. We're all here to make money, right? So why lie about it? Anyway, so that's the supply part sorted. I think he's a very good guy. You can work with him. Done. Okay. So now let's talk about website funnels and how do you make a good website, how do you make a good ads, and how do you find a good product and all of that. How to make good websites, good converting websites. So firstly, don't overstress on home pages or blah blah blah. Just overstress on the product pages, because you can easily go to 0 to 50, 60 lakhs a month with just the product page, right? So just focus on making a good product page. What you got to do is that it has to look in a proper color scheme. Okay, you can use, I don't know, I feel, because I think if you're starting out, you don't really have the budget for AI, website builders or whatever, so I won't really recommend one. What you can potentially do is you can use a extension called Gem Pages. Okay, it's a very good extension, and it gives you one website for free, so you can use that. And what you can do is you can use Claude Code, okay, and you can tell it you can give it some inspiration from foreign websites, from one brand. Don't tell it to rip it off, don't do that. You can tell it to take some inspiration and then craft a very good website for you, custom code it. Okay, and then you take all that code and then you put it into Gem Pages. Bam, you have got a product page ready, which is better than 99% of your competition. I should not be revealing this sauce for free, but just trying to provide some value here, okay? And you get one product page for free in Gem Pages. So yeah, you can just use that until you're making some money to buy it. Yeah, you can publish it and ready to scale. Okay, and now we have got crappy ads. Yeah, so the thing is, the way you make good ads is, well, a lot of things, to be honest, not just one thing. So I can't simplify it as the website part. But what I'll suggest in the beginning is, don't try and go about being 100% original with your ads, because you don't really know what a good ad looks like. You don't know how to write marketing, how to do marketing, how to write copy, how to do any of that. So what I would suggest instead is, see what ads are working in international, and just see what hooks are common, what holds are common, what CTA, CTRs are common, and what you do is that you rip them off, but don't just take the same ad and start running it. Put some effort. What that will also do is help you learn why the hell is this ad converting. Try to get two hooks together, put it in the same video, try to mix the match the whole and CT on the hook of some other video. Try to mix and match and play unless you get a winning ad. And the way you test that, a lot of people might have this question, is not through, it depends on the budget. Now obviously if you're watching this video till here, I don't think you're someone who has 10,000 rupees budget, you have got decent budget. The way we test ads is, please stop using ABO. Don't use ABO. ABO is bullshit. It's going to ruin your, I would say, money. It's going to waste your money. We use only CBO campaigns. The reason is simple, is that I was also a hardcore ABO advocate a few months back, 4-5 months back. But what I realized in the past 2-3 months is that ABO doesn't really help you do anything. It's just good for people who have got 10,000 rupees budget and they want to go do something, but it's not really good. If you have 1 lakh budget, if you've got a decent budget, just don't use ABO, because it is not going to help you. The thing is, I'll give you a very good perspective here, is that Meta has an algorithm which has millions and millions and billions of data entry points every day, where it analyzes a lot of ads. So it already knows if an ad is good or bad before it even starts spending on it, and it most likely knows that if the ad is going to perform or not. Okay, so when you upload an ad in your ads manager, let's say you uploaded 10 ads in the CBO campaign in one ad set or whatever, and you see that only one of the ad or two of the ad or three of the ad is getting spent, that means all your other ads are bad, are horribly bad, they're really bad. Just that is why they're not getting spent. Now a lot of people, they think that, I made my ad very good and blah blah blah. And I think this is where a lot of psychology comes into place, which is where my next video is coming, that 5 books that made me crores at 18. Which is where I talk about a book called Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday. It's a very good book, you should all read it. People let their egos come into play, ki bhai, I made this ad with so much effort, why is it Meta is really bad? Bro, Meta is smarter than you, yaar. It spends billions and billions and trillions of dollars making that algorithm, spending on ads and making people billions and billions of dollars. Why the fuck would you think you're smarter than a fucking algorithm that spends so much of money, right? So it is, see, as I said, Meta as a platform, why the hell would it not want you to make money? Because it wants you to spend money on their platform so that they can make money. Okay, it's a capitalist economy we live in. You have to realize that. They want you to make money. They want themselves to make money. That is why they are spending your money, right? And if the thing is they spend on random ads which doesn't really convert and you don't get sales, then they obviously understand, the algorithm understands that you're not going to spend on the platform. That is why they're not going to spend on that. They're going to spend on the ads that think they are going to convert the most. And that is why when you launch 10 ads in a CPO campaign and they don't convert, and like let's say only 3 of them get all the spend, that means the rest of the ads are really, really bad. Don't try to spend on them. Okay, I hope I'm clear. I went on a rant, but whatever. If you still want to go ahead and spend, it's your choice, your money, you do whatever the hell. Yeah, that's basically why I use ABO to test ads, and it really also helps you test a lot of ads at once. Like let's say you make 20 ads, and this is what you are doing in the beginning. You have to kind of like do this thing in volumes, or you improve your skills by very much. Make 20 ads, make 30 ads, launch all of them and see which one perform. Okay, you can do this at $100 budget. Try to keep 10-15 ads in one ad set and just let Meta do its thing, let it optimize. Okay, and you can also start with $50, but you can start with $50 also, depending on what the price of it. My product is generally a bit on the expensive side, so that is why I start with $100. But if you have a kind of low ticket product, like maybe like $1,500 something, you can start with $50 as well. Okay, yeah, that's basically the point. So don't use ABO for testing. If anyone had questions on that, and I also told you how to make good ads. Product, as I said already, that find a good quality product. And let's say if you're not someone, let's say you find a product and it's not available in India, you want to import it, then my contact Umang, he can help you import that as well for a very, very nominal, very, very, like, he'll give you the best rates in the market. And yeah, basically there's that. And let's say if you want to sell a product that's already being sold, then what you can do is you can just find a marketing angle that no one is really utilizing in the market, and you can just use that marketing angle and sell it. But obviously this will require a lot more skill set, so I won't really recommend doing this unless you're already doing 50 to 60 or 70 lakhs a month. So that's that. Anyway, so now a lot of people might think, bro, I need some advice. I'm making like 10-15 lakhs a month. What should I do? And how do you scale the thing? Let's say you're not even at that level. I'm not even doing that much. What should I do? Well, in that case, what I'll recommend, if you're absolute beginner, focus on learning skills like copywriting, direct response, marketing, and editing the ads. Okay. Now, I think a lot of people give this advice that you should focus on learning skills, but how you do that is something that nobody talks about. So I'm going to tell you that as well, because I'm the best. The way you do that is go and work for someone who is making 10-15 lakhs a month and needs a helping hand, but doesn't have the budget to do so. Okay. They get the person, you get the skills and opportunity. What I mean by that is, if you come to me and you're an absolute beginner, I will most likely not hire you. The thing is, I have the budget to pay someone 50,000-60,000 rupees a month, maybe 1 lakh a month also. If I want to get ad edited, if I want to get a good copywriter, if I want to get something, I can pay them that salary. It doesn't affect. I won't really, hire someone who doesn't have any skills and gives, because I can just afford someone who has a lot of better skills. So you have to go after someone who is in the range of doing maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 lakhs a month, where they're just starting to grow, and if they get a helping hand, okay, it would really, really help them scale a lot sooner and a lot quicker. This is what I realized as well. Okay. And this is what I had done as well. I had one of my friends working for me when I was doing that revenue, and I paid him like 20,000 a month. He didn't work for free because I was like making him work a lot more than he was supposed to. I didn't feel good. I initially had hired it for 10,000 a month, so I paid him 20,000 a month. I was making him do all the calls, everything. And yeah, then I fired him. That's a separate story. But so what you can do is you can just work for free for people at that stage, because what will happen? Obviously, this will not be a permanent employment or whatever the hell. But the thing is, what this will help you do is you will understand how you make 15-20 lakhs a month in this business. Okay, it will help you understand that. You will understand a bit of ads, you'll understand a bit of marketing, you'll understand a bit of product, you'll understand a lot of things. And the thing is, they will be getting a helping hand at a point where they can really afford people. Or maybe you can ask for like 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, something like that. But I would say just don't quote for a price if you're just starting out, because at that stage, if you just work for free instead of charging 15,000-20,000, the thing is, as I said, I had very strong margins, and plus I didn't feel good just getting someone for free, because I'm as I said, I'm the best. I paid, but the thing is, not necessarily everyone will pay. You're going there to learn skills, right? So just work for free, and if you say that, they will get convinced, because that 15,000 will matter to them, because if someone is making, like, let's say 15, 20, 10, 15 lakhs every month, they're probably making somewhere around 2-3 lakhs a month net profit, 4 lakhs maybe. So the thing is, if they get someone extra with no cost to them by comparison to someone who's charging 20,000, they'll obviously go for someone who's going to work for free, because the thing is, they're not at a stage where they can hire a lot of employees. That's okay. Now the next question you might have is, where do I find these people? Well, surprise, surprise, I have an answer to that as well. Well, you can find them by joining e-com service like mine, which I'm launching very soon, and you can DM them by following other Indian e-commerce creators. You can see, DM people, bro, what is the revenue? Do you need any help? And this is blah blah blah. And just be honest, be authentic. Don't lie that, bro, I know this, I know that. Just tell them, yeah, dekho, you need a guy. I'm someone who's free. I need to learn the skills. I want to do the thing. I want to work for you. Just be honest. Just be yourself. Don't lie up to you. Just don't put a fake Instagram filter, bro. Bullshit. Fuck that. Okay. Just be authentic. Build a personal brand. That's something that you can also do. But again, that is to do that, you really have to be very good communicator. So I think don't do that unless you really want to make this a full-time thing, but you can maybe do that a bit. Or basically you have to become a garden that can attract the butterflies, to put it into a very poetic and metaphor, because I really like. So I think that is the video, and I hope you liked it, because I tried to compact everything that I could think of in the last, because what I do is basically I think of an idea, I just get the idea and just write everything down that instantly, and then just record it, because I think that serendipity is what creates the beauty in these videos, and comes the value. So yeah, I hope you like the video, and I hope you found something useful. And if you're someone who has an e-commerce stores and who needs help in struggling, then I have one-to-one sessions. You can find the options and the link down below. I have got 3 options: 1 call, 3 call, 5 calls. Obviously, the higher you get, the cheaper it costs for you. And yeah, I'm also launching a Discord community soon, as I said. And so if you want to be updated with that, you can let me know in the comments, email me. I don't really have any other social media, although I might launch Instagram soon. I'm not 100% sure, because I think short form content is also like really booming. But I think getting 10,000 views on YouTube is a lot better, especially with the type of videos I make. Getting 10,000 views on YouTube would help me a lot more than getting 1 million views on Instagram. Instagram attracts a lot of people in the age of 15 to 20 and 21, 22. And those are the exact people in consulting business you want to stay away from, because they don't really have a lot of money to do that. This is some extra sauce I'm giving you because you watched 36 me, a random 18-year-old yap about Indian dropshipping stores. So yeah, whatever the hell. So anyway, and yeah, if you want to get the supplier contact, just fill the Google form below. The reason I'm making you fill a Google form is because if I just directly give you the number, it's going to be like very less of friction. So everybody would just message him and annoy him. That is why I have a Google form and setup, which also helps us in 2-3 ways. As in, it also helps him track and me track as to how many people are actually going through me. And secondly, it also filters out extremely unserious people who are like just want to do time waste of his. Pretty busy guy, right? So we don't want that. And especially because I'm giving it for free, we need to have some sort of filter in place so that people who actually need and not gonna waste buying Sovansh ka winning product kya ye bata de. We don't want such people, right? That is the reason I have that in place, right? Hopefully you understand that. So you can just fill that as well. And yeah, let me know what other videos you want to see. As I said, I think next video I'm gonna make, although I was thinking to batch record it, but I don't think I have the energy to speak on that next, because I think that will also be a pretty long video. I think that might even go up to 1 hour, maybe similar length, because it's gonna be on books that made me crores at 18. I'm gonna talk in depth about all the books, maybe like for 10-15 minutes for each book, and then like 5 books, and then like 4-5 notable more mentions. And yeah, hopefully if you wanna watch those videos, and just stay subscribed. And I'm trying to provide as much value as I can. If you want to know more about me, how I started, you can watch the previous videos on the channel. The entire journey is like documented and everything, and you can see that, and you can see the entire growth and everything. And yeah, that's the thing. And I think I had one more thing to say that I'm forgetting. Yeah, and if you want to know more about why I'm creating these videos, then you can watch, I think, how I made 7 lakh in a day wala video, and that I have explained very clearly. And with all my action, I think you can see that we are slowly heading in that direction. So that's the thing. And yeah, that's the thing. And if you have any questions, everything, you can email me. I also have my Discord, although I want to stay away from Discord because it gets a bit distracting, to be honest. Everyone keep DMing and stuff, so you can just email me. And this Discord is also fine, but yeah, whatever, right? And yeah, we're launching that community soon. It's going to be a paid community. Obviously I can't do it for free, because as I said, you're getting 1 call with me per week. And the beauty of this is that we will cap the community at certain number of members, which obviously means that it will be a very high quality community. Maybe at 100 members, maybe at 200. I'm not 100% sure. I've not thought about it, but I think somewhere at 200 or 300 is the number we'll cap it at. And that is why, as the members will increase, the price will also increase in that. So if you're someone like, let's say, first 20 or 30 people you might get it for 3,000, 4,000 or 5,000, whereas the next 30 or 40 people might have to pay 10,000 for the same thing. So, if you want to, be a part of that, just let me know, and in the comments, let me know in the email or whatever. And I think in the next video, we'll launch it. I think it should be done. So yeah, I think that's the video. And yeah, hope you guys found something valuable. And yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next. And the way you do that is by building a SaaS app. And that is why I called it almost free, because the thing is, there will be a bit of cost, maybe like 2,000-3,000 rupees. So, but that's bare minimum, right? And if you build a SaaS app like this, I'll tell you what this is, then, and you're selling it for 5,000 to business owners like me, then 10 lakh rupees divided by 499, that's just 200 people. So you just need 200 people using your software to make you 10 lakh rupees. And let me tell you, getting this 200 people is very, very easy, because in this case, you are actually reaching out to business owners, right? You can reach out to people like me, and then you can like tell me to promote your product, things like that, and you'll actually be able to hit these 200 people very easily. So the bigger question is, how do you build this? How do you build, and what is this that I have built? Okay, so this is a software that I have built for my team internally to handle all the operations in Indian e-commerce. Now the thing is, something like this doesn't really exist in the Indian market right now. It exists, like we have got triple whale in the international market, but there's not something that exists in the Indian market. Now you might think, if that is the case, why do I not release this and make money with it? The simple matter of fact being is that I don't have the time with that. And to be frankly honest with you, 10 lakh, an additional 10, 20, 30 lakh rupees to me using this method will not really mean much to me in regards to the amount of effort. Now I'm not being cocky here. 20, 30 lakh rupees is a lot of money, but my goal is not to make 20, 30 lakh rupees a month. I have a lot higher number targets than that. And that is why I just thought, okay, let's just make a video on this and teach people to whom this 20, 30 lakh people will actually make a big difference. And yeah, that's why I'm making this video basically, right? So this is actually a dummy version of this app. I cannot really show you the original exact version. I mean, this basically just everything same. It's just that this has a dummy data, and like the original one, it will have I can show you that because it has like all the actual data from my stores in India, right? So how did I build this? How did I come up with this idea? How did I do this, right? And how can you build something like this of your own for almost free? Let's begin. So the thing is, I built this using Claude Code. Okay, not really Claude Code. I use this Claude, let me put this here. I use this Claude extension in VS Code, okay? And as you can see, I was just duplicating this thing here, right? And I also have this comprehensive like README file ready, right? So I'll be going through this, what exactly this product does, how does it work, and how you can build. As you can see, it's a very sophisticated software. And if I were to tell you honestly, it didn't really take me to build this. It took me like 4 to 5 days of 5 to 6 hours of work days, okay? And I was able to build this. Now the thing is, something like this is really, really helpful for you if you are someone who has a job or who is doing some sort of side thing, and they are able to save like 5-10,000 rupees per month to be actually put into a business, and they have the time to put in, but they don't have enough capital to start something like e-commerce, which is life changing. So I'm not saying 30 lakh rupees money is not life changing, but you can take that 10, 20, 30 lakh rupees, whatever, and take that money and put it into something really cash cow thing like e-commerce, which can make you crores, right? So that's the thing. So let me just start. So I use this Claude extension. You can download it from here. By the way, I've built this myself. I don't know. Some people might be like, what is the proof that you built? I built it myself. Like, yeah, you have to trust me in this. I can't really show you how I built it. But I think with the amount of level of detail that I'm going to be explaining this, you will understand that I only built it because the thing is, if I would not have, I wouldn't really be able to explain you how this works in this thorough detail. So it's going to be a long video, but after this video, you will also leave with an idea. So if you want to build this and release it to the public, you can go ahead and release it. I don't really have a problem, right? But most importantly, what you learn is how to get these kind of ideas and how to, build other softwares like this as well. So yeah, stick till the end. And if you watch this video till the end, you're going to make your first 10, 20, 30 lakh rupees online. That is basically gonna let you quit your job and start something like e-commerce, which is gonna change your life, right? So the thing is, all this structure that you see here, I didn't create any of this. I just did it using Claude. Now, obviously, the thing is that I have told this to duplicate, so the entire history is not here, and I cannot really show you the original history because the thing is, it has a lot of confidential data that I cannot reveal on YouTube. But yeah, this is basically what Claude has done. And as I gave you this instruction, you can see this is what it actually does. It writes everything and all those kind of things, right? And the 2,000 rupees that I said, you will basically need that for the Claude subscription. I think it's just $70 something, right? So yeah, that's the thing. And with GST, it'll cost like 2,000 rupees. So yeah. So let me log in and let me just illustrate by example. So let me copy this password. It has set out admin.orbit. Where the hell is it? Yeah. Admin. This is Orbit demo. Okay. check database not configured. Oh, there's a bit of an error. Let me fix that real quick. Okay guys, so this is still doing its thing. There was some issue due to which there was like the dummy data wasn't really loading, and this is basically how it works. I hope this proves I actually made it right. So yeah, it's doing its thing, right? This is how it actually works. So in the meanwhile, I'll just tell you what this app actually does. Okay, and how did I come up with this idea? So let me just first explain you this. So what is Orbit? Orbit is a full-stack real-time operations app dashboard built for Shopify-based e-commerce brands in India. India is the keyword because in international you have got triple whale, right? So you don't want to competing with triple whale. The thing that triple whale doesn't really work in India with Indian stuff, right? So it aggregates data from multiple Shopify stores into a single command center, giving you complete visibility into sales, logistics, finance, inventory, ads, and team operations, all from one dark theme, beautifully aimed interface. Nice humor Cloud has got. Built with Next.js 16, React 19, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, Firebase Firestore, and the Shopify Admin API. If you don't know what these technical terms means, you don't really have to know. I know because when I was, I would say 14, that was 4 years back, I was very fascinated with coding and stuff. So I used to build games and I used to build like web apps and those kind of things. So I know what all of this is. So I'll just explain in a nutshell. Next.js is basically a full stack framework. Full stack is backend, right? Then React is basically a front-end framework, which is why the app looks so beautiful because of this, right? And then you have got TypeScript, basically the entire coding and the back end of everything is done in this. Tailwind CSS, again, used to make it look pretty. Firebase is for storing the back end, and Shopify Admin API, you know what that is. So if you don't know what is API, by the way, please learn it yourself because this is like a bit too basic. API is basically application programming interface. It basically helps two programs communicate with each other, kind of like how Pakistan helped two countries, let's not name them, but let's USA and Iran like contact and like solve each other's problems, something like that. You can take that as a good example, right? So yeah, getting back to the point, the sales dashboard, right? So the main thing is that you can have multiple stores linked in the same place and visualize all of the data at once. So once this is done, I'll actually show you how it does that. So that is the main thing. Then you get all the key metrics, all of the key metrics, the sales, the AOV, blah, blah, blah. What is the delivery rate fetched from delivery itself? Whatever the shipping aggregator is, whether you're using delivery, ShipRocket, or any of those things, it will fetch it from there. You'll have to put the API a key depending on wherever you are, whichever aggregator you're using, and you can just put it there, right? Then you have got a store-wise breakdown for each of it. Then you have got date range filtering as to what timeline you want to see. Auto refresh, obviously it like loads automatically in the backend. This is, I feel, the biggest thing that goes unnoticed in Indian commerce, that is finance and cash flow. It is very, very hard and very, very important because India is a COD market and you have to track the money that comes in and goes out, right? So the thing is that this will tell you by fetching from your bank transactions. Okay, how does that? It uses email, it uses Google Script. Okay, that is how I built it. Now, if you can come up with a different method, if you take your time, because again, as I said, I was not planning to release this to the public. I was thinking about it. That is why I asked some people, but I felt like for me, the amount of effort and all that it would take to release it to people and make of like 10 to 30 extra likes, it would be a lot more than if I just focus on other things, right? That is why I did not. But currently what it does, it basically uses my email for all the bank transactions automatically, Google Script, and then it takes all the data, it categorizes it itself, whether it's an income or expense, and then I can like put a status to it of what sort of expense it was or income it was, and then it will give me a entire breakdown. Okay, let's just let Claude complete this and you'll have an idea as to what I'm talking about. Then you have got cash reserve chart, right? And as to how much money you have got left after the money that comes in and goes out, right? So I very thoroughly thought out all these features that I wanted in this application for myself. And this is what happened if you go and research the person you are building this app for. I built this app for myself. That is why all these features that you see here, they have in very much detail. I feel like this is getting a bit boring. So instead of just reading all of this, I'll just show you by reading and then just explaining to what feature this is exactly mentioning, right? So this is what you need to do, because the thing is, when you don't have, you either make money by money or you make money by time. And the fact is that you can get to certain levels of money by just time, but after that you have to use money to make money. That's why I said you can get to 10, 20, 30 lakhs with this method, but after that you have to use that 10, 20, 30 lakh money to make this, right? So that's the thing here. You use the this thing, you research on whatever you want to build. So in the meanwhile, whilst close, I think it's done. So let me just open up the terminal and I will show you what I exactly mean. I've been yapping since the time. Okay, let me open this up. Okay, so this, as you can see, is Orbit, right? It looks very beautiful, firstly, right? So thank you.
Okay, so coming back, so as you can see, as I was saying, you can add as many stores as you want by going here, right? Yeah, here, as you can see, you can add as many stores as you want. So you just enter the store URL here, you enter the display name as to what you want to see it, then you enter the client ID and the client secret. This is done using the Shopify app for this. Okay, then you also have like users control here, right? That whatever team members you want to have, right, you can grant them certain access. Like, okay, there was an issue. Now this is because that I'm using dummy data, and yeah, that's the issue. But basically what you can do here is you can grant all these people access. Like, as you can see, this guy, the Orbit operations guy, just has the operations access. So what does the operations mean? Operations is basically the logistics part, right? So yeah, as you can see, there are some errors. I'll just fix it and make sure that this is working so that you guys get the full idea, right? So yeah, then you have a ping option that, you know, sorry, there's not a ping option. There's a ping option. You can ping any teammate you want. Okay, then you ignore the teammate because it's just dummy data, right? You can ping them and you can let them know, and you also have a chat interface so that you can, you know, talk to people about work here and don't have to keep going back and forth with Slack or WhatsApp. So it like consolidates everything into one place. And then this is access request as to if your new member joins your team, you can approve them, decline them, and then go to users, and you can like grant the other person access. Okay, like what access you want to give. Then okay, there's some errors here and there. I'll just what is that? There's the original orbit. I cannot reveal that. Okay, so let's go here and let me just try to get this fixed. Right. So then I think, yeah, okay, task is low. So I'll just show you first whatever's working, and then what is not working, I'll fix that and then show you how that works as well. So here you can assign tasks to all your teammates and yourself as well, and then you can view all tasks or only your task as well. As you can see, all tasks are here, right? So there's this, right? Then blah blah blah. Then you have got OPS ads. Now, what is this OPS ads? OPS ads is basically all the one product stores that you're running. You can track all of these here, and you know, you have to keep launching ads or batches of ads or, you know, landing pages or whatever the thing is, and you can track that here. So when you launch a new batch here, you can just go here and track that. And then within 7 to 10 days, you know, depending on what time you set, I have set it to 7 days because I believe that at my budget, you know, you need to keep launching ads after 7 to 10 days. So once you do that, what you can do is, you know, it will just tell you in 7 days, okay, fine. So it's time to launch a new batch, or it'll just show you here that new batch due or blah, blah, right? And whenever you want to add a new product, you can just go to new product, add the name, and same thing happens. Okay, I'm not doing it because probably might just glitch out. Yeah, okay, whatever, it's working. Thank God. Okay, so then you go to PRS. Now, what is PRS? PRS is basically product research sheet, right? So whenever you do product research for your dropshipping business or whatever, you can add those products here, and that consolidates everything. Now, why did I build this? Because I hate Excel sheets. I find them really boring. It irritates me, and I think this is like a really cool interface to have rather than having an Excel sheet, right? Then you have got the products. Now, what is product? Product is basically all the products that you select from the PRS, and that goes into products. And then you test them here, depending on what status it is. That is the amount spent in testing, whether it was a winner or whether it was a flop, whatever it was, right? So if it is, let's say, dropped, it will give you a hit rate as well. How many have you tested this month? What is the total products? How much money you have actually spent on testing? Everything to the T. Everything is measured very, very carefully, right? And this is the financing that I was actually explaining. So this automatically fetches all the money that comes into your bank account and puts you in this beautiful looking graph here. And this is why all that, you know, technical frameworks. This puts it here, and you know how much cash reserve you actually have to reinvest into the business or to actually, you know, plug out, right? So yeah, and then you have this calculator that I have built for my own use case. So yeah, you can have all these things here. Then you have transactions, which is not really working. So transactions is where you actually see all the transactions that are fetched from the bank, right? And you can see if that is, because sometimes what might happen is that it might fetch a duplicate transaction, so you might clear all those things off because you still need to have some sort of manual interference, right? And this I already showed you was a dashboard. Now let me tell you to fix the logistics and the transactions page so that I can show you that later on, and then I'll tell you how to come up with ideas like this. Okay, so yeah, just a minute. I'll tell Claude the transactions and logistics page are not working, as well as the daily logs page. Okay, so the daily logs page, I think that was also not working, right? Yeah, it's also not working. So in the daily logs page, basically the teammates have to report what they have done for the particular day, and then you review that and you can give them feedback. Okay, this was good, this is that, as per the task that you have assigned them here. And a very important thing is inventory. Okay, so by the way, don't go and start running any of these products. This is just dummy data. Okay, so yeah, so this is basically to be able to help you track all the inventory that you might have or might need. Okay, yeah, basically. So let's say if you're running low on an inventory, it will automatically tell you when you need to order it. So as per the settings I have set, if you're importing from China, the timeline is generally 20-25 days by air, 20 days by air, right? And if I see, then that's around 40 days. So as per the timing you set, it will automatically like calculate and tell you when it's time to order the inventory, so that everything is in track and you never run out of stock. Okay, and yeah, basically there's that. So, and if something like you run out, then it'll just be like banking in like red and stuff. So there's that. Okay, so the thing is, okay, Claude I think is working on this. So in the meanwhile, I'll tell you how did I come up with this awesome of an idea. Okay, and again, if you want to build this out, you can go ahead and build it. I cannot give you the source code because again, that has my personal data and my confidential data. I cannot even give you this dummy code because, well, that'll just be a ripoff. And if I give you that, then, well, everybody will have the same thing. So you can take these ideas and build it out. And if you can build a better version of this, then even I might buy it. Who knows, right? So that is pretty much the thing, right? So how did I come up with something like this? So actually, let me just open up a Miro board to explain you this thing. Okay. So the way you come up with ideas like this is very simple. Okay, it's simple, but it's not easy. Why do I say that? Okay, the reason I say it's simple is because you have to think from the level of the person you're selling it to. The reason why this SaaS app might look very good to you or like a very good idea is because I made this for myself. Okay, and until and unless you understand this statement that you are not really solving a problem. Okay, because this really solves a very, very big problem for me or for all the people who are in e-commerce or in branded dropshipping or whatever the hell in India, right? The reason is simply because I do that and I know everything and all the problems that occur in this business in India, and every headache, every minor thing that you could imagine, I know about it. I know it. I have gone through it, and I had to build a solution for that, and that is what I did. So how do you figure out for yourself? Because you cannot be doing all the things at all time. It's very simple. You analyze people like me. You analyze people like other people. Let's not name anyone, but you analyze other people who are doing e-commerce in the same industry, right? And you see what they're talking about in the video. Now, I know not all of them are very authentic or raw, and a lot of like actually polished, and it's difficult to figure out. But in that case, what you can do, you can actually see the comments and the engagement on these people's videos or content, and you will see the problems that people face. Okay, and what you can do is you can reach out to these people, you can reach out to all these people, and you can ask that what is the problem, and will you be willing to hop on a free call where I just want to do a 30-minute survey of the problems that you're facing because I'm building the SaaS app. No one will tell you no, and if someone tells you no, that's completely all right. It's okay to get rejected sometimes. It's not really a problem, right? So just ask the people, do a survey. You can contact people like me also sometimes. Like if you're an idea, I will be happy to, because I myself need a solution. It's a win-win for both. So I don't see a reason why someone would say no, to be really honest. But if someone is still saying no, that's their real choice. So that's the thing, right? Then you do that, and then as I said, you just use Claude and build this out, right? You have, obviously, I'll tell you one thing. If you have a basic idea of coding, right, a bit of a basic idea will really, really help you, right, to build something like this. Like you'll be able to do it a lot quicker, right? If you don't, I'm not saying you will not be able to, but if you do, that will like be like an added bonus. Okay, so let me just open up. Hopefully this is working. This is still not working. Okay. Logistics. Okay, logistics is working. Perfect. So this is the most important page, I would say, after the finance page if not more than the finance page in this entire software. And this is basically all the data fetched from the shipping company, because the thing is, a lot of these shipping companies, they actually show you inflated data, whether that be ShipRocket, whether that be Delivery, whether that be Blue Dot, any companies show you inflated data. The simple reason being that they don't want you to leave the platform. So to get raw data, okay, is why I built this. Okay, and there is very much there was like a 5 to 10% discrepancy among in like what Delivery was showing me and what my software showed me. Okay, so what this shows you is how much money is actually your COD orders, because basically what happens if you work through my method, by the way. And again, as I said, this particular software is built for e-commerce, so out of it is actually e-commerce centered, but I'll teach you how to come up with different models as well in the later half of the video. So the thing is, if you are someone who is interested in e-commerce, because basically what happens is, the reason this is mostly COD is because my prepaid basically runs my entire operation. Okay, and the COD money that comes in is like the additional profit that I can use to reinvest or scale or whatever, or take out, right? So if you are interested in starting your e-commerce and have the budget, then there is a Typeform link in the description down below where you can work with me one-to-one for 3 months, and you will get 12 calls with me, unlimited support, and we'll set out a goal for you in the very beginning, and we'll hit it in the set time period. And if you don't hit that goal, I'll keep working with you for absolutely free. So if that's something that interests you, then you can check out the link in the description down below. Cool. So let's get back to this. So the thing is that this will show you the delivered revenue between this time frame. Okay, the amount of total COD value, how much is in transit, how much got RTO'd, everything. Then it will show you the total delivery rate, the COD delivery rate, because this is really important. The prepaid delivery rate is always 199%. The COD delivery rate is what makes the actual difference, right? So this is a very, very important KPI, right? So this is why I have it plastered in front of my face here. COD delivery rate. This is the most important thing that's going to make or break your business, right? Then you have the RTO rate, then you have the NDR rate, the delivery timeline, average delivery timeline, and then what is the prepaid rate. Okay, and this like shows you for all the stores, and you have got any particular store that you want to see, it will show you for that as well, right? Then you have got the breakdown. Oh, for some reason it's not working. Breakdown is basically like it shows you everything like a pie chart form. I'll just tell Claude to fix that. Breakdown and the transactions page. Let's see if the daily logs is working. Daily logs is still not working. Daily logs, breakdown and transactions. Daily logs, breakdown and transactions page is still not working. Okay, and it's this easy. You just have to have the will and desire to do it, and you will be able to do it. Okay, it's this simple. You just have to think it through, and yeah, that's about it. Okay, so getting back to how do you contact, particularly for e-commerce, you contact people like me, you tell them, and yeah, that's about it. They'll tell you when you build up something like this. Okay, now coming to the next fact, that how do you think about this thing of building a SaaS for, let's say, not only for e-commerce, for any other business? And to be really honest, I think it's pretty much the same process, the same mental model. The strategies might change a bit here and there, but if you keep the mental models same, then you will get the same results, because strategies come out of mental models. So it is very, very important to have the right mental models in place and paradigms in place, right? And let's say if you want to, what I'll suggest, by the way, is not to build a B2C SaaS app that is for an average consumer, because the thing is, there are very few consumer SaaS apps that actually make money, because the thing is, it is very, very difficult to change the behavior of a particular consumer. But if you go after business people, the thing is, you don't have to change a behavior, you don't have to give them additional thing. For business people, you can just solve their problem. And this, I would say, if you watch my previous video, how to make your first crore in India with e-commerce, I mentioned the same thing, that you solve rich people's problems. This is what Alex Hormozy says as well, because if you solve rich people's problems, they're going to make you rich. It's as simple as that. So here's exactly what you're trying to do. And as I said, if you just sell this thing and have you're going to just need 200 people, right? And let me tell you, getting 200 business people to sign up to this is 100,000, lakh, 10 lakh, is nothing, to be really honest. It's very easy to find this. Okay, very, very easy. As I said, you can reach people out like me. You can tell me that, hey, I'll offer you 20% affiliate or something like that. Would you be willing to promote? And if this app is good, which it actually is, why would I not be willing to promote? It solves my problem. It will solve the problem of my customer, of my viewer who's watching me. So I will definitely promote it. So it's a win-win for all of us, right? It's a win-win for the viewer who's watching the video. It's a win-win for you who's making the app. It's a win-win for me who is actually promoting the app, because I get to use it. I also get some affiliates in return, and you get people, and you're making 10 lakh rupees. And by the way, let me tell you, the hosting cost of this is really not that high. Out of this, maybe you will have a 70, 80% gross profit on this, because you have insanely high software. And the biggest thing is that you can build this out yourself. You don't really need any other person. Because as I said, I built this out myself while studying e-commerce, crores of worth of operations of e-commerce, and whilst learning international as well, and also teaching you guys how to do it. So I did have as much as time as you would have. So understand that, right? And yeah, that's the thing. Let me just see if Claude actually completed so that I could show you. The thing is, I really want to demonstrate you the entire thing so that you get a very good picture as to how this actually works. And yeah, okay.
So please. Yeah, okay, that's perfect. So this is the transactions page. As you can see, it's very pretty and looks very, very cool and intuitive. So this basically fetches all the transactions. And as you can see, this is categorized as inventory because, well, there's data and it knows that this was for inventory. Then this is for income. Now, if let's say this is incorrect, you can go and change it here by clicking on this and you can tell it what it was. Okay, you can, for example, call that this was a prepaid settlement. Okay, and it will reflect here and then it will just go and add up here. Okay, that's the thing. And then I think the next thing that is not working is the daily logs. Okay, the daily logs is still not working for some reason, but I'll just explain it to you because I guess I don't want to waste more time on this. It is basically a page where the teammates can log what they did for the day as the team suggests, and yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, that's about it. I think one more feature I said it to fix. Where is it? Breakdown. Okay, breakdown. Let me just show you the breakdown. Breakdown is working as well. So yeah. This is the breakdown. You can see the time frame, and sorry, I wrongly mentioned it is not pie chart. It is, I don't know what chart is this, but yeah, it's a chart, right? Oh, whatever. It's a chart. Okay, it's a chart. So it shows you in very chart form of the past data. Like let's say we had 3 orders on this particular day. How many got delivered? How many are RTO? How many are in transit? Blah 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 blah. So that's the thing. You also get customer data. You can see that here. Okay, so yeah, as I said, I'm not a software developer. I just did this using Claude AI, and it's very simple to do that. Okay, so getting back to the main video, how do you do this for yourself? How do you come up with these ideas? And let me tell you, Claude will help you do that as well. So let me just demonstrate to you this. So just turn on this extend thinking mode and make sure you have the plus plan, right? So at the actual only investment of this video. So let's just say, hey Claude, I am planning to build a SaaS app using Claude Code. Can you tell me good ideas that I can charge rupees 499 monthly for to at least 200 people comfortably? I want the marketing, I want the app affiliate marketing potential so that it is easy for me to promote the product, the app, and make sure that it actually solves a problem for the customer purchasing it. I want it to be a B2B SaaS app which solves problems for business owners in India. You can also, the thing is that you're not really restricted to India, but the thing is if you go international, you have to get Stripe and all those things, so that'll cost you a bit more. So I suggest restricting yourself to India here. And you can just click on this research thing and you can press enter, and let's just wait for what Claude looks up, right? So Claude will ask you this, are you in access industries? I am open to any industries. Requires ongoing or do you prefer lean infrastructure model? No, I'm actually making a video for my viewers, so anything works. Okay, so this actually knows me, so he's asking me that something that overlaps, right? Good context. So this will now actually do the research for you and will tell you what you can actually build out. This is the beauty of this research feature and this extended mode that I did here. Okay, so this will do the research, and you can also use ChatGPT, although I'm not really a huge fan of ChatGPT at this point. It's like it treats you like a 5-year-old baby, and I think like even dumber than that, right? So I wouldn't really suggest that. If it works for you, then that's great, but this is basically what you gotta do. And what you can also do is you can go to Reddit, right? I'll just help you how to do that. So you can go to Reddit and you can search that SaaS app ideas Reddit for India B2B that can be implemented in Indian market. This is idea market research, okay, whatever. Here is a 15 creative no-code tools you can build. Customer portals, augmented spreadsheets, customer care center, sales lookup, customer lookup, web app, blah, blah, blah. Not really anything special here, but yeah. Finding ideas from you. I don't know if words pay for free, open Claude studies, tell me your SaaS in one sentence, potential, let you know. Instead of having all the fun of just by using, let it do the tedious work of uploading them regularly and consistently. Never lose a deal to lack of feature. I haven't application the programs you work schedule on your busy work. Or you have a brand savers of phone video creator answer last 100%. So if you create a plan have to crash leaks on behavior and API will see after dumb again with Wi-Fi. Now we keep scope pre for oh god. This is something that you don't want to build. Okay, create a visual with playment some great planning client. Here we go. Log forge presentation speed the open is long. But tired of the Frankenstein stack of English. Nothing have a track will have the last forever. See, these kind of things you should not be building because this is not really helping a business owner in any way. A business owner does not have a habit or discipline problem. You have to understand that, right? In my professional business skill, English just to learn more, might not. Okay. So you can go into Reddit, you can do the research, and obviously see, as I said, you have to put in the time in this because if you don't have the money, if you're trying to make money with time, you have to put in time. It's as simple as that. Okay. So I'll just search here as well. B2B SaaS app. Okay, and let's see if you can get any ideas. Marketing for Shopify app. If a business wants to win over your developers, you can use a merchant, blah blah blah. Biggest video content will be SaaS. Decision because apps info minimal interaction with SaaS products with complex workflows. Exactly. The core is in blah blah blah. E-commerce associate India. Whatever. Strong ones. Okay, let's see the post thing. Okay, sorry for the background noise. Anyway, so getting back, so you have to keep scrolling and do the research here, and you can use the make better use of social media, right? So it is post lead connect verified to the service provider agency blah 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 has favorable build live or landlord onboarding first and trial provider in 21 of this video launch the promo video was how the next company SaaS company that local one reach out working for writing copy that speaks 3 different provider tags and so whatever. Okay, let Claude do it. It's gonna take 10-15 minutes and it will tell you something. I've been writing B2B tech content for 8+ years. I've seen a shift this fast. Now, see, the thing is, I could have made the video hyper dopamine, but then I would not be able to demonstrate to you like this because I'm actually trying to find a good idea that you could maybe have and use the mental model, right? That is solving people's problems, solving business owners' problems to be exact, right? And going in depth, like for example, let's say you find a business, like for example, I'll just take e-commerce because that's where that's what I do. Let's say you find something of e-commerce, then you can give Claude that, hey Claude, I'm building this for e-commerce. Can you tell me what problems you actually face in the e-commerce market by doing a proper research and all those kind of things as well? So that is it. That's basically it. It's like very simple, right? So I'm still trading content. Hashtag with this wake up call. Like this is one problem I've seen. This is very corporate-ish. Where suddenly everybody is talking about let's campaign, blah blah. 4 fingers. It doesn't have to be boring. Media first. Okay, B2B SaaS. It's not. The SaaS afternoon. I launched Bookie as well, but those better. I'm getting first is the real value. I spend much exactly. This is why I said that your product has to have a good affiliate potential. Because if it does, then it'll not be a problem for you to get users, right? This year 148 trillion has what so median B2B SaaS churn is 3.5. That adds up fast. Somebody's on 8%. Around nice. You might be killing your judgment, whatever. I don't want copyright strikes on the video, so let's not play them. Observation was blah blah blah. Let's see if Claude actually did something. That's taking some more time. Okay, let's keep researching. Right. So let's also use this platform called Medium, right? B2B SaaS app ideas Medium. It's also a very good website you can use for inspiration, right? So yeah. What do you think? Screenshot to social post generator. Okay. Screenshot to social post generator. Okay, that's interesting. Account data for specific niches, buzzword for post creators. That's also pretty cool. Brand voice analyzer, API playground, local host live technical tracker, environment real dance for streams, scalator and tool for it too. Yep, get noisy. Geekwork. This is why I have a chat feature, right? So this is like what you can also do is you can like take features because this is not really like app, but you can take all these features and you can combine them into something one for a particular person. You can see that okay, will this feature help this person, right? Because you cannot like get a multi-billion-dollar SaaS idea like this. That is simple fact. Otherwise, everybody would be billionaires, right? But you can get good ideas and then you can like compare, like see which of these features come together for a particular person and how can you implement that into actually cohesive and coherent product that is actually going to help someone solve their business problems and make them money. Because if they make money, you make money, and then you take that, you promote it to someone using your affiliate or whatever, and then they'll bring you like more customers. And let me tell you, you just need 200 people. 200 people paying you 5,000 rupees per month. It's that simple. Okay. Sales and CRM, tech support, blah blah blah. And source brand. This is a bit too corporate-ish. Let's go back. Actually got pre-orders. I did the 48-hour smoke test. The Ghostwriter CRM. Most is special track. It's messy. That's a brilliant idea. This is a brilliant idea. I love this. Especially like there's a lot of ghostwriting done on LinkedIn. So you can maybe build a Ghostwriter CRM for LinkedIn Ghostwriter, something like that. API uptime for blah blah to why they failed. Okay. The Me Too, obviously, see, you have to see what is failing. The B2C SaaS apps are failing, right? So, and these are the 3 that actually worked. So, as I keep telling you, you have to build something that actually solves rich people's problem, because it's very hard to shift a consumer's behavior. So, and because you are basically adding to their life. Okay, you're adding to their life. You're not like getting them, rid of something that they really want to get rid of. Because as I keep telling, it's easier to sell and people a solution to a problem they already have, rather than giving them a feature. The painkiller versus the vitamin analogy, if you know about it. It's easier. It's like, if you take a painkiller because, it solves the pain, whereas vitamins is like added benefit. You don't really see it right now. So it's a lot easier to sell anyone the painkiller than the vitamin in like the business world, right? As you can see, all of these are basically for B2B people. None of them are for B2C. And that's exactly the opposite here. All of this, most of them are for B2C. Right? And if you have some sort of like, as I said, just one feature won't help you build an app. So it has to be like this thing. All of these things are like, they're like this or this. All of them are like, a multifaceted app, which have multiple features, which actually helps the person. So you have to do the research on the person. You can use Claude to do that. Again, Claude is still doing it, right? And let's say you figure out a person, you have to maybe figure out 10 different 10 different type of business owners that you want to go after. You have to study in depth what these people actually have, and maybe start building out for something for each of them, and see which one is actually something that is tedious. Maybe some of them will overlap. Then you can see, okay, maybe I can combine this, I can combine that, and bring together in its cohesiveness what like a complete application that will solve a major problem for someone, a painkiller problem, right? Which will actually help you get that 5,000 rupees per month from them. Okay. There's that. So let's just wait for Claude to complete this now. Then we'll see what ideas it cooks up, and we'll review them, and we'll see if we can do what else. Okay, cool. Okay guys, so Claude is finally done. So it just gave this boring PDF. Nothing is you can go with it, but since I am making this video for you guys, I wanted it to look good and presentable. So I also went ahead and told it to convert into this beautiful looking, cool HTML. So yeah, let's go through this and see what Claude has actually cooked up. So 10 ideas that actually make 10 lakh rupees MRR. India specific pen points that global SaaS ignores, each idea verified against sale markets with blah blah blah. Okay, those are in generic tools. In India specific and global SaaS ignores. Yeah, that's what I said, like triple whale and all that. So first is GST ITC recovery engine. I don't understand what it does, so let's read it. Automatically reconcile purchase registered against GST or flag at risk credit. Auto second what's follow-ups to non-compliant vendors. That is a pretty damn good idea. Like, yeah, the execution might be a bit complicated and it will like take a bit of time, but the audience here is actually a lot more than 200 people, right? CA practice command center, unified dashboard CA firms managing 52. That is another amazing idea. Okay. IndiaMart lead to deal machine. IndiaMart, obviously, I would say stay away from it because the vendors there are a bit like that. So whatever. D2C RTO Shield with COD intelligence, another pretty good. This is like a feature you can have in something like Orbit maybe. WhatsApp native B2B order system, pretty damn good. Coaching Institute operating system. People, individuals, coding tuition people who are doing this. Although I would say, the thing is that in this kind of thing, the problem is that you cannot really charge that much because they are teachers and they don't make that much of money compared to something like CA or this. But the thing is that you can still do this in terms of the volume part, right? So compliance autopilot for 100 to 100 employee business, pretty good again. Restaurant profitability engine. Now there's a bit of caveat to this because the thing is that not all restaurants, if you are in cities like Bangalore, Bombay, Delhi or Tier 1 cities, then you can do this, but in Tier 2 cities this might not be the best idea. Maybe this would be the best idea for you if you're in Tier 2, right? Because you have to be able to physically visit the restaurants, it really helps. Vernacular WhatsApp AI sales agent, okay, pretty interesting. Delayed payment recovery for MSMEs, that is also pretty damn good. What makes an affiliate driven SaaS survive? Crystal clear ROI math, built-in demo moments, basically being able to solve the person's problem exactly, okay.
Nobody will go deep. You can, yeah, see. You can basically see the idea that I ranked is what this is ranking as well, as per the conviction, right? So that's the thing. Okay. Now what you can go ahead and do, let's say you pick this 3. You can go ahead and tell Claude to do. Now the thing is, if I start doing that here, the video will be really, really long, which I don't want, right? You can go ahead and tell Claude, if you want a very long video, by the way, you can let me know. I can make it. It's just that I don't know if for this video that you know, that's the right length to have, right? I want to keep this video under like 1 hour, right? So if you actually go ahead and tell Claude that, Claude, so I've decided this as the idea, and what you can do is like have a Claude project here, and you can have all these things in that so that it retains the memory, right? And you can tell Claude, hey Claude, I'm building this. Can you tell me actually how to build this and all the features and all these kind of things that CAs might actually need? Another thing that you can do is you can go and visit CAs, and I would recommend you do this. Actually, at least visit 3 to 4 CAs and tell them that you're building this. You can just even call them, right? Do whatever it takes and actually figure out what problem they're having and build a solution, right? So you have to inverse it. The thing is that a lot of people make money, think of making money as of like gaining value, okay? But the thing is, I'll give you a very good metaphor that is actually from a movie. So Bahubali, you might have watched. So usme jab Bahubali ko, he's declared a king. Rajmata Shivgami says that, जो भलाल देव था, उसने क्या दोनों हाथों से शत्रु का संहार किया, एंड बाहुबली ने एक हाथ से शत्रु का संहार किया, एक हाथ से प्रजा की रक्षा की, ठीक है? तो जो इंसान पैसा कमाता है और जो ये फर्क होता है, द पर्सन हु मेक्स द मनी, द वन हु इज द किंग इन मेकिंग मनी, वो जो दूसरी तरफ जो उसको पैसा दे रहा है उसके लिए सोचता है, सॉल्व्स दैट पर्सनस प्रॉब्लम. लेकिन जो इंसान जो भल्लाल देव टाइप रहता है, जो पैसा नहीं बना पाता है, जो सिपाही बन के रह जाता है इन अ जॉब, वो हमेशा दूसरों, वो अपने लिए खाली सोचता है कि मैं अपने लिए क्या कर सकता हूँ. किंग नेवर आस्क व्हाट, अ ट्रू किंग डजंट आस्क व्हाट कैन आई डू फॉर माई सेल्फ, ऑलवेज आस्क व्हाट कैन आई डू फॉर द पीपल, right? Obviously you have to make money, so but the thing is you have to think in terms of the person that is going to make you that, because you have to be grateful that because this person or this person exists, you will be able to make this money. So you cannot be taking these people for granted. You have to treat them with respect, right? Okay, so you don't have to go all this fancy. The PDF itself was pretty good. I'll just show you the PDF. It was all good to be read, right? It was like this. But the thing is, I wanted to be presentable and in a YouTube video, so I just told it to convert it into a PDF, right? So that's, you can go through all of this, you can read it, and yeah, like that's the thing. If you want this docs, by the way, I can share it with you. It's not really a problem, right? So take action, because the thing is, I have given you everything you need to make your first 10 lakh with any SaaS app for any business industry you need, and you don't really need any complicated tool to actually do that, to be really honest. Okay. So yeah, just go ahead and take action. And as I said, if you are someone who has a bit of budget, who has like 1.5 to 2 lakhs stored around and wants to get into e-commerce, I have a one-to-one coaching program of 3 months where we'll set out a target for you and we'll hit it. And if you don't, then we'll keep working till you do for free, right? So that was the video. Let me know what other content you want to see, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. The best supplier for Indian dropshipping is, well, what do you want to find through India Mart. Okay, now the reason I say that is simply because I found a private supplier on India Mart a year back, okay, and I have still been working with him. And if you like build relationships and stuff, they're gonna it's gonna be a very long-term partnership, right? So I'm going to teach you how to find a very good supplier, and also link out my supplier in case you don't want to go through this process. But full transparency, I do have some numbers set with him, as if I get him some customers, then he has to pay me some numbers, some affiliate or whatever. But I work with him, I have been working with him, and he does his job pretty good. So yeah, if you're interested in that, then you can check out the form in the description and you can fill it out, and then he'll reach out to you. Okay, so the charge, by the way, is just 50 rupees for you, so don't have to worry about it. Okay, so how do you find a very good supplier for Indian dropshipping in 2026? Because as you might have heard, that Roposo has, Roposo shut down. Okay, so to be really honest with you, Roposo was not really a good supplier to start with. Okay, the reason I say that is because you can watch my previous videos on the channel, and you'll realize that I've always said that this platform was basically like, a lot of my orders basically didn't get delivered, and the ones that got delivered, it showed up as fake audio. So this is not really like a very tangible method to begin with, to be really honest, because the thing that they did a lot of scams, so they were not good. Okay, and they also got shut down. So yeah, bad news. Anyway, so the way you find these suppliers on India Mart is actually quite simple. So you have to, what I suggest is that you start with a product. Like, let's say, for example, you want to sell, let me just take any product. Let's say you want to sell hair curler. Okay. Now I've just taken a very random product, but let's just say you want to sell a hair curler. Okay. So what I'll suggest you to do is go onto IndiaMart and just search this hair curler IndiaMart. Okay. In fact, I'll just show it to you live. Don't worry. So yeah, hair curler IndiaMart. Okay. And then what will happen is that you'll get a lot of people who actually sell this product. And what you got to do is you have to call them, and you have to call them one by one. So it's going to take some time. Okay. And you're going to ask them that, do you have this product? Okay. Now what you have to see is that, is the person talking to you on the call genuinely interested in the business? Okay. What I mean by that is that, is there someone who just wants to get done with you and move on to the next thing? Or is it something who is like really passionate about selling you this product? Now, why do I say that? Is because if you find someone who is in the other category, as in like not really that passionate, the problem that's going to happen is that, you will not be able to sustain a long-term partnership, because to start with, you will not be bringing that much to the table. So it's only going to work out when both of you are in sort of a similar situation. So depending on the numbers that you're doing and the volume that you plan to get on this, you have to find someone that matches the tonality. So let's say if you're just starting out and don't have that many orders, so you have to find out someone who has more of that hunger. If you already go to a wholesaler who is doing like 1,000 orders a day on Meesho or like Amazon or any of the marketplace, he is not going to work with you because he doesn't need you. He doesn't have a reason to work with you. Right? So you have to find someone who is a bit more hungry, and that's why this takes more time. And that is why I just pitched my own supplier in the beginning, because it just saves you this time. But anyway, like whatever, you can do your own thing as well. This is also, I would say, equally good method, right? Whatever. So yeah. Okay, so coming back to the point. So the thing is that once you get the guy who is like hungrier, then you talk to this person and then you ask them that, do you have this product? Okay, don't just straight up ask them that, do you have the product? Because the thing is that to sell you one product, anybody will say, but what I mean is that, okay, I just contradicted myself. What I meant was that just talk with the person and inquire. Okay, inquire key, whether what is your catalog, what is this, what is that. Okay, don't just particularly just go into this product and be like, okay, fine, done, whatever. What you're trying to do here is nudge if the person is a potential good candidate for a long-term partnership. Okay, that is what you're trying to do in the first step. So step one, talk and analyze. Okay, analyze the compatibility of the person. Okay, then next step, what you do is ask about the product. Step two is you ask about the product. Okay, there's that. And okay, so, and what I'll also suggest is that before you go out searching for supplies, make sure that you have tested the product. Okay, because if you go and talk to a new person, you're like, ye wo, and then you don't actually buy the product and you have not tested, like for example, you test and it doesn't work out for you, then you're gonna be in trouble, because you will not be able to work with that person, because it might be that the next product you test, it might not be available with him. So that is why make sure you do this with a proven product. Don't go after like searching winning products from Supplier. A lot of people do that. I don't know why is that. But yeah, don't do that. Make sure that this product is tested. Must be tested. So test it out first. Don't waste a lot of money. But yeah, test it out first and make sure that the product is working out for you. And only do this. Okay. And then what you can do is ask them whether they drop ship or not. Okay. Now the thing is that, why did I tell you to ask this thing in the third step, not in the first step? The reason being, quite frankly, that the thing is that I told you to ask whether the person, to judge their scale, to judge their volume, whether they need you or not. The matter of fact is that if the person does drop shipping, then in most of the cases they will be someone who will need you. Okay, now I'm not trying to like put a general categorization here, but when I found my supplier, I called like 40-50 people and I liked a few of them. What I had noticed is that a lot of people who told me yes, that they do drop shipping for me, and they were the ones who actually had that hunger, and we're doing like 200-300 orders per day on platforms. Now you might think that's a lot, but the thing is that on marketplaces and platforms, if you're a wholesaler, your margins are very less. Like for example, if you're getting something for 150, you might just be able to sell it for 200. It doesn't work like how it works for us here. So 200-300 orders on marketplace is nothing until unless they're doing like 1,000-2,000 orders a day. It's nothing on marketplaces. Okay, so this is basically what happens. So that is why you go and ask whether they dropship or not. Okay, and if you have liked them till now, you can go and persuade them to work on dropship for you. If they say in chance they say no, and in most cases they will agree, because if you tell them that I'm going to give you these many orders, they will agree. And if not, then since they already told you that they are ready to pack and ship for you, that you can just ask, okay fine, they don't dropship, just pack and ship it off for me, which 90% of India suppliers they do that, so you don't have to worry about it. And if they agree to that, then you're good to go. Okay, so that's basically how you find a good supplier in 2026. I will not suggest you any particular platform, whether that be WeFulfill or Importer or anything like that, because Importer is good for importing things, and but I have not really tested their fulfillment part. And WeFulfill, to be really is not good for nothing. So yeah, I don't recommend them for anything. And the thing is that when I start promoting these platforms, like you might become as to like dependent on these platforms, which is not a good thing. You want your business to not be dependent on any particular thing, so that if a platform like this Roboso shut down, your business like doesn't go to waste. Okay, so yeah, this is the best way out. That just find a private supplier on IndiaMart, build a relationship, and okay guys, sorry, I had some noise in the background, so I had to pause for a while. Getting back, so let me just show you, and I think that'll make things clear. So let me just search for here IndiaMart. Okay, and let's just go through. So as you can see, we have a lot of listings here. Whatever your product is, okay, you can use that. You can also upload the image here, right? Since I don't really have a particular model, let's just take I don't know, whatever. So let's just take this one since this is a bit popular one. So as you can see, a lot of people are selling here. One is in Surat, one is in another one is also in Surat. So what you need to pay attention to is this rating right here. Okay, if this rating is below 4, stay away from those people, especially if it is an electronic product. Okay, this is pretty good one, 4.4. Shopper Zone, this is again 4.3, that's pretty good. And yeah, like that you can just go on, and this is also 4.2. And what you will see that a lot of these people are from Surat, whereas from where is my supplier also based off from, because that's where Surat, Delhi, and all these places like where all the wholesale stuff actually comes through, right? So what you do is, let's say for example, this is the person I liked, right? I'll call to this person, I'll open this up, then I'll go back, I'll call now, and I'll talk. Okay, and a lot of times what might happen is that the person might not pick up in the first attempt, and it might get redirected to IndiaMart. So just say no to them, otherwise they'll keep annoying you with random messages, right? So just call them, talk to them. If they pick up, that's great. Otherwise, try 3-4 times. You have to do it. You have to persevere a bit, right? So yeah, that's about it. Okay, and yeah, once you have cracked the deal, then basically that's about it. Okay, so that's how you can find a good supplier, a great supplier, in fact, in 2026 for your Indian dropshipping business. Okay. And yeah, so I just also wanted to talk about something that I had sorry for this. I also had a agency that I was trying to run. Yeah, so as I was saying, I also had an agency that I was trying to run, but what ended up happening is that I worked with brands, and it was not really that fun, to be really honest, because the problem with the agency model and with working with brands particularly is that they pay a certain amount and then they feel that they own basically. It's not really that fun. And right now I'm in this weird phase where I have not really transitioned into international because of whatever's happening around the world, and also because I'm still learning. But I don't really have to look at anything in India because everything is just basically being managed by my team, right? So in this weird time window, I just thought, okay, let's just help some people scale their e-commerce brands, which is why this type form that you might see here. So what happened was, since I was just providing a direct Calendly link, a lot of people just booked and didn't really show up. So that is why we'll just be filtering through this now. So if you want to work with me one-to-one, okay, there will be no other coach or no group coaching or any of that. Okay, it'll be one-to-one directly with me for 3 months. Okay, it'll be a 3 months program, direct one-to-one. You'll be getting one call with me every week. Okay, and there will be no like recorded calls or whatever the fuck. Okay, everything will be taught to you live in the calls, and you will be implementing live with me. You'll have 24/7 WhatsApp support, obviously, and we'll have a group of everyone, like as in like the WhatsApp group, so that we can like share and all those kind of things. But you will not really have the calls in a group. You will have it one-to-one with me. And yeah, that's the thing. So, and also the biggest thing is that if you apply and if you we actually start working together, then in the onboarding call, we will actually set out a target for you. Okay. And that we can, possibly achieve for your starting situation in 3 months. And if we don't, then we keep working. That is, you keep getting the 1 hour call per week, till you do for free. Okay. So even if you have not hit the target in 3 months, I will keep working with you. Obviously, the clause is that you have to put time and effort, right? So, and if you're doing that and not getting results, whatever the target we set for, we'll keep working till you do. Okay, so it's a very good offer, and it's the only time where you'll get to work one-to-one with me, because as I said, I'm not really that fond of working with clients or those kind of things. But the thing is that I have this weird phase right now where I have not really moved into international, so I'm not really that busy. And India, I don't really have to do much. So I just thought, why not just do this? And that's why I was building this, type form that you might see here. So yeah, if you're interested in that, you fill the type form. And I don't really have a Discord. I don't have Instagram. I don't have any of those things. So if you want to reach me out, you can reach me out on email, which is also in the description in the about section somewhere. And if you want to work with me one-to-one, you can get this type form. And yeah, and after that, my manager will contact you and we'll book a call together to see if we fit and all those kind of things, and to explain you in detail. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah, that's the thing, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.
So in this video, I'll be showing you how I spent 2,35,000 a day on ads, on Meta ads for my Indian e-commerce brand, and you can do it for yourself as well. And by the way, the net margins on this are 21%, not 3%, 4%, 7%, or whatever the fuck people have margins. So yeah, I'll be explaining you the entire backend system, what was the ROAS and everything, what was the delivery, what was the prepaid, everything that you need to know to scale to this ad spend. And for anyone who tells you how to do scaling, they probably haven't even scaled to this number. So yeah, just a heads up guys, if you're someone who has spent over 1 lakh rupees on Meta ads and has not been able to crack it, whether you're a brand owner or someone who is trying to make it in the Indian e-commerce space, or dropshipping, whatever, I run a done with you agency called Apex Labs, where we are gonna guide you and help you throughout the entire thing, and we're going to increase your delivery rates to above 80%, take it up to 90%, 80 to 90%. Prepaid will go up from 35 to 50%, 30 to 50%, and your profit to revenue ratio will increase substantially, so that your net margins are in the range of 15 to 20% plus, and I'm talking before taxes. So yeah, the reason I'm not making promise of a number of orders is because everybody will have different budgets. So I couldn't think of a number that would align with everyone. For some it might be less, for some it might be more. So that is why I came up with metrics that would be constant across all of our clients, which could be maintained consistently, because the number of orders you get is directly proportional with the ad spend that you can do, right? So yeah, if you're interested in this, there's a link in the description. You can book the call. My operations in charge, Ajaz, will take the call. I'll also be there sometimes, and you can book the call. We'll see if we can help you. And yeah, let's do it. Back to the video now. Yeah, and this is the same day. The last video I made, how we did 7,20,000 a day on Shopify on my brand. This is the kind of the follow up to that, because that day only we spent 2,35,000. This was in December when we were scaling it a lot. It was last month of the year. People love to buy stuff in December. New Year angle, December, New Year gift, lots of angles that you can do, and we just scaled it absolutely very, very good. Yeah, I also made a mistake that I would want you not to make, and I'll tell you what that mistake was later on. So yeah, let's get started. So what are the funnels that made this happen? And by funnels, I don't know what people teach in the name of funnels, but funnel is basically how the customer journey goes. What do you need to understand? What do you need to... Okay, I'll try to give you a perspective shift here. The thing is, you can't be selling people through your ads in 2026, because people have very less attention span. So the entire purpose of the ad is to grab the attention of the prospective customer. So your ads have to be made in that way so that it stops the scroll. Okay, because if you try to compact everything into the ad, okay, especially with in the Indian market, then people have even less attention span. People watch a lot of reels. They will get overwhelmed. So you have to take them thoroughly. So what you do is you grab the attention. How you grab attention is something I'll talk about later on. I'm not trying to use some retention tactics, but whatever. You grab the attention by doing whatever. Okay, fine. Let's say you grab that, and then you just explain how a problem they have. Basically, you grab attention by talking about the problem, and then you present your solution, your product as a solution, right? That's what basically you do. So then what you do is you take them to a website, to a landing page, not directly to the product. Because the thing is, to scale to these numbers, you can't be directly taking people to the product page. Because the thing is, for any problem, there are very high intent people, a bit lower than that. So when you're scaling to these number on Meta ads, you have to target a lot of people, a lot. Okay, I had put the screen recording because of that only. You can see the reach and the impression. So all of these people, in fact most of them, are not going to be warm audience. A lot of them are going to be cold audience, who is just maybe problem aware, not the solution aware, like whatever. It could be a lot of things, right? So you have to target the entire population, and to do that you need to sell to that entire population. And to do that you need to have a proper landing page setup which will educate the customer. Okay, and how do you do that? You do that through different types of landing pages. Okay, what you can do is how I did it. I'll tell you how I did it. So I had advertorial setup. In fact, I had 2 advertorial setup. I had 3 listicles setup. No, actually I had 5 listicles, and I tested 3 of them ended up working. 2 advertorials I had made, from which one of them worked. So now what is advertorial? What is a listicle? I'll of course tell you in short, okay, later on. But how you actually make a converting advertorial or make a converting listicle is something I can't really obviously tell you on this YouTube video, because that will take a lot of time, and some things have to be, all the top tier information cannot be given for free. I hope you understand that. So if you need help with that, there is a consultation call that you can book with me. We can look over whatever your brand is struggling with or your store is struggling with, and we can help you scale, right? So what you do through advertorial is basically educate the customer about a unique, basically you present a unique mechanism. What is a unique mechanism? Same, what I mean is there has to be something about your product that is unique. For example, if you go and sell the same posture correct that everyone is selling, obviously there's a reason why you can't sell that, because it has gotten too saturated in the Indian market. So what you need to do is you need to find, maybe the problem is still there, back pain is still there, so you can find a new product which is very, very good, and maybe let's say very few people are selling it, someone is selling it with a different angle. So what you can do is you can take a very unique part of that product, and the advertorial has to be centered around that, and then you have to add reviews and everything. That's how you make a converting advertorial. That's a separate thing, but I'm just trying to tell you what an advertorial is. And then what you do is you make a listicle. Listicle is basically a list of all the reasons why someone should buy that product. So understand this: the customer sees that, they click on order now or learn more, whatever. They go through the advertorial or the listicle, okay, and then once they go through that, and then because once they are done reading that, they're basically sold it. You don't need to do the selling anymore. Then we redirect them to the product page, and that's where they can buy. Okay, so if you're trying to scale to these numbers, you can't do that, with just the product page. Okay. By the way, I think I should have mentioned this in the beginning. I forgot to mention. The ROAS on this was, the blended ROAS was 3.097. Okay, the reason being it's not 20 or 30 or the hell, because it's bullshit. People who show you 20, 30, 10 ROAS, their delivery rates are 40-50%, prepaid is like 5-10%, 20% max is very high prepaid, by the way. And yeah, bullshit, fucked up. You can't really scale. Just imagine if everybody would be scaling to 235,000 a day with a 10 ROAS, who the hell would be Zuckerberg? We would become Zuckerberg, right? It's not possible. The 3 ROAS was with 83% delivery rate and 35% prepaid, okay, on an average. So yeah, and the net margin, as I said, that is why the net margins are also so high, because basically the prepaid funds the ad spend and some of the shipping, and basically whatever comes in the COD is basically the pure profit, and you can buy bam. So that's basically the funnels part. Then what systems did I have in place to ensure this delivery, this prepaid and everything? So firstly, the website has to be very, very branded. What that means that it has to look good, the color scheming has to be good, the images have to be top quality. You can use AI to do that, obviously. These things have to be there, and only then you can sell people. Just imagine selling to spending to that is a shit ton. That is 60, more than, I think, almost, how much is it? 235 into 30, that's about 70 lakhs a month on fucking Meta ads, bro. That's shit ton of money. So if you're spending that much, everything has to be obviously okay. And you have to, obviously, I have actually 2-3 people. So someone was actually calling everyone who was ordering, making sure that they actually wanted the product, because some people were ordering 2-3 units. So obviously prepaid doesn't have to be called, but the COD orders have to be called. So everybody was being called, and I think this also helps with the delivery, because when there is and this is why I have AI and automations in a lot of places for profit calculation, for this, for that. But this is something that I could have automated with AI, but I intentionally didn't do it. The reason simply being is that if there is a human interaction in the business with the customer, there's a different sense of trust and authenticity that comes. And just imagine how annoying does it feel when you're trying to, say, you order something from a random website, or even big brands or whatever, and then you have to talk to automated agent. If you just get a human to talk to, that's just so nice, and it also builds more trust. So it also helps with the delivery, right? That's the second thing. Then we had faster checkout, okay, which really helps with the prepaid and everything. The reason I use faster is because I think Spur and everything. Sorry, what is that? Shop flow. I think it's a bit expensive to start with. Faster is expensive for this volume, but I just work with them since very long, so I just work with them anyhow. So that's pretty fine. Prepaid I already explained. Net margin also I explained. Delivery rate is 83. For delivery, I use delivery 1. So yeah, make sure on that. And then I had Spur for WhatsApp confirmation. So what ends up happening is like someone, I think this happens like maybe in 100 orders, I say you'll have 15-20 orders where the person doesn't really pick up the call, but they will like confirm it on WhatsApp. I don't know why people do that, but yeah, people do that sometimes. And this on this volume is like 15-20 people out of the 100 people, which is a lot of orders to be honest. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. So we also had Spur for that. You can use it if you want to. Okay, now let me get into the part, because you have watched till here. I'll tell you some sauce, because the thing is 2,35,000 rupees is, how much is it? It's just about $2,500. Okay, now till a few seconds back it was seeming a lot, but now that you see it's just $2,500. In the big five, in the foreign, people scale to $100,000 a day in ads. I'm not talking revenue, I'm talking a day in ad spend. Okay, so this 2,35,000 or $2,500, whatever the fuck, it's very less. It's very less. Okay, and that is also the reason. By the way, if you want to know more on this, you can watch the previous video of mine where I explain everything. But the thing is, to go beyond this number, you need to have because, and yeah, I'll also talk about the mistake I made. I'll just add a mistake, because as I said, my prepaid, despite everything, was just 35%. Okay, now it can go up to 50 also in some cases, and I have that on my other brand. But the thing is, when your prepaid is like 50-60%, in that brand, I have not been able to spend this much money without the ROI actually dipping. Okay, I'll tell you that honestly. That brand, I think the maximum I went to up to was like $1,200. I was not able to spend because the ROIs kept on dipping whenever I did that. I launched a lot of ads, a lot of everything, but I was not able to move beyond that, because the thing is, there is a cap in the Indian market. This is the problem here. There's a cap, and to like scale really hard, you really need to target the COD segment, the tier 2, the tier 3 audience. Not tier 3, maybe tier 2, yeah. You need to target them, and they will not do prepaid. And the thing is, to scale beyond these numbers, it's not just the ad spend, no, the inventory, the shipping, everything has to be prepaid in advance from your cash flow, and then that cash flow will come back in like 15-20 days to you. And some fluctuation can happen, delivery rate can go up and down. And because of exactly this reason, I quit the Indian market, and I was like, okay, now, because I wanted to move beyond the numbers. Now some of you might think I'm crazy, like, bro, you're scaling to this numbers, why the fuck are you going? Because it might seem a lot to you, but to me, I'm not being pompous here, but to me it's peanuts, it's nothing. Okay, it's nothing. $2,500 a day is nothing. People spend 100, and I explain this exact mindset. It's not because I'm very greedy for, of course, money matters, but the fact is that you're not chasing the number, you're chasing the person you become as a result of going for that number. The skill you have, the discipline you have, the behavior you have, the person and the character that you end up attaining. That's the goal, and the way you measure that is through numbers. That is the reason you go behind these big numbers, because you just become an absolute freaking beast. Okay, I don't know about other people, at least I do that because I'm not really very materialistic. I don't want to buy. I'm not someone just who aims to make so much of money because I'm gonna buy that or buy this or buy that. I'm not really materialistic. I just have a cheese ka one thing ka shock, that is a house. That's it. I am not really very, because my concept is you can't really claim ownership over a piece of metal glass. Like, I'm talking about like cars and watches and everything. So that doesn't, and plus it becomes like very superficial because it's a trap. If you start owning, it's a because there's always something expensive. Someone will have more expensive of it than you, and there's no point going after that. What matters is enjoying the process of what you're doing, right? That is what matters to me. And personal tip, I explained this in the personal video, previous video, you can watch it. It's a pretty long video, 30 minutes. So I wanted to keep this video under 20 minutes. That's why I'm trying to compress everything. So yeah, if you want to learn more about this mindset part, you can watch that video. I have explained everything. And if you want my help, one-to-one help, along with my creative strategist, who was there with me, then you can book the call, and we can see what your problem you're facing. And by the way, if you want to, let's say, not have just one call and have more calls with me, then you can, there will be email, and you can contact me there, because the link I have added in the description. There will be an option for like 3 calls or maybe 5 calls, I think, also. But if you want to get more calls with me, more than that, then you can contact me on my email, and we can give you a bulk discount. Okay, so yeah, that's the mindset part. I think that's all I had to say. Now, the mistake I made, and please listen to this very carefully, was using a 3PL. What is a 3PL? It is a third party fulfillment. I'm not sure how the general 3PLs are ended, but I was using vFulfill. Just don't use them. They are horribly bad. They will ruin your margins, and they have horrible delivery rates. To start with, you have to escalate everything, and there's too much of bureaucracy, and they don't handle things properly. So what I recommend is owning your own inventory, having your own warehouse, and that will basically ensure that you have very, very good margins. Okay. Despite having 21% margins, can you believe that my cash flow was stuck with them? And the thing is, with platforms like Delivery One, what happens is, there's a 2-day remittance cycle, so your money flows very quickly. With things like we fulfill, it's very less. It's like you just get money like 2 days in a week, and that also like एक दिन पहले तक का जो भी revenue होता है that आता है, the COD collected. So yeah, just don't use platforms like that. Just use them, or like let's say other companies like Importer. I work with them right now. I was working with them, now I left. They are pretty good. I don't have any affiliation with them, and I just had a good experience. So I'm just telling you about it. IMPORTER. Okay, you can use them to bring stuff, and then you can send it to your own warehouse or something. And what I'll suggest is build a relationship with a private supplier. That's what I did. Okay, and just work with them. Okay, and if you want, by the way, I can hook you up with my private supplier as well. That sounds a bit wrong, to be honest, but I can give you the contact of my private supplier. Okay, and he will, because he kind of does the 3PL part without all the bad part of the 3PL, as in he will pack and store your stuff for a very, very minimal charge. And if you want that service, you can let me know in the comments or in the email, and I can give you his contact. Okay, so yeah, obviously he's not going to tell you my products or whatever. Don't think, if you're someone who want to do that, he will not, because I have been working with him a year or two now. We have a different level of trust. There's that. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. That's the mistake I made, and yeah, that also kind of just explains why I quit the Indian market, because I felt like we hit a plateau and going beyond this number was coming out to be a bit difficult, because I would have to have a lot of cash flow and like sitting capital. I need to have a lot, and then there's a delay, and then everything, and it's just, and then the market is also pretty small. Like, yeah, India does have a population of like 1.4 billion people or whatever, but the thing is, the market who actually have the disposable income to buy your stuff, that is pretty like small in comparison to the population, right? So you have to do according to that. And I mean, there's a reason I was searching, and this came to me as a very big red flag. I searched like the most profitable D2C brands in India, and surprisingly none of them are profitable out there. I don't want to name any brands, but the most of the people on the most popular, I don't name anything, but on the most popular shows, their own brands are in loss. And the way these things in India work is basically they'd go after revenue, and this is why people are very less profitable and they have very less margins, because they go after revenue and show off culture, whatever the hell. Okay, and what ends up happening is they've got very less margin, and then because they're not able to crack it, they realize, oh fuck, we can't really go beyond this. So what they do is they just bring an IP at a very high hyperinflated price. People invest in that and they get their money, whereas the stock price goes down, and then the market's money is diminished. This is basically how the Indian startup. I should not be revealing this stuff, but yeah. By the way, next video that I make might be a bit controversial, but the thing is, I'm still gonna make it not controversial. I think it will attract a lot of people who might think, "Hey, bachche, kya bol raha hai? Tu kuch bhi karta hai." Let's see. But I think it's gonna get me a lot of views, so I'm gonna do it any case. And why I'm making, despite making so much of money, if you're thinking, why am I making this video? I have explained everything very well in the last video that was 30 minutes. And I think that's where I want to keep this video now. I hope you liked it, and you can let me know what other things you want to see. And if you need my help, you can call in the description. You have the option for 1 call, 3 call, or 5 calls. And if you need more calls with me, then you can obviously let me know in the email and discuss what help you'll use. Okay, 1-to-1. And yeah, that's it. It's not going to be a course, by the way. It's going to be a consulting kind of call. Okay, where it will completely customize to you. We'll look after your store, we'll look after your product, we'll look after your creatives, we'll look after everything, and we'll see what's the problem, we'll tell you what to do, and we'll basically guide you as to how to. So yeah, that's the plan. And yeah, let's see. Next videos, you can just let me know. I'm thinking to make a video on how to find winning products in 2026, because I feel it's a very abused topic, because I feel like any product can be made winning product. Have the right mindset, and yeah, I mean, a lot of people talk about this, कि हाँ कोई भी product winning product बना सकते हो, but people don't really know what it means at a very deeper level. That's the thing. Okay, so yeah, I hope you like the video, and yeah, I'll see you in the next one.